and should be given a greater weight as far as in comparison to politics is concerned. Obviously, it's like I said, it's a balancing act. But nevertheless, I think the weight should be accorded more to economics, because that is where the priority lies, not just from a domestic perspective, but also from an global economics perspective. There is too much of hostility in the global environment at this point in time with Trump coming to power. We don't know the way the global trade and economic landscape will shape up over the course of the next few quarters. And I think it will be very, very interesting to see how the budget preps also for that. So they will have to keep the economic realities in mind, not just from a domestic perspective, but also be prepared in case the global situation was to deteriorate much more than anticipated. From a fiscal perspective, they'll have to keep the fiscal powder dry to step in case it is required from a global perspective.
All right, and staying on with the economics of how it's panning out in the last, at least the first half of this financial year, Yuvika, economic survey points to some very interesting figure. It says while the services sector expanded at about 7.2%, industrial growth was at about 6%, and manufacturing has been a laggard. Now, we do know that we are going to prepare for what's to come ahead, and which is what the budget is expected to do. How will one find a balance between services and manufacturing, and what should be the focus in your assessment going forward? Should government continue to press for manufacturing or actually bank on its strength, which is services?
I think it has to be a prudent mix of both. You can't just say that we'll bank only on services and not push forward manufacturing. And we know that globally, while manufacturing has been on a somewhat slower turf. We talk about AI, we talk about jobs being taken away. But also, having said that, I think there is merit in pushing manufacturing, because at the end of the day, manufacturing is the one which creates mass employment in the country. Services still tends to be much more niche. The job employment or the employment capability of the services sector remains somewhat more subdued in comparison to the manufacturing sector. So if we want to create large-scale jobs, we need to focus on manufacturing. And I think the economic survey also talks about that from that field, and it makes a very refreshing and a very honest feedback and a takeaway from what happens in the manufacturing sector, that there is excessive amount of regulation. And that is where I think, we typically do talk about it when we meet corporates or we meet investors. We do talk about how the ease of doing business, while we have made, we have taken strides as far as easing the way we do business is concerned, but there's still scope for further improvement. And I think that is where the focus of the government should be. If we want to push forward manufacturing with the viewpoint that we want to push forward gainful job creation in the economy, create an impetus for improvement in incomes and thereby consumption, so it's a vicious cycle, they will have to focus on manufacturing, and that brings with it the act of deregulating the industrial sector, pushing forward ease of doing business, ensuring that the entire tax regime is simplified, especially on the GST front. We have seen 5 years of GST now. The tax revenues are somewhere plateauing. There is merit in further rationalization of tax rates, simplification of the entire tax regime. And I think these are some of the steps that the government needs to put out in the budget as well. And in addition to this, support to the small and the medium enterprises, the ones which were the worst hit during the pandemic, still probably not back on their feet, and they continue to be the backbone of our manufacturing sector. So I think all these facets need some acknowledgement and some action in the budget, and I think that is what will be important.
All right. And, on that, Yuvika, well, thank you very much for taking time out. I know you have to go at this point, but, something very interesting Yuvika was alluding to, Shri, and that is what happens, one has to find a balance. What happens if things go awry further, starting 1st of Feb, which is when we know the tariffs have now kicked in, 25% tariffs on Canada have now kicked in. What really happens going forward if we don't find that balance? I also want to bring your views to our viewers right now on the fact that demand has been slower in the past, at least first half of this fiscal year, which essentially means even if we are manufacturing to the best of our capacity right now, if there is weaker demand, one cannot do much, because this is not something that budget can really control.
Yeah, so if there's weaker demand, we won't be manufacturing to our full capacity, because there's no company on earth which will make products which it doesn't, think it can sell. So that will remain a challenge. I think the final line for the finance minister to walk today is to ensure that how do we at least remain on this glide path of, 6.3, 6.4% projection which they made for the GDP for this new financial year. And we also meet our fiscal deficit target, which from 4.9, we're now talking about 4.6, potentially going down to 4.4, then maybe eventually below 4 as well. So I think that's a trajectory in which we need to go. So this is not going to be an easy, balancing act. And as you said, a lot is also going to depend on how the external scenario plays out. What happens to the currency? What happens to some of our, merchandise exports and also potentially service exports, which is IT. So it's a whole lot of variables that the finance minister is dealing with.
Right.
And I think it's in some sense also unfair and unrealistic to expect that one budget will have the answer to all these problems. These are very complex geopolitical issues and domestic problems that we're dealing with. And I frankly, my panelists can also correct me, but I don't think there's any other country on planet where a budget, which is essentially a statement of government's account, becomes such an important policy kind of a thing. And there's so much pressure on the finance minister to go out and create magic in one day, what we've not done 364 days, rest of the days of the year.
Today's the day.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You never really almost hear about, let's talk about the US budget or let's talk about the UK budget. These don't become huge televised events, but in India it continues to be as well. Barnik, I just want to bring the focus on one particular thing, and that is the MSME sector. Everything from boosting the economy to boosting jobs in the economy, the MSME sector is going to play a crucial role. And definitely, if the big private companies are not stepping up their investments and creating jobs, it is the MSMEs that the government has turned to. In the economic survey, incidentally, it was noted that the loan growth to MSMEs was at a healthy level. It was in double digits. So, possibly they could be propped up as the so-called magic bullet to all that's ailing us.
Yeah, I think let's be clear, there are no magic bullets. But let me just respond also to Shweta's point on the entire consumption and manufacturing conundrum. I think there's a fairly easy way out of it, right? If you can build a globally competitive manufacturing industry, you do not need to be dependent only on domestic consumption. Note and point, we've done it in India already. If you look at the automotive sector and the automotive component sector, because we've built global capabilities, that sector actually exports a healthy percentage. Auto components nearly 60%, or automotive nearly 30%. And if you can be competitive, then actually tariffs work to your advantage.
Right.
I think the challenge for MSME is similar, right? It's not about credit or credit access. It's about fundamental quality and it's about competitiveness. I think we have to get to a place where Indian manufacturing, whether in smaller units or larger units, is competitive. And again, while we can try to compete against China, let's also try to learn from China. One of the biggest strengths China has brought to bear over the last 3 decades is the fundamental manufacturing productivity, which is the unit per person who's sitting on the shop floor delivering, is tremendous. I have looked at assembly units where in India I've heard, even if you're doing phone assembly, it could range between 30 to 50, if not 60 phones a shift. In China, there are units where workers can do 200 to 250 phones a shift. So there's a paradigm difference between the productivity of a worker in India versus the productivity of a worker in China. And unless we fix these fundamental issues of productivity and competitiveness, no sector, big or large, in manufacturing can compete. So credit growth is a good start, but we have to address far greater structural issues for them to step up and deliver for the economy.
Absolutely, and structural issues is what Finance Minister will also have to address going forward. Let's quickly get Gaurang back into this conversation. Gaurang, I think there is absolutely no way out of this conundrum unless, of course, we make exports more competitive, and that is what the government should be focusing on.
Well, Shweta, before commenting on that, I was listening into the political and the election aspect. So, on a lighter note, I think one nation, one election is overdue then in that case. Because we have elections all year around the corner in our country, either Gram Panchayat or a municipal or a state, whatever be it. But yeah, I mean, my sense is that, and I agree with one of the comments made by my co-panelists, is that you can't expect the heaven and the star and the moon from the Honorable Finance Minister in one budget. And I am also of that opinion that budget is not the only platform wherein government can make policy changes or make new policies. We've seen that in the past, that post-budget, government has also stepped on the pedal and made certain policies. For example, PLI. I think it covers almost about 12 or 13 sectors. And as we go forward, I think there'll be more sectors to come in. my sense is that job creation is going to be an integral part of this particular budget. Whether it is going to be manufacturing or services, that's a debatable point. But manufacturing activities needs a strong focus. And I will again say that what I've said in my opening remarks, that if not all, but let's hope that crucial and important aspects which the nation requires as far as pushing consumption and taking the GDP growth to the next level is concerned is met with.
All right, that's the view coming in as far as budget is concerned. It's not a magic bullet, cannot be one. But, since we are talking about manufacturing and we are talking about consumption in the country, let's also talk about literally what drives consumption and who drives this consumption. It's India's middle class, the size of which is currently 570 million people. 38% of the total population share, Krishna, is the middle class.
Still somehow not considered a vote bank, despite that. I don't know. I have no idea how that's happening in this country. At 38% we have middle class, and they're never considered as a vote bank.
And their household income annually, as we were referring to, is about 6 to 36 lakh rupees. That is the middle class, whose share of consumption is literally 50%. And what are they consuming? Let's talk about some of those non-discretionary spends. And I want to focus first on auto, Barnik, because that's what you mentioned. Now, as far as auto is concerned, we have seen a slump when it comes to every other automobile apart from SUVs, growing at about 7.5%. What does it really tell you? It tells you that while the rich are getting more richer, affluent class can afford more SUVs, the sales of hatchback and sedans are on a downward trajectory. Essentially, people who are buying their first time cars or people who are hoping to buy a small car don't have enough money, but people who want to upgrade to an SUV have enough and more.
To the point where there are no small cars being launched anymore. Every launch that you see is either a minimum mini SUV to a large size SUV.
So I think this exactly happens to economies like India, where people who are rich or people who are in the top 100 million, and even if you look at the 570 million, probably another 50 million or 100 million from that, are not really affected by structural measures happening in the economy, because they have wealth diversification, they have multiple sources of wealth, and they can tomorrow pack their bags and move to Singapore and Dubai if they don't like what's going on in India, right? Which, by the way, is a growing trend amongst the affluent. I think the SUVs is a good move, because at least it means that some of the affluent class money is being spent in India. But I think the auto sector is always a good lead indicator of consumption. If the affordable car segment is not growing, it suggests that at the middle of your middle class and below, there's a genuine consumption crisis. And the crisis has to do with not only money in hand, but the future expectation of wage growth and inflation. If you look at wage growth, right, a 3 to 4% wage growth is nearly half of inflation, right? We've only brought inflation down to 4%.
So salaries are not even matching
no,
up.
Salaries are not matching. So if you look at
money is shrinking on the
money is shrinking, plus there is taxes, plus there is GST, right? The effective tax rate on the middle class in India is more than 50% if you put all of this together. So in that environment, I think the auto sector again is a good bellwether of the economy. I think the reason why auto companies are still doing well is because they have the global competitiveness to tap into global markets, right? But again, the consumption crisis is seen. We've been talking about a rural consumption crisis for the last 2-3 years. I think for the first time you're seeing an urban consumption crisis. That's why FMCG companies are crying hoarse. So again,
and which is interesting, because if you further get into this data, you'll realize the sales of two-wheelers is doing better than the sales of four-wheelers, essentially meaning that perhaps rural India is still getting better, while urban poor, the size of which is increasing.
But very interestingly, Shweta, if you look at one of RBI's big concerns, that's on the front of unsecured loans. If you look at the default that's happening in unsecured loans, it accounts for almost 52% of the new additions to banking NPA. So that tells you a story. So people who are taking these loans, they're not able to pay back. They're living beyond their means. So it's a very interesting situation where on the one hand we see the urban consumption is softening. It's largely because of this, factors like this, that people who are like borrowing just to maybe buy a fancy mobile phone or spend on, let's say, consumption, clothes, whatever. Now RBI has told banks not to encourage this.
Absolutely.
So there's a crackdown happening. So that is also another factor that will play out in the urban consumption story.
And very interestingly, a lot of people are also taking loans to buy smartphones. And
exactly. That's a very big,
let's bring in that data onto our screens right now. If you look at the sales of smartphones, the premiumization in the market, I mean, staggering at about 41% as of 2023, gone up to 44%. So people who are buying premium phones, and by the way, very conservative estimate there, 15,000 rupees and more, that figure as of 2024 is 44%. What has really shrunk? There are a number of people who are buying entry-level phones, which is 10,000 rupees and more. What does it really tell you?
It tells you that aspirations are outstripping income. Very simple. I want to have the best phone, but I actually don't have the source of income to buy, let's say, an iPhone which costs me a lakh or 70,000 rupees. That's why I go and borrow from a bank and then I end up defaulting.
And you know, the same sentiment is also reflected across FMCG.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, talk about FMCG. FMCG is fast-moving consumer goods, and this is definitely one of the fastest-moving consumer goods in the market possible. Let's take a look at other white goods as well. Look at refrigerators, and the story repeats itself. It's the premium, and there are two, as if there are two economies that function simultaneously. Anything that's premium and above premium, you know, it continues to sell and sell and sell more. But anything which is not premium, there's a clear shrinkage in terms of its sales, and that's as far as you know, be it smartphones
So
or
I think Banik
refrigerators.
addressed that point when he talked about how for the affluent India, that's really not an issue.
Right.
Like, you know, there's a premiumization of the market that's happening. Like, those who can afford want to buy the best of what's available. Whereas those who are at the bottom of the pyramid are not able to afford, they're not even able to afford the basic stuff. They're defaulting. They're wanting to consume, but they're defaulting. So that's a paradox that we're dealing with.
All right.
Right. We also have data on the FMCG as well, isn't it?
FMCG, affordable housing, we'll come to that in just a bit. But look at the FMCG story there.
Yeah.
September of 22, September 23, September 24. Value growth is shrinking massively. You know, what's really happening is also that more and more people are now going for goods which are non-labeled. Which is especially emerging from the rural, you know, sectors and rural economy, where more and more people are actually buying soaps and, you know, other items, the items that are essential, you have to have them, but perhaps going for labels which are not known or unlabeled. That's the story coming in as far as FMCG is concerned. Let's shift focus to housing now, because housing tells you entirely another story, and that is what we have been fearing for a very long time. There is no more affordable housing. Affordable housing as a segment, I mean, look at that. Affordable housing as a segment shrinking very, very rapidly from 53% to 25% from 2018 to 2024. Brijesh, affordable housing to hai hi nahi. There's nothing called affordable
There's
anymore.
no such thing as affordable housing anymore. Because in Noida, I can tell you from a personal experience.
Exactly.
In the last year and a half, I have no idea what has happened in Noida. And I think nobody has any idea what has happened in Noida. But units which were being sold as at a crore or 1.2 crores are units which are being sold right now at 2.5 crores. There's an appreciation of almost 100%. And what is driving this appreciation is beyond any sane logic. You know, you can conjure up some mumbo jumbo and say this is happening because of that, because the infrastructure of Noida remains at what it was 2 years back. It has deteriorated, not gotten better. I mean, the entire facility which is around those, posh societies and all are still the same as it was. But now almost all the units, especially in the sector where I live in and all, and around there must be 40, 45 places where the prices of the inventory has gone up 100% plus. And there is no signs of slowing it down. And there's no justification for it. Absolutely no justification.
Baring, are we going to see some normalization here?
No, see, the housing crisis is not just an India one, but also a global one, particularly in developed countries like US. There's a structural issue of supply and lack of supply in the market, right? There's also a lot of speculation going on with people doing it. But again, till the government figures out how to unlock structural supply into the market, maybe create more townships where people can go and live, this problem is not going to go away. But looking at your FMCG numbers, what I find quite shocking is that the FMCG sector typically tracks the Indian economy 2-3% above its growth, right? If the FMCG sector is only doing 5.6% growth, I'm quite surprised that we are doing better than that, that is 6.3, 6.4%. So again, I will not get into the debate on whether the calculations are correct or not.
Right.
Okay.
But the FMCG growth is a real crisis for India, right? If people are not consuming, that means something wrong. I know people going to unbranded, unpackaged stuff is a move in the wrong direction. As economies become more developed, people actually tend to use more packaged, more branded material because usually quality is better, you can control the kind of outcomes you have.
Right.
So this is not good news for India. We are not headed in the Viksit Bharat direction, but in fact taking a couple of steps back.
What is also not exactly the greatest of news is the the charts on your screens, which is the comparison between individual and corporate income taxes. See how it has gone from 2019 to 2020. It looks like a very tight one-day international cricket match run rate score or a T20
suddenly
international.
diverging towards
Eventually, it's like it complete divergence by the year 2024-25. Income tax far outstripping corporate tax. Gaurang, this is a situation, this is the reason why, as far as budget 2025 is concerned, the loudest noise is coming from the hard-working, high-tax-paying citizens, isn't it? The pressure is clearly being put on them, and that is the reason why there's an outcry. You open your social media feeds today, there'll be there are all kinds of memes doing the rounds, in hopes and prayers that the tax burden on individuals like you, me, and the rest of the middle class comes down.
If I may just add one line to it, because if you look at the social media, the maximum memes, I think, one individual who has generated is Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Where, people are talking about who is this lady, we are paying 30% of our taxes to. And it's deluged. So this clearly tells you, what is the most popular sentiment as far as social media is concerned.
Yeah, but Gaurang, right now there's a need, or in a sense that there's a hope that there's a cut on both fronts. There's a cut on the income tax front as well as the corporate tax front. But what do you make of the situation fact that, from corporate tax being above income tax in 2019, in the last 5 to 6 years, we've seen a complete changeover?
Well, so on a lighter note, I would want to ask the finance minister, और कितना निचोड़ना है भाई? It's really a painful story, and the percentage of the taxpayers as far as individual tax are concerned compared to the kind of population we have, I think it's a real sad story for a common man or the individual taxpayers. And one of the reasons, if you want to boost consumption, then you need to leave something X plus something in the common man's wallet or pocket, so that he or she can actually go and do that kind of consumption. I'm not talking about only big cities, tier 1, tier 2 cities. I'm also referring to the semi-urban and rural India, where large part of our population stays and is associated with agri and other activities. So we need to have an inclusive kind of reform as far as these individual tax structure is concerned.
Right. We have Ambarish Baliga also joining us. Ambarish, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on Budget Day. Great to have you with us. We are sitting at a point when we are asking what will be cut and by how much. There are expectations from the street, I'm sure, of a possible corporate tax rate cut. But then all the focus is on how much can the income tax rate come down. It's talk about doing the impossible. Damn it if you do, damn it if you don't kind of a situation at this stage.
No, I think more than the corporate tax rate, I think the individual tax rate, especially for the middle class, the salaried class, I think that needs to be brought down. Possibly more SOPs need to be given, because that's where a lot of pain is. And I would say there's a lot of pain at the bottom of the pyramid. Even below the middle class, I think inflation has really hit them hard. Employment is an issue. And if you look at the salary hikes which have happened in the last couple of years at the lower level, that's not in line with what's happening at the top. So basically the gap between the haves and the have-nots have increased quite a lot. And this is surely not good from a social perspective for India. So I think that needs to be corrected to a certain extent. And you're discussing about the real estate some time back. Even there, like you rightly said, affordable is no longer affordable, because the middle class who normally buy the affordable housing are not in a position to spare that funds to buy affordable housing, and the prices have gone up. At the same time, every other day you see those headlines, someone buying a house worth 80 crores, 100 crores, 150 crores, that's becoming more and more common. That's because people at the top have made a lot of money in the markets, and the first thing they do is upgrade themselves. And because of which we have seen so much of luxury housing being sold, because most of the CXOs, senior employees, and even the promoters who have sold the shares in the market, the wealth has gone up decently well in the last 2 to 3 years.
Right.
And that's where they're on.
All right, and on your screens right now, breakdown of every rupee that the government earns, majority of which is coming from borrowing and other liabilities, 19% coming from income tax. From union excise duty, you have 5% coming in, GST contributing substantially there, 18%, corporate tax is about 17%, customs is 4%, and non-debt capital receipts at 1%, non-tax receipts at 9%. So let's also talk about expenditure while we're talking talking about how government earns every rupee. How does it really spend? Most of it, 21%, goes to the states. This is the states' share of taxes and duties. Interest payment is about 19% on every rupee earned. Central sector schemes get about 16%. Subsidies get 6%. Defense, again, a major chunk of every rupee that government earns is going towards defense spending at 8%. Finance Commission gets about 9%. Centrally sponsored scheme get 8%. Other expenditure, which is miscellaneous, is about 9%. And pensions, again, a major bill for the government. On every rupee it earns, 4% goes towards pension. That's the mix. That's the revenue and that is the expenditure, Krishna. A very complex mix there. But state's share of taxes and duties, let's talk about that. Brijesh, a constant call is for tax devolution. Karnataka has done it, West Bengal has done it. A lot of state governments are not really happy with what they're getting and they're saying, we are paying far more to you versus what we are getting back by the way of taxes.
And yet the biggest allocation, from, the spending of the central government is state share of taxes and duties.
So it's not so much about whether the money is going or not going. It is going, but it's in fact going to states which are not contributing to, the revenues that the central government is earning.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, this is one of the big political problems which the government is facing, because all those South Indian states, they are up in arms. And also, West Bengal and others saying, why are we subsidizing, poor performance of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and other North Indian states? And that is a perennial problem which the government is facing. They are saying we are paying more tax and the return allocation of us to us is far less than what is being paid to to the states like Uttar Pradesh and others. They are saying that it is better to be to Bimaru states, if I may say so. And it is saying that being economically laggard pays you more rather than being economically more efficient and more payment of tax, we pay more tax and what in return we get is it's chiller compared to what Uttar Pradesh and Bihar and Madhya Pradesh and other states get. And so it's a permanent problem as far as state, especially states, and most of these states are states which belong to the opposition rule parties. So that adds a lot more to the friction between the central government and the states as well.
And Sitharaman are constantly saying Delhi chalo if they're not going to pay us
not only Sitharaman, Stalin, everyone is saying they're up in arms. They are saying that it's like it's also on the population front. They're saying that because this demographic change is also on the card, where they're going to increase the number of member of parliament you're going to get. So they're saying that that the policy of the government was to have 2 children. We are the one who have followed it to the T. Now what is happening? We are the one who's being penalized. So they're saying that taxes, population and all, we are being penalized because we are the performers. And it's like, if you look at it logically, they have a very valid point there.
Absolutely. So we'll of course, the government continues to say we can't do much about it. It's the Finance Commission formula. So we go by what the formula is. But that's not much of an argument. Let's quickly get in Ashok Chandak, President, Electronics and Semiconductor Association, also joining us on the show. Ashok, electronics particularly as a sector has done extremely well for India. It's been literally the cornerstone of India's growth in manufacturing, growth in consumption, not just internally but also exports. Electronics export continues to be a success story. Do you think India will continue to be on path as far as electronics is concerned? And what about semiconductor?
Yeah, and more importantly, what are you expecting from the budget as far as the electronics the electronic sector is concerned?
Thank you. Thanks for having me on the call. So, yes, surely the electronics sector has really shown a remarkable growth over last 7 to 8 years, more than almost 20% in terms of CAGR. And now almost every electronic product is manufactured in India, be it a smartphone, which is a success story, the appliances, the automotive electronics, the defense electronics, and so forth. So it's growing and it will continue to grow. Based on the estimates which IESA has done, we are looking at about $150 to $160 billion worth of electronics production in the current year, and which is slated to increase more than $400 billion with a target of $500 billion by 2030-32. So there's a tremendous growth potential which is ahead of us. And that will be not only meeting the domestic demands, but also the export potential which is unfolding now. Now, the semiconductor program which was initiated has really done remarkably well. Though it's a long haul, normally semiconductor industry, so you don't see the immediate result. But this industry is going to create a major value addition to the electronic sector. The current value addition in electronic sector is about 18%. And the aim from the government as well as industry working together is to bring it to at least 40%. and local manufacture of the semiconductor is going to create a major value addition into that. There were 5 plants, those were announced and approved on semiconductor. Everybody is aware of it. But there are more than that, almost 7 additional plants. Those were approved by various state governments, be it Odisha, be it Karnataka, the Maharashtra, the UP. These are also progressing and these are waiting for final approvals from the MIT based on the funding approvals. But it is progressing and there are large number of projects, which as I understand are already in the pipeline. $25 billion worth of semiconductor manufacturing has been already committed into the country. And this will go on actually for next 10 years and which is going to create the major impetus. So to answer your question, yes, electronic sector holds a major future potential. It's going to grow and along with the electronics, semiconductors are going to play an important role on a value addition as well as a local manufacturing perspective. And there are so many other points, those are moving further on that, including for example, you were asking the budget expectations, what are those going to be? So to increase the value addition, one is the semiconductor. So we need to have the extension of the Semicon India program, which has successful. 10 billion was committed initially. We expect additional thing has to be committed and approved. Number 2, the electronic components. This industry has been still much weak and we are dependent on mostly either China, Taiwan or Korea, Japan, other countries for those simple low-cost components like a resistor, capacitor, connectors, PCB. That would also is expected to get some kind of a PLI outlay, considering PLI has done wonders for electronics manufacturing. And now the plan is to go down to the next level of the value addition.
Just components.
So the electronic components is going to create that another value addition over there.
Right, Ms. Chandak, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on Budget Day as we count down just about 15 minutes to go for the budget speech. Let's take this across to Amrish Baliga. Amrish, let's talk about the other E, from electronics to electric and the energy transition. The economic survey speaking about the contribution of electricity in terms of pushing India's growth forward. Definitely announcements expected on that front from budget speech, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think there'll be more sort of PLI schemes announced as far as EV vehicles are concerned, and also the upstream sort of ancillaries. So I think that should be extremely positive for really pushing, the EVs as far as India is concerned.
All right, Amrish Baliga, thank you very much for taking time out. Thank you for joining us here on the Budget Day. I want to talk a little bit more, Banik Shri, on India's capabilities as far as electronics is concerned and whether other sectors can also parallel it. Now, Ashok Chandak said that there's been a lot more value addition today and electronics continues to be a success story. We haven't been able to map similar success, at least in semiconductor. We've tried very hard. We're still very, very far behind some of our neighbors, including Taiwan and other developing countries. How do we really get there? Are we looking at more PLI? Are we looking at more money for AI? And what are the sectors do you believe at this point PLI should be covering beyond the 18 sectors that it does?
Semiconductor is a remarkable hard sector to create in a country like India. Right? If you look at any successful country which has created it, let's take the example of China. And China by no means is a success in semiconductors. They have spent over $150 billion of government funds to subsidize creation of fabs in China. And by the way, that has not really worked for them. They're not at the same level of quality as Taiwan or even Japan was previously and South Korea. I think we have to take a step back and review what we really want to do. And I think the government has done a little bit of recalibration. If you look at the evolution of semiconductor policy, I think the initial policy as part of Make India was all about creating fabs. I think the government has done a conscious recalibration of the policy to go a little bit more downstream in terms of doing more services and more value addition stuff like assembly, testing, which actually allow you to do fabs later. So I think we need to have a far more thoughtful semiconductor policy. The government has changed it 2-3 times, and like with most things in India, getting a government subsidy approved is remarkably difficult, right? All fab business cases I've seen work only with 40% capex subsidy from the government.
Okay.
You cannot make a semiconductor fab work if you're not getting at least 40%. And if the subsidy is not upfront, then a lot of people don't really want to invest.
And it is not upfront.
It is not upfront because it's a reimbursement model. The other insistence which the government has is on technology transfer and empaneling of a technology provider. A lot of semiconductor plans have fallen through because the investors have not been able to get semiconductor technology and the technology transfer to India. So this is a remarkable hard problem. I think the good news is we are starting somewhere. We are doing 32, 40 nanometer chips. that is nowhere close to the cutting edge of 8, 9 and now 6 nanometer chips. I think there's a good emphasis on the ecosystem now to look at more testing services, assembly services, what's called OSAT, right, outsourced assembly and testing for semiconductors. So it's a long, hard journey. I don't think we have the wherewithal to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to create the industry. Maybe we'll create an industry which looks different. But again, the time has now come for India to see whether we want to participate in the AI race or not. And if you don't have structural semiconductor capacity, we will always be lagging behind. So again, it's a good start, but confused policy direction keeps changing. It's hard to get international investors to come in. And now with US emphasis that semiconductor technology does not move out of the shores, it's become even harder for India to get access to. But it's a problem which needs to be solved. And we have a right team behind it. Mr. Vaishnav and a lot of teams are looking at it carefully.
And quite involved.
And they're very involved.
Very involved man.
For me, if you, again, Vikshit Bharat, again, we talk a lot about it, right? If you want to be a developed economy, we have to be a leader on technology and we have to be a leader in AI, right? If you don't have,
I want to come to AI.
I'll come to AI later, but let's talk the semicon part, right? If you don't have the silicon done in-house, right, you'll always be dependent on tech from either Korea, Taiwan, China or the US. If you look at all the US norms, US tried to starve China of silicon and China figured a way around it anyway.
Absolutely. So you don't need the most advanced chips anymore. I think that's the big takeaway from what DeepSeek has done and shown the world that all you need is more innovation. You may not have the most...
Not money.
Not money.
But still the innovation happened on the NVIDIA GPUs at 10,000.
Yeah, but I would...
most advanced.
I would take it with, again, a bucket of salt because there are rumors coming out that they did have access to NVIDIA chips through illicit routes, though they will not claim it. Maybe they didn't build the model on $6.5 million. Maybe they spent $30 million on it, right? So again, we have to take all of these numbers. But again, as a strategic capability, we need to have semicon capability. Doing 32 nanometers, 40 nanometers is not enough. We have to see a roadmap to get to below 10 nanometers if we want this to be a strategic capability. For everything, there's AI, there's electronics, right? We have to do it ourselves.
All right.
See, the reality, Shweta, is that we started late in this whole semiconductor game. But to Banik's point, I mean, do we have a choice in terms of can we afford not to be in the wafer space, wafer game or AI game? Absolutely not. Because the future is going to be driven by AI and, you know, and in fact, the stress around Taiwan is because China wants Taiwan for the semiconductor capability.
Absolutely. Right. In fact, we do have reactions that are coming in, Krishna, right now.
From the CII, actually. We have Chandrajit Banerjee, the Director General of CII, on his expectations from the budget.
We at News9 are covering whether this will be a magic budget for the middle class. What is your take on it?
I hope it's a magic budget for all, and of course for the middle class and the lower income group. I would imagine that it has to really focus on how we can ease in the, I mean, one of the biggest focus of the government has been ease of living, and ease of living includes, you know, of course, making life easier, both not just in terms of being able to spend on important areas, but also I would imagine that, yes, of course, what we always try to focus on is whether there will be tax relief. We hope that there will be, number one. Number two, we also would feel that it's important for even if you really look at rural areas, how do we create and generate and able to bolster the possibilities of employment in the non-agricultural rural sectors, and also focus on even the lower income group, which is extremely important to see how they are able to have. And if you look at the economic survey, it has talked about how do we really have a more inclusive budget this time, and I hope that we should be able to see that.
And that's the word coming in from CII. In fact, CII President Sanjeev Puri is also talking about tax breaks. Let's quickly read what he said earlier. From the perspective of boosting consumption, we have proposed relief in marginal tax rates for income up to 20 lakh rupees, which would increase disposable income and lead to buoyancy in revenues. That is the expectation from CII. also, you know, other
Reactions.
industry associations are also more or less expecting the same. PhD Chamber CEO Ranjit Mehta also says proposing a 30% tax rate for income above 50 lakh rupees and 20 to 25 rate for those earning between 15 lakh to 50 lakh rupees.
That is the suggestions given to the finance minister. We also have Ms. Mohandas Pai. He's saying the cost of living has become unbearable for many. Please give relief to IT paying, income tax paying, honest middle class. I mean, that is that should be like the.
Absolutely.
On that note, let's quickly take a look at the tax slabs as they exist at this point in time. There you go. This is the new tax
regime.
To be specific, up to 3 lakh rupees, no tax. In fact, no tax for salaries up to 7 lakh rupees. And then you have the highest being above 15 lakh rupees, which is 30% as compared to what is being suggested. I really like one of those suggestions, 50 lakh rupees. If you can keep the tax rate at 20 to 25% and then keep it 30% for any income above 50 lakh rupees, that seems like a fairly plausible
and far-fetched from what we have right now.
More than plausible, hopeful. That we can be that way because a huge chunk of the disposable incomes, people with bigger disposable incomes, which is talking 15 lakhs plus, people who will be buying cars, mobile phones, refrigerators, all kinds of stuff will be in that 15 lakh rupees to 50 lakh rupee thresholds. So if there can be income tax cut, that can give a huge boost to consumption, more than the kind of income tax cut you can give to below 15 lakh rupees of salary.
But do we have the financial runway? I think it's an important question.
No, I think.
Do we have the financial runway for a 20 to 30% tax bracket for anybody who's earning beyond 50 lakh? Do we have the runway? Does government's expenditures, revenues right now make room for such a substantial cut?
So if you look at the numbers you just projected in terms of income tax collections, right, I think the government is going to work backwards from that number, right? I think it did around 9,44,000 collection this year, which is a 30% increase over last year. I think if you were a North Block Mandarin, you'll look at that and say that, listen, probably I have 50-60,000 crores of leeway, right, given tax buoyancy from other sectors, and they're going to work it backwards to see where they'll give it. I have a sense that a lot of the benefit will be given at the lower end of the income pyramid. I think you will see far more tax reliefs for people earning under 10 lakh rupees, right? I don't see a scenario in which tax rates for people earning more than 20 lakhs is going to change at all. Okay. So that's what will be sensible, but I'd be highly suspicious of any relief which adds up to more than 50 or 60,000 crores, because that may be the only headroom which is there if you want to continue to maintain a path towards greater fiscal consolidation.
Then my question would be, but will that then boost consumption, spark up consumption? If you're going to do tax, rationalization for only incomes below 10 lakh rupees, that's not where the chunk of your consumption comes from.
But I don't think, as I said earlier in the program, it's a bandage on the wound, right? So you think that you're going to magically increase consumption by passing a few tax stops? I don't think it's going to happen, right? If the outlook on the economy is as negative as it is on the street, right, I think people will only save up, right, if they are getting a tax benefit. So again, you have to look at the dynamics, right? If there's optimism on the economy, on job growth, wage growth, that also spurs consumption, right?
That's right.
So this is all about perception, which is what do you believe will happen in the future, but also real money in the hand. Just by giving someone 50-60,000 rupees more does not automatically mean he is going to spend it on the economy. So I think we should be careful, right, as to what...
They might end up going out there and buying gold.
Oh yeah,
saving it
or
for
just,
all you know.
Or just park it in equity
markets. Absolutely.
Park
it in an FD, an RD or equity markets. I mean, that of course, those are some ways in which your money can be utilized. But if it's that smaller money, if it's hardly peanuts to a very few number of people who are earning less than 10 lakh rupees, Brijesh, this is nothing. It's not going to do any good to anybody out there. 20, 30,000, a lot goes from government's coffers, but at the end of it, you're not making anyone richer.
You are not making anyone richer, and I think that is too what the government political angle gets into play. That what we are offering is we are offering to the poor, the economically marginalized, and people who are earning less than 10 lakhs more sops than we are catering to the rich end. We are not providing them any kind of tax cut and all, because in politics, it also works when you have playing to the gallery, which is, oh, I'm only catering about the poor, the downtrodden, and we are not caring, actually giving any kind of sop to the rich and the affluent, or rather the middle class as well. And that is the reason why I said, at the start, that when you start, you all will be praised for your contribution to the economy and the fact that, yes, you're paying the income tax and paying it honestly, and thank you very much for it, but we are not going to do anything about it. And I think that's a very lopsided view. I think that time has also come for the government to have a very careful consideration on how to exactly go about it. I completely agree with him that 50,000-60,000 is not going to spur the economy per se, but the fact is that it will also make you feel that that at least you have some money on hand, and not every money which is saved goes to the bank. There will be increased expenditure immediately, because there will be, if you're buying a phone, say for example, you might not want to go to the bank or take an EMI from there. If I have 60,000 extra, I can jolly well buy a brand new iPhone. I'm just adding up. He's the master.
There's a psychology at play, right?
There's psychology at play. You feel good about it.
So in economics, there's actually a wealth effect. So if I feel, for example, that I'm going to have extra money in my hand, the propensity to spend goes up. But going back to Banik's point, if I'm uncertain about my future, if I think my job is probably not going to last for the next 6 months, then I'm going to go into a saving mode. I'm not going to be in a spending mode. So it all depends on how confident I am about the overall economy. Whether it's going to go from 6.5% to let's say 7%, 8%. If that's the case, then I have no problem spending.
I think the broader malaise is that consumers have lost confidence in the economy in general. I think that is a much broader issue.
In fact, I was about to come to that. So the general sentiment, of course, remains negative as of today.
Yes.
As much as I would not want that to be true.
I wouldn't say lost confidence. I would say we are more cautious.
Cautious.
About it's probably the outlook. Yeah.
Because we're not in the 7% plus days. We were in the 7% growth plus days complaining about why it's not 8%. And now we are back into 6%, 6.3 to 6.8, the range given the National Economic Survey. At the same time, it was also mentioned clearly, many comments coming in, that it's going to be on the lower end of the 6.3 to 6.8 range. That immediately tells you that it's very difficult for consumers to have confidence in the economy.
And while we're at it, sorry, Banik, I think in just a couple of minutes or seconds from now, Nirmala Sitharaman will be tabling that budget. We're just nearing that 11 o'clock, 11 a.m.
In fact, we have hit the 11 a.m.
We have hit 11 a.m.
Any moment now.
Yes. So we are on standby mode there for budget 25-26. Krishna.
Please go ahead, Banik.
No, I'm just saying that we have to be cautious about what happens, right? There will be a tax cut, likely tax cut, and I think we should just cut to the budget.
Visuals there.
And with the tax cut, the speaker made an entry.
Probably it's a good sign, right?
Let's hope so. All right, on your screens, Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla.
At this stage, we should warn viewers that there's going to be a lot of ruckus in the Lok Sabha today. As you can see, lots of noise being created, even as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman gets set to start her budget speech. Quite a lot of commotion. We can hear it from the Lok Sabha. We do know already that the opposition is up in arms over a variety of issues, including the stampede at the Mahakumbh as well. Isn't it, Brijesh?
They would want to drive home the point that, that the government is insensitive to the lights, because
भाषण में आपको पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा. मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, नहीं माननीय अखिलेश जी, आपने संसद की मर्यादा को आप बना के रखें. कभी बजट भाषण के अंदर इस तरीके का नहीं हुआ. ये उचित नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं है. अखिलेश जी प्लीज, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे. प्लीज नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है.
We are yet to witness the beginning of the budget speech because there's a lot of chaos and commotion in the Lok Sabha.
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments. And E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, Youth, Annadata and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our 4 powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments and exports. The fuel, our reforms, our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms. Agriculture as the first engine. Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, developing agri-districts program. Motivated by the success of the aspirational district program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialized measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Building rural prosperity and resilience. A comprehensive multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with the states. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, technology, and invigorating the rural economy. The goal is to generate ample opportunities in rural areas so that migration is an option but not a necessity. The program will focus on rural women, young farmers, rural youth, marginal and small farmers, and landless families. The details are in Annexure A. Domestic best practices will be incorporated, and appropriate technical and financial assistance will be sought from multilateral development banks. In Phase 1, 100 developing agri-districts will be covered. Atmanirbharta in pulses. Our government is implementing the National Mission for Edible Oil Seed for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts and succeeded in achieving near self-sufficiency in pulses. Farmers responded to the need by increasing the cultivated area by 50%, and government arranged for procurement and remunerative prices. Since then, with rising incomes and better affordability, our consumption of pulses has increased significantly. Our government will now launch a 6-year mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses with a special focus on Tuar, Urad and Masoor. Details are in Annexure B. Central agencies such as NAFED and NCCF will be ready to procure these 3 pulses as much as offered during the next 4 years from farmers who register with these agencies and enter into agreements. Comprehensive program for vegetables and fruits. It is encouraging that our people are increasingly becoming aware of their nutritional needs. It is a sign of a society becoming healthier. With rising income levels, the consumption of vegetables, fruits, and Shri Anna is increasing significantly. A comprehensive program to promote production, efficient supplies, processing, and remunerative prices for farmers will be launched in partnership with the states. Appropriate institutional mechanisms for implementation and participation of farmer producer organizations and cooperatives will be set up. Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. A national mission on high-yielding seeds will be launched, aimed at 1. Strengthening research ecosystem, 2. Targeted development and propagation of seeds with high yield, pest resistance, and climate resilience, and 3. Commercial availability of more than 100 seed varieties released since July 2024. India ranks second largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian Exclusive Economic Zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep Islands. For the benefit of lakhs of cotton growing farmers, I am pleased to announce a mission for cotton productivity. This 5-year mission will facilitate significant improvements in productivity and sustainability of cotton farming and promote extra long staple cotton varieties. The best of science and technology support will be provided to farmers. Aligned with our integrated 5F vision for the textile sector, this will help in increasing incomes of the farmers and ensure a steady supply of quality cotton for rejuvenating India's traditional textile sector. Kisan credit cards facilitate short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. The loan limit under modified interest subvention scheme will be enhanced from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for loans taken through the KCC. For Atmanirbharta in urea production, our government had reopened 3 dormant urea plants in the eastern region. To further augment urea supply, a plant with annual capacity of 12.7 lakh metric tons will be set up at Namrup in Assam. India Post, with 1.5 lakh rural post offices, complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, will be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. Details are at Annexure C. India Post will also be transformed as a large public logistics organization. This will meet the rising needs of Vishwakarmas, new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and the large business organizations. Our government will provide support to NCDC for its lending operations for the cooperative sector. MSMEs as the second engine. Now I move to MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. Fund of funds for startups. The alternate investment fund, AIFs, for startups have received commitments of more than 91,000 crores. rupees. These are supported by the fund of funds set up with the Government of India's contribution of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, a new fund of funds with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees will be set up. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focused product scheme will be implemented. The scheme will support design capacity, component manufacturing and machinery required for production of non-leather quality footwear, besides the support for leather footwear and products. The scheme is expected to facilitate employment for 22 lakh persons, generate over 4 lakh crore rupees and exports of over 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Measures for the toys sector. Building on the National Action Plan for Toys, we will implement a scheme to make India a global hub for toys. The scheme will focus on development of clusters, skills, and a manufacturing ecosystem that will create high-quality, unique, innovative, and sustainable toys that will represent the Made in India brand. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Manufacturing mission, furthering Make in India. Our government will set up a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium and large industries for furthering Make in India by providing policy support, execution roadmaps, governance and monitoring framework for central ministries and states. Details are in Annexure E. Given our commitment to climate-friendly development, the mission will also support clean tech manufacturing. This will aim to improve domestic value addition and build our ecosystem for solar PV cells, EV batteries, motors and controllers, electrolyzers, wind turbines, very high voltage transmission equipment and grid scale batteries. Investment as the third engine. Now I move to investment as the third engine, which encompasses investing in people, investing in the economy and investing in innovation. Investing in people. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2 program provides nutritional support to more than 8 crore children, 1 crore pregnant women and lactating mothers all over the country, and about 20 lakh adolescent girls in aspirational districts and the Northeast region. The cost norms for these nutritional support will be enhanced appropriately. Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our government has added almost 1.1 lakh undergraduate and postgraduate medical education seats in 10 years, an increase of 130%. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. And cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. 200 centers will be established in 25-26 itself. Strengthening urban livelihoods. Our government has been giving priority to assisting urban poor and vulnerable groups. A scheme for socio-economic upliftment of urban workers will be. PM Swanidhi scheme has benefited more than 68 lakh street vendors, giving them respite from high-interest informal sector loans. Building on this success, the scheme will be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, UPI-linked credit cards with 30,000 rupees limit, and capacity building support. Social Security Scheme for welfare of online platform workers. Gig workers of online platforms provide great dynamism to the new age services economy. Recognizing their contribution, our government will arrange for their identity cards and registration on the e-Shram portal. They will be provided health care under PM Jan Arogya Yojana This measure is likely to assist nearly 1 crore gig workers. Investing in the economy, public-private partnership in infrastructure. Each infrastructure-related ministry will come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects that can be implemented in PPP mode. States will also be encouraged to do so and can seek support from the India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which is a scheme to prepare PPP proposals. Support to states for infrastructure. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crore is proposed for the 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms. Building on the success of the first asset monetization plan announced in 2021, the second plan for 2025 to 30 will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Jal Jeevan Mission. Since 2019, 15 crore households representing 80% of India's rural population have been provided access to portable tap water connections. To achieve 100% coverage, I am pleased to announce the extension of this mission until 2028 with an enhanced total outlay. The mission's focus will be on the quality of infrastructure and O&M of rural piped water supply schemes through Jan Bhagidari. A separate MOU or separate MOUs will be signed with the states and union territories to ensure sustainability and citizen-centric water services delivery. Urban sector reforms. Building on the July budget proposals, urban sector reforms related to governance, municipal services, urban land and planning will be incentivized. Urban Challenge Fund. The government will set up an Urban Challenge Fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement the proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and for water and sanitation purposes announced in the July budget. This fund will finance up to 25% of the cost of bankable projects, with a stipulation that at least 50% of the cost is funded from bonds, bank loans and PPPs. An allocation of 10,000 crore is proposed in 2025-26. Power sector reforms. We will incentivize electricity distribution reforms and augmentation of intra-state transmission capacity by states. This will improve financial health and capacity of electricity companies. Additional borrowing of 0.5% of GSDP will be allowed to states contingent on these reforms. Nuclear energy mission for Vikasit Bharat. Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts. For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up. A nuclear energy mission for research and development of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore will be set up. At least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors will be operationalized by 2033. Shipbuilding. The shipbuilding financial assistance policy will be revamped to address cost disadvantages. This will also include credit notes for shipbreaking in Indian yards to promote the circular economy. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized master list. Shipbuilding clusters will be facilitated to increase the range, categories and capacity of ships. This will include additional infrastructure, facilities, skilling and technology to develop the entire ecosystem. Maritime Development Fund. For long-term financing for the maritime industry, a Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore rupees will be set up. This will be for distributed support and promoting competition. This will have up to 49% contribution by the government, and the balance will be mobilized from ports and from private sector. UDAN regional connectivity schemes. UDAN has enabled 1.5 crore middle class people to meet their aspirations for speedier travel. The scheme has connected 88 airports, and operationalized 619 routes. Inspired by that success, a modified UDAN scheme will be launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers in the next 10 years. 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years. The scheme will also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational and northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta. Western Kosi Canal project in Mithilanchal. Financial support will be provided for the Western Kosi Canal ERM project, benefiting a large number of farmers, cultivating over 50,000 hectares of land in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar. Mining sector reforms. Mining sector reforms, including those for minor minerals, will be encouraged through sharing of best practices and institutions of a state mining index. A policy for recovery of critical minerals from tailings will be brought out. Under the special window for affordable and mid-income housing, SWAMI, 50,000 dwelling units in stressed housing projects have been completed and keys handed over to home buyers. Another 40,000 units will be completed in 2025, further helping middle-class families who were paying EMIs on loans taken for apartments while also paying rent for their current dwellings. Building on this success, SWAMI Fund 2 will be established as a blended finance facility with contribution from the government, banks and private investors. This fund of 15,000 crore rupees will aim for expeditious completion of another 1 lakh units. PM Gati Shakti data for private sector. For furthering PPPs and assisting the private sector in project planning, access to relevant data and maps from the PM Gati Shakti portal will be provided. Tourism for employment-led growth. Top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. The following measures will be taken for facilitating employment-led growth. Organizing intensive skill development programs for our youth, including in institutes of hospitality management. Providing mudra loans for homestays. Improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations. Providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts. And introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups. Continuing with the emphasis on places of spiritual and religious significance in the July budget, there will be a special focus on destinations related to the life and times of Lord Buddha. Medical tourism and heal in India. Medical tourism and heal in India will be promoted in partnership with the private sector along with capacity building and easier visa norms. Investing in innovation. To implement private sector-driven research, development and innovation initiatives announced in the July budget, I am now allocating 20,000 crore rupees for this purpose. A deep tech fund of funds will also be explored to catalyze the next generation startups as a part of this initiative. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support. The second gene bank with 10 lakh germplasm lines will be set up for future food and nutritional security. This will provide conservation support to both public and private sectors for genetic resources. We will start a national geospatial mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. Using PM Gati Shakti, this mission will facilitate modernization of land records, urban planning, and design of infrastructure projects. A Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation, and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries, and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. We will set up a national digital repository of Indian knowledge systems for knowledge sharing. Now I move to exports as the fourth engine. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME, and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. A digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, for international trade will be set up as a unified platform for trade documentation and financing solutions. This will complement the Unified Logistics Interface platform. The BTN will be aligned with international practices. Support will be provided to develop domestic manufacturing capacities for our economy's integration with global supply chains. Sectors will be identified based on objective criteria. Facilitation groups with participation of senior officers and industry representatives will be formed for select products and supply chains. Through this, there are huge opportunities related to Industry 4.0, which needs high skills and talent. Our youth have both. Our government will support the domestic electronic equipment industry to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of our youth. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. Our government will facilitate upgradation of infrastructure and warehousing for air cargo, including high-value perishable horticultural produce. Cargo screening and customs protocol will be streamlined and made user-friendly. Reforms as the fuel. Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the tax department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week. I will detail the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Requirements and procedures for speedy approval of company mergers will be rationalized. The scope for fast-track mergers will also be widened and the process made simpler. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly. In the last 10 years, in several aspects, including financial and non-financial, our government has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to ease of doing business. We are determined to ensure that our regulations must keep up with technological innovations and global policy developments. A light-touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws. To develop this modern, flexible, people-friendly, and trust-based regulatory framework appropriate for the 21st century, I propose 4 specific measures. A high-level committee for regulatory reforms will be set up for a review of all non-financial sector regulations, certifications, licenses, and permissions. The committee will be expected to make recommendations within a year. The objective is to strengthen trust-based economic governance and take transformational measures to enhance ease of doing business, especially in matters of inspection and compliances. States will be encouraged to join in this endeavor. An investment friendliness index of states will be launched in 2025 to further the spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. Under the Financial Stability and Development Council, a mechanism will be set up to evaluate impact of the current financial regulations and subsidiary instructions. It will also formulate a framework to enhance their responsiveness and development of the financial sector. In the Jan Vishwas Act 2023, more than 180 legal provisions were decriminalized. Our government will now bring up the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to decriminalize more than 100 provisions in various laws. I now move to fiscal policy. In the July budget, I had committed to staying the course for fiscal consolidation. Our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that central government debt remains on a declining path as a percentage of the GDP. The roadmap for the next 6 years has been detailed in the FRBM statement. Revised estimates for 2024-25. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 31.47 lakh crore rupees, of which the net tax receipts are 25.57 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 47.16 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. Budget estimates for 25-26. Coming to 25-26, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 34.96 lakh crore rupees and 50.65 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 4.4% of GDP. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 14.82 lakh crore rupees. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My proposals relating to customs aim to rationalize tariff structure and address duty inversion. These will also support domestic manufacturing and value addition, promote exports, facilitate trade, and provide relief to common people. Rationalization of customs tariff structure for industrial goods. As a part of comprehensive review of customs rate structure announced in July 2024 budget, I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. After this, there will be only 8 remaining tariff rates, including 0 rate. 2. Apply appropriate cess to broadly maintain effective duty incidence, except on a few items where such incidence will reduce marginally. 3. Levy not more than 1 cess or surcharge. Therefore, I propose to exempt social welfare surcharge on 82 tariff lines that are subject to a cess. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs. Support to domestic manufacturing and value addition. Critical minerals. In the July 2024 budget, I had fully exempted BCD on 25 critical minerals that are not domestically available. I had also reduced BCD of 2 other such minerals to provide a major fillip to their processing, especially by MSMEs. Now, I propose to fully exempt cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium-ion battery, lead, zinc, and 12 more critical minerals. This will help secure their availability for manufacturing in India and promote more jobs for our youth. To promote domestic production of technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices, I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. Electronic goods. In line with our Make in India policy and to rectify inverted duty structure, I propose to increase the BCD on interactive flat panel display from 10% to 20% and reduce the BCD to 5% on open cell and other components. In 23-24 budget, for the manufacture of open cells of LCD, LED TVs, I had reduced the BCD on parts of open cells from 5% to 2.5%. To further boost the manufacture of such open cells, the BCD on these parts will now stand exempted. Lithium-ion battery. To the list of exempted capital goods, I propose to add 35 additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. This will boost domestic manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, both for mobile phones and for electric vehicles. Shipping sector. Considering that shipbuilding has a long gestation period, I propose to continue the exemption of BCD on raw materials, components, consumables, or parts for the manufacture of ships for another 10 years. I also propose the same dispensation for shipbreaking to make it more competitive. Telecommunication. To prevent classification disputes, I propose to reduce the BCD from 20% to 10% on carrier-grade Ethernet switches to make it at par with non-carrier-grade Ethernet switches. Export promotion. To facilitate exports of handicrafts, I propose to extend the time period for export from 6 months to 1 year, further extendable by another 3 months if required. I also propose to add 9 items to the list of duty-free inputs. Leather sector. I propose to fully exempt BCD on wet blue leather to facilitate imports for domestic value addition and employment. I also propose to exempt crushed leather from 20% export duty to facilitate exports by small tanners. Marine products. To enhance India's competitiveness in the global seafood market, I propose to reduce BCD from 30% to 5% on frozen fish paste, surimi, for manufacture and export of its analog products. I also propose to reduce BCD from 15% to 5% on fish hydrolysates for manufacture of fish and shrimp feed. In July 2024 budget, to promote development of domestic MROs for aircraft and ships, I had extended the time limit for export of foreign origin goods that were imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year and further extendable by 1 year. I now propose to extend the same dispensation for railway goods. Time limit for provisional assessment. Presently, the Customs Act 1962 does not provide any time limit to finalize provisional assessments, leading to uncertainty and cost to trade. As a measure of promoting ease of doing business, I propose to fix a time limit of 2 years, extendable by a year, for finalizing the provisional assessment. I propose to introduce a new provision that will enable importers or exporters, after clearance of goods, to voluntarily declare material facts and pay duty with interest but without penalty. This will incentivize voluntary compliance. However, this will not apply in cases where department has already initiated audit or investigation proceedings. For industry to better plan their imports, I propose to extend the time limit for the end use of imported inputs in the relevant rules from 6 months to 1 year. This will provide operational flexibility in view of cost and uncertainty of supply. Further, such importers will now have to file only quarterly statements instead of a monthly statement. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukural captures this in verse 542, which reads, "Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi," meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. The following measures will detail just how our government will, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business. Employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted. Further, threshold amounts for tax deduction will be increased for better clarity and uniformity. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce the number of transactions liable to TDS, thus benefiting small taxpayers receiving small payments. The threshold to collect tax at source, the TCS, on remittances under RBI's liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, is proposed to be increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. I also propose to remove TCS on remittances for education purposes, where such remittances is out of a loan taken from a specified financial institution. Both TDS and TCS are being applied on any transaction related to sale of goods. To prevent such compliance difficulties, I propose to omit the TCS. I also propose that the provisions of the higher TDS deduction will now apply only in non-PAN cases. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. In line with this, we brought in updated return facility in 2022 for voluntary compliance by taxpayers who had omitted to report their correct income. Our trust in taxpayers was proved right. Nearly 90 lakh taxpayers voluntarily updated their incomes by paying additional tax. Taking this trust further, I now propose to extend the time limit to file updated returns for any assessment year from the current limit of 2 years to 4 years. I propose to reduce the compliance burden for small charitable trusts and institutions by increasing their period of registration from 5 years to 10 years. It is also proposed that disproportionate consequences do not arise for minor defaults such as incomplete applications filed by charitable entities. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings scheme accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. In my speech in July 2024, I had promised that all processes, including giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. So I'm happy to announce that digitalization is being made operational now. In July 2024, we brought in the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to resolve income tax disputes pending in appeal. The scheme has received a great response, with nearly 33,000 taxpayers having availed of the scheme to settle their disputes. I have a few proposals to promote investment and employment. It is proposed to provide a presumptive taxation regime for non-residents who provide services to a resident company that is establishing or operating an electronics manufacturing facility. I further propose to introduce a safe harbor for tax certainty for non-residents who store components for supply to specified electronics manufacturing units. Presently, the tonnage tax scheme is available only to sea-going ships. The benefits of existing tonnage tax scheme are proposed to be extended to inland vessels registered under the Indian Vessels Act 2021 to promote inland water transport in the country. Extension for incorporation of startups. We continue to support the Indian startup ecosystem. I propose to extend the period of incorporation by 5 years to allow the benefit available to startups which are incorporated before 1/4/2030. In order to attract and promote additional activities in the IFSC, I am inter alia proposing specific benefits to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. Further, to claim benefits, the cut-off date for commencement in IFSC has also been extended by 5 years to 31/3/2030. Category 1 and Category 2 AIFs are undertaking investments in infrastructure and other such sectors. I propose to provide certainty of taxation to these entities on the gains from securities. To promote funding from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to the infrastructure sector, I propose to extend the date of making an investment by 5 more years up to 31st March 2030. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month other than the special rate income such as capital gains under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows. 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and rebate at different income levels can be illustrated with a few examples. A taxpayer in the new regime with an income of 12 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, which is 100% of tax payable as per the existing rates. A person having income of 18 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees in tax, that is 30% of tax payable as per existing rates. A person with an income of 25 lakh gets a benefit of 1,10,000 rupees, that is 25% of his tax payable as per existing rates. Details of my tax proposals are given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, Honorable Speaker, sir, revenue of about 1 lakh crore in direct taxes and 2,600 crores in indirect taxes will be foregone. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2025.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक को पुरस्तापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
थैंक यू। सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 3 फरवरी 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
उम्मीदें थी वो इस बजट से पूरी होती नजर आ रही हैं। हर
Those are the big changes announced in the budget for 25-26. Nirmala Sitharaman there, making the lives of middle class easy. What we do know so far is that any income up to 12 lakh rupees will invite nil taxes. Let me quickly go across to my colleagues who are joining me here. Kartik Malhotra, R. Sridharan Barnik. This is what was expected. In fact, this is beyond what was expected.
Magic bullet, not
magic
one,
bullet.
but 12 lakh magic bullets.
I
12 lakh
concede.
rupees, there is no tax, I think. And add to that the standard deduction at 75,000 rupees. That means people drawing a salary of up to 12.75 lakh rupees will now not pay any taxes. I think this is as great, an acceptance of the middle class's demand that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman could have gone ahead and met.
All right, and in fact, she did say that this budget is for the middle class, and it does so happen that there were cheers not just around the world. I'm sure there will be around the country in the newsroom as well.
And cheers and tears as well. Tears of joy from a lot of people. We could hear it in the newsroom, especially people who belong to the tax bracket. Barnik, Shri, let me begin with you, Shri. This is above expectations.
True.
And the fact of the matter is that this is going towards, it is in the right direction. This was the expectation from this particular budget, easing the burden of the middle class. Our coverage is called Magic Bullet for Middle Class. We spoke about how there is no magic bullet, but this is getting close to it, isn't it?
That's right. So, she's foregoing almost 1 lakh crore in revenue. And I think this is an indication of the government's commitment to keep the consumption, like that's what we've been discussing. How do we keep the consumption, private consumption going? This is a big call, according to me. I think this is a big, move by the finance minister, a very not expected at all. Like it would go up to 12 lakh. I think it's an indication of what might come in the new income tax as well. That's going to come in a week's time, the finance minister said. Yep. So I think we can expect further rationalization of the income tax structure. Maybe instead of 2, we'll only have 1. This, of course, is applicable to the new income tax regime. Right. So we might have the old getting folded into this and further deductions and further simplification happening. I think that's what the finance minister indicated.
Can I at this point say, does it really make sense for anybody today of the remaining 30% taxpayers who still are, enjoying the benefits of old tax regime to stick to old tax regime, given that new tax regime is way more incentivized today than it ever was?
I think let the CAs crunch the number, but if you look at the people who have stayed in the old tax regime, a lot of them are extremely high earners, right? People who are earning more than 40-50 lakh rupees. So the math needs to be worked out for them in terms of deductions. But what will be clear next week, and we expect as the new income tax bill gets tabled, is that the old regime will get sunset over a period of time. The finance minister didn't talk about the old tax regime today, but I do expect that in the new bill there will be a 1 to 3 year timeline in which that will anyway go. I think the government has continued to move in the right direction in terms of simplifying the tax code, keeping deductions at a minimal, right, while aligning tax rates to what consumption power in India truly is. Welcome measure.
Absolutely.
Let's then quickly, before we move any further, let's recap and quickly listen into that big announcement made by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on income taxes, and then we'll continue chatting.
Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, We have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukural captures this in verse 542, which reads, Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi. Meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts.
Right. Those were the big announcements from the budget speech by Nirmala Sitharaman. The big headline coming right at the end: no tax for income up to 12 lakh rupees and plus a standard deduction, which means that no tax on incomes of 12 lakh and 75,000 rupees. We have a very special panel of tax experts now joining us to break that down for us. Shweta, let's bring them in. We have Abhishek Murali, senior tax expert.
We have Rohit Garg, partner Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas. Also with us is Arnav Pandya, founder Money Edu School. Abhishek, coming to you first, I think the basic math, everybody is hoping to get some clarity. So if I earn up to 12 lakh rupees, I pay no tax. What if I earn 15, 20, 25? Could you help us break down these numbers for our viewers?
I think it's very clear that they've also reduced the tax slab rates. The first thing we have to understand is that when you have a rebate structure like how they have right now, up to 12 lakh rupees, if you have income 11.5, 11.99, 10, 9, whatever, your tax is going to be zero. The moment it crosses 12, it's going to be a regular calculation as per the slab rates. But luckily what has also happened is, in addition to the rebate, the tax slab rates also have been widened a lot more. So while I have to work out the numbers, you're definitely going to see a reduction in the tax rates without any doubt. But what we must be clear, and I think this is what is little misleading, even the Honorable Finance Minister, when she said it, she said it was 2.5 lakhs initially in 2014, we increased it to 5, then to 7, and now we're doing it to 12. Please note that's the rebate and not the basic limit, which means now the basic limit has been made 4 lakhs, and if your income crosses 4 lakh rupees, you have to file your return. You don't have to pay tax up to 12. But if you cross 12, it's going to be a regular tax slab calculation.
All right.
So the rebate is only up to 12 lakhs, but it's still a very, very good figure and a very high rebate, and we have to commend them for this.
So interestingly, I think some of the numbers that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman had calculated and her team would have calculated and given out earlier, she says that for those who are earning 12 lakh rupees, the tax saving by way of this introduction is going to be 80,000 rupees. For those who are earning 18 lakh rupees per annum, the benefit by way of this new tax regime is going to be be 70,000 rupees. And for those who are earning 25 lakh rupees per annum, it is going to be 1,10,000 rupees worth of benefits.
Right, we're going to deconstruct that further as well. But right now, Sanjeev Puri, the president of CII, is speaking. Let's quickly listen.
Firstly, as far as the the loss on personal, the revenue that has been foregone, I think after balancing all that, the Honourable Finance Minister has said 4.4, so it's been factored in. And as far as capex is concerned, we don't have a figure. We have to study the fine print. But very important announcement there as far as resource mobilization is concerned is the national monetization pipeline of 10 lakh crores 2.0. I think that's a very strong measure for resource mobilization.
That is Sanjeev Puri of CII speaking. But the focus clearly, all eyes and all ears on the big income tax announcements. Karthik there telling us, recapping what the finance minister said. If your income is about 12 lakh rupees, with the new tax structure, you save 80,000 rupees, and 18 lakh rupees. If your salary is 18 lakh rupees and above, you save 70,000 rupees. And if your salary is 25 lakh rupees and above, you actually save 1,10,000 rupees.
Absolutely.
So practically,
I'm not sure if and above is valid here, but these are the three specific salaries that finance minister referred to. So 80,000, 70,000, 1,10,000 for salaries of 12 lakh, 18 lakh and 25 lakh rupees. Let's take it back to our panel of chartered accountants.
At least from the first initial hearing, we could understand the fact that till 12 lakhs there is no salary, but then 12 to 16 is 15%, 16 to 20 is 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees is 25%, and 24 lakh rupees and above is 30%. Correct me if I'm wrong, and tell us how is it, how do you, on the calculations as well, if your income is about 24 lakh rupees, you get to save 1,10,000 rupees per annum in tax.
Yeah, and that they've changed the 30% slab from existing 15 lakhs to 24 lakhs.
Yeah.
And that would definitely be, if we do a calculation on that, around 9 lakhs is the incremental income. On that straight with 30%, somewhere around 2.7 lakhs kind of thing should be saved. I don't know how this maths has been worked out, but surely there is some savings. One important point which I wanted to point out and just wanted to supplement the earlier speaker out here. The 12 lakhs limit is definitely not the threshold, as he has mentioned. It would be by way of rebate. The threshold or the basic exemption limit has been raised from 3 to 4 lakhs kind of thing. Another important point which needs to be bear in mind, which is coming out from Finance Minister's speech, is while calculating this 12 lakhs limit also, we need to exclude certain special kind of income like capital gains and all that. We need to read the fine print to find out what more there is in the detail. But yes, specifically there should be some savings, but we need to be very clear, what is there in the fine print. Yeah.
All right, let's also bring in Arav here. Arav, I hope you can help us do some maths here, because there's been rejigging not just in rebate. While rebates have now been also up from 7 lakh rupees to 12 lakh rupees, there's also tax slab changes. So that 0 to 3% or 0 to 3 lakh rupees nil tax is now going to be 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil tax. But any money that you earn over 12 lakh rupees, all your tax slabs will kick in starting 4 to 8 lakh rupees at 5%, 8 to 12 at 10%, so on and so forth. Help us understand. So if I'm earning about 20 lakh rupees, I'm saving 70,000. Is that correct? Those are the numbers given by Finance Ministry. And what sort of help does it give to anybody who's earning over 30 lakh rupees, because they have the most tax burden?
So I would like to state two important points. One is that first of all, this entire benefit is under the new tax regime. Okay, so if you are following the new tax regime, you will get this benefit. For people who are still in the old tax regime, this is not valid. So this is a big incentive for all the remaining people who are still in the old tax regime to actually shift to the new tax regime. That is the first thing. The second thing is that you have to understand the concept of a rebate very clearly. See, till 4 lakh rupees under this new calculation, there is a 0% tax. Now, say your income starts exceeding that. Under all circumstances, first you have to calculate the tax as per the rates given. So assume that you have 8 lakh rupees of income. What you have to do is, for the 4 to 8 lakh rupees of income, you need to calculate tax at 5%. Now, because of the rebate under Section 87A, and since that rebate, as the finance minister said, is available up to 12 lakhs, you will get the tax which you have to pay as a deduction, as a rebate as they call it, and if you have to reduce your tax burden and it comes to zero. So even if you are below 12 lakhs, first you have to make the calculation and then your entire tax liability gets wiped out. Now for those who are say above 12 lakhs, say you are 15 lakhs. So again for the person in the 15 lakh income, they have to start 0 to 4 lakhs, it will be a 0%. Then for the 4 to 8 lakhs, it will be 5%, 10%. And then because they have crossed the limit of 12 lakhs, there will be no rebate available for them. So the entire tax which they calculate under the new calculations and the new slabs, they have to pay. That is the difference when you look at the 12 lakh limit. Those under it get a rebate, which means the tax you calculated is knocked off, and those above will not get that rebate. Now, say you come to the people who have even higher income, say you come to 18 lakhs. So what will happen is that for persons at 18 lakhs, they have to calculate the income tax normally, and the savings which you are seeing, or the savings which the finance minister is quoting, is the savings which has happened in tax in terms of how much their tax they would have to pay last year according to the old slabs and the old rates. So that 70,000 of tax which is being said is being saved is as compared to the calculation for the same income last year. So that much you have to understand, and it will definitely be a saving because see, two things are happening. One, the slabs are being changed. So more income is being taxed at a lower rate. And most importantly, the highest rate, which comes in earlier, which used to come in after 15 lakhs, now comes right after 24 lakhs. So that is where the savings happens for everyone. And even for those who are with very high income, for them the savings keeps going up in that sense because they are saving a larger part at a lower rate of tax.
Karthik, at this stage, it's important to also remind our viewers that these new rates that were just announced also comes with another addition, a new income tax bill that is going to be presented next week, which is going to retain 50% of the current income tax provisions, at the same time add 50 new ones as well. All eyes will be on that, and more importantly, that will provide greater clarity with when it comes to the new tax slab rates.
Yeah, you're right, Krishna, and that's exactly what I think is going to be the next big event from the budget standpoint and from the economy standpoint, because I think next week is when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said she is going to present the new income tax bill. Remember, the Income Tax Act that we follow right now is about 65 years old, and that needs some revision. So is the old tax regime going to be kicked out of the window by way of introduction of this new bill next week is something that we'll have to wait and see. I think apart from that, the finance minister has gone at length to talk about ease of compliance and adding ease in terms of simplification and rationalization of tax structures. Whether she spoke about TDS or TCS, the limits that have been increased and decreased in both those scenarios, I think that is the simplification and providing ease for the taxpayer and better compliance for the taxpayer is something that it seems Finance Minister is keen to introduce by way of this new bill.
And simplification obviously will mean making sure there's only one tax regime. You know,
ideally, yes. I mean, that is what one would assume.
It's the guesswork right now, whether the government was going to do away with the old tax regime or not. But no changes there as far as old tax regime is concerned.
She did not mention the old tax regime. There has been absolutely no mention of Section 80C, Section 88, Section 80D. I think one change that does come through is that the value of
scheme?
Yeah, that too, and I think the value of your own house and showing that value as nil now has increased from ownership of one house to two houses. So that is obviously, one personal finance sort of change. But from a tax perspective, she did not mention the old tax regime, and it seems that perhaps some sort of rationalization may entail taking out the old tax regime.
Good point, because I think the intention really is to move people from the old tax regime to the new one. And hence the new income tax bill which is going to come, which is going to simplify things and potentially merge the old and the new into one integrated tax regime, which much further simplification. I think Like Krishna mentioned, 50% of the old, income tax provisions will be retained, new ones will be introduced. So hopefully the new tax regime that we see will be much better. It will be simpler. It will be less messy from a tax filer's point of view. So I think that's what the FM indicated today in some sense.
So is it good by Section 80C? Abhishek, if I can ask you that. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I think this is pretty much increasing the rebate up to 2 lakh rupees is such a huge development. With this, pretty much the old tax is on its way out. And I think the new be a way to solidify this. And there's no way if your old regime is going to stay as it is, there's no way it's going to tax regime now. There were 72% of the tax filers had moved to the new tax regime, and I think change, you're going to see something like 80% or 90% going to happen.
All right, 80 to 90%, that's the estimate. Number of people who are going to move to perhaps the new tax regime. And on what basis, may I ask? Let's quickly also bring in Arnav back into this conversation. Arnav, there is obviously an understanding here that people who are perhaps wealthier individuals, anybody who's earning more than 30 lakh rupees, still found and has found merit in going for the old tax regime. Is that also likely to be the case today, starting today, where we do know that a new income tax regime is going to be much better by the way of tax savings, especially if you're earning up to 12 lakh rupees? Does it make sense for people, high net worth individuals or people who are earning more than 30 lakh rupees to still go for old tax regime?
No, I mean, if your saving is now higher because of the fact that there is this new tax which is far lower than before. So each individual will need to make their own calculations, and based on that they will have to ensure that which tax regime that they are selecting. So the key here is for each individual to look at how much of exemptions they are claiming in the old system and how it compares with the new system, because now the new rates are so low that it's going to be very difficult for it also economically for many of these tax income slabs to actually stay in the old regime. So it's like going to be a natural progression towards the new regime.
Right.
And Shri, that was expected, wasn't it? It was hastening up that process to move everybody en masse from the old tax regime to new tax regime. And these announcements will sort of be the final nail in the coffin, if I were to say, on the old tax regime. And I'm more interested in asking you only one thing. 12 lakh rupees, you tend to save 80,000 rupees if your salary is there. But if your income is above 25 lakhs, which is the top bracket, you get to save 1,10,000 rupees.
That's right. So it doesn't change after that. So it doesn't matter whether you make 24 lakh or 50 lakh, it stays at 1,10,000. That's your maximum saving that
whether you make 70 lakhs or 25 lakhs, you still save only 1,10,000 rupees.
Right, absolutely. So, in case our, viewers haven't been able to go through the finance minister's speech, I just want to read out her calculation, even as our CA friends go through the fine print and figure out what's going to happen. According to her, if you're making 16 lakh income per annum, your total benefit will be about 50,000 and you'll end up paying tax after rebate of 1,20,000. If you are earning 20 lakh rupees, you will save about 90,000 rupees and pay tax of 2 lakh. And if you're 24 lakh rupees earner, then you get a benefit of about 1,10,000, which we discussed as the maximum, and you pay a tax of 3 lakh. And if you're lucky to make 50 lakh a year, you still get a benefit of only 1,10,000, but then you end up paying 10,80,000 rupees as your tax liability.
So basically here you have a great rationalization when it comes to, again, the lower end of the spectrum, again, which is very important. The lower end of the spectrum has been redefined now, isn't it? The lower end of the spectrum once upon a time was salaries up to 4 lakh rupees per annum or 5 lakh rupees per annum. You're talking about 12 lakh rupees per annum, which means it's salaries of 1 lakh rupee per month.
Because Krishna, that's where the delta makes much more impact. For example, if someone who's let's say making 50 lakh rupees gets to save 2,000 rupees extra, it's not really going to make any difference to his lifestyle. But someone who's taking home 1 lakh rupees a month and is able to save 2,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees, that's going to matter a lot. It's going to take care of a lot of your household expenses, right? From cable bill to your potentially fuel bill to maybe even grocery, right?
Yeah.
So that's the focus. try and benefit the people who are at the lower end of the spectrum so that their lives can improve much more dramatically than people at the higher end of the tax bracket.
All right. I tried doing some math here, basic math, because anyway in this country, calculating income tax is such an ordeal that a lot of youngsters who surround us on a daily basis are unable to comprehend how much they should be paying and have to take a help of a CA. As much as I would want all our panelists to still keep their jobs intact, if I were to be earning 13 lakh rupees, and correct me if I'm wrong, so this is 5%, the income tax slabs kick in at 4 to 8 lakh rupees at 5%, 8 to 12 at 10%, and 12 to 16 at 15%. So 5% of 4 lakh, which is about 12,500 rupees, 10% of the remainder 4 lakhs, which is about 40,000 rupees, and 15% of that 1 lakh rupee, if I'm earning 13 lakh, is about 15,000 rupees. I will be paying 67,500 rupees. Is that correct?
Bang on. Absolutely right.
All right. So either I'm paying nothing if I'm below 12 lakh, or I end up paying 67,500.
No, I think the debate is an important norm, because I think we are all complaining about nil returns and tax based, right? Effectively, probably 30-40% of people will be filing nil returns, because a lot of the population will now come within the ambit of the 12 lakh rebate, right? Let me just clarify, the rebate is only for salaried and not extraordinary income. So that's the clarification the finance minister made. But the biggest impact will be that a lot of people who've been paying some tax over the last 3, 4, 5 years will suddenly still file returns but pay no tax. Right?
So Shweta, that brings us back to square one. Now there are going to be, considering it's going to be the same number of people who pay taxes, 7.32 crore individuals who paid taxes in FY24. If the same number were to pay taxes, now I think the nil taxation would, the number of nil tax filers would now go up to maybe what, 70%, 80% of all taxpayers.
Yes.
So now, what happens to the fiscal glide path of finance minister?
I think the important thing to note is, again, I look at this number, right? Till this budget, I think the threshold for paying taxes versus the per capita income was roughly 3.5 to 4x. Our per capita income is 2,500. Threshold is around 9,500. The threshold has now become $15,000. So you have to earn 6 times the amount of the per capita income to be eligible for paying taxes. So again, we can do the math for where we are good at. Fiscal deficit, I'm not too worried, because it seems the finance minister has done some jugglery. I noticed in FY25 that the revised estimate of capital spending is probably 50-60,000 crores less than what the budgeted.
That's right.
estimates.
I think 10.18 lakh crores
versus 11 lakh.
11.11 lakh crores.
So she's done some jugglery there. I'm sure if you look at the fine print of the budget, there's a similar jugglery done in FY26 as well. So it's good news that our fiscal deficit is at 4.8%. Maybe it's done by curtailing spending, not so much of increasing of revenues.
For this year, Karthik, she's actually committed to 4.4%.
4.4 for this year.
For 25-26.
25-26.
Yeah, new year.
So the number has come down.
And 4.8, I think, for the current financial year, right? FY25 is 4.8, from 4.9 to 4.8, and the next year to 4.4.
And Banik, you're right. There's been, expenditure is where it's taken a beating. In fact, capex has only been spent to the tune of about 10.8 lakh crore rupees.
10.18.
10.18, as opposed to the budgeted 11.11 lakh crore rupees. But staying on with taxes, Rohit, quickly, we now know at this point about 4.5 crore people are filing nil tax returns. In your assessment, how is that number likely to balloon given the new rebate on taxes?
This number is going to increase for sure, considering that we now have increase in the basic exemption limit, and now the rebate has also been increased. But we need to see the flip side, or rather one of the important point is we will be bringing more and more new taxpayers into this tax net also. Thereby, if today a person A, which was not there earlier filing its income tax return, he may be filing now a new income tax return, or maybe because of the exemption limit being there, he may file a tax return claiming a exemption. But thereby he will be coming into the tax bracket net, tax administration can follow, have an audit trail and all that stuff, which may in the longer run bring that figure into the GDP number also.
Fair enough, Rohit. Let me just also put the focus now of the fact that the top tax slab, we are talking about the higher income ones who are taxpayers. Until now, income above 15 lakh rupees was taxed at 30% up until now. But with this new tax slabs that have been announced, income above 24 lakh rupees are the ones that will be taxed at 30%. And that's a crucial difference, isn't it? Even at the higher end of the tax bracket, there is significant amount of relief that is coming in, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think
so. This 25% is actually a new slab which has been introduced. It wasn't there before.
Wasn't
for 20
there.
to 25.
Absolutely.
25% is a new slab.
No, I'm just counting everything as above 15 lakhs because the last rate, the new tax regime was that anything above 15 lakh rupees was taxed at 30%. Yeah. That's the top tax slab in that sense. Now the top tax slab has moved up from 15 lakhs to another 9 lakh rupees to 24 lakh rupees. And that's a big difference, isn't it, Barnik? And I mean, I'm hoping that this can provide that all-important spark to the consumption story in India.
No, I think the math has been calculated. I think it gives you a tax relief of 1.1 lakhs, right? It starts, that's the maximum relief, and it caters beyond that. But if you look between 16 lakhs to 25 lakhs, your tax benefit actually keeps growing up roughly at 10,000 rupees per, or 5 to 10,000 rupees per lakh you earn. So again, it puts more money in the hands of a lot of consumers. Whether they will spend it on consumption is another bigger question, right? Which is a debate we can have over the next 3 to 4 months. But again, in general, the finance minister has delivered than even the wildest expectations of nearly everyone in this room and beyond. So again, we should give her some credit for the fact that they've actually chewed the bullet, bitten the bullet, and delivered what people were expecting.
We've been talking about bullets since morning. Will there be a magic bullet?
I don't know magic or not, but at least they've done what they could, right?
Yeah. So now what I'm looking at is the Feb 7th, meet of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting. Does the FM's aggressive fiscal deficit target of 4.4%, despite a 1 lakh crore giveaway, does it create room, does it create comfort from a monetary policy perspective to maybe bring in a 25 basis point cuts at least? So that's, I think, the next thing we'll all be looking at.
Do you think this could also backfire? More income in hand, more demand, similar supply,
Definitely.
Prices shoot up, inflation goes higher, no rate cut, rate hike.
Unlikely.
Rate hike may not be.
Wow, we went very quickly from rate cut to a rate hike in that argument.
No, listen, I think where we are, and again, this is a personal opinion, a rate cut is inevitable, right? You have to
Especially February or April, given that we are still very, very high and we are not anywhere near 4% inflation,
but
which has been the RBI's target forever now.
But 4 plus minus 2%, there's also a little bit of flexibility, right?
But we've been in that +2 for a very long time and we haven't cut rates.
But I think we should now move to cutting rates. I think the new RBI
because I think they'd probably want to make sure that there is some sort of a cushion for the growth momentum to continue. So
see, all the economics and the maths falls apart if India doesn't grow, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what regime you're in. If you miss 50 basis points of growth, right, all your fiscal deficit math, all your tax calculation math goes out of the window. So I think I would welcome at least a token tax cut now, or rate cut now, this Feb 7th, and maybe a larger one on April.
So let me put it into perspective. So you're basically saying that all this income tax rebate that is being given and all of this changes in the income tax structure will mean nothing if there is no interest rate cuts, because at the end of the day, that's what is going to eventually generate investment into the country and consequently generate more jobs. You need to have a job first to go pay income tax, isn't it?
It will mean nothing in the medium term.
Okay.
Maybe for the next quarter there will be a little bit of a fillip, right? But I think the industry and consumers are looking at a lower tax regime, right? That also gives them more confidence to spend, right? So I think you have to start cutting rates. Maybe a smaller rate cut in February and a larger one in April. But let's look at the roadmap being proposed next week.
Especially considering the kind of rate cuts that are going on around the world by central banks, isn't it? We're speaking in the context of that.
Yeah.
All right, we do have industry experts, giving their opinion of what the budget means for them as well as for the larger public out there. Let's quickly listen in for a couple of minutes and then we'll come back. Remember, the big discussion, of course, is that no individual who's earning up to 12 lakh rupees will be paying taxes starting financial year 25-26.
While the finance minister has announced sort of a 1-year time frame to go deep into regulatory reforms, but I think the statement about strengthening trust-based regulations is music to all our ears, if I can put it that way. Apart from that, again, being from the manufacturing sector, let me just reiterate the focus on manufacturing is extremely welcome. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that India cannot grow without the manufacturing sector doing well. So the National Manufacturing Mission for labor-intensive sectors and the focus on manufacturing, especially with clean tech and MSME, I think stands out. But the articulation of what are the focus areas, which is value addition, supporting domestic manufacturing, promoting exports, and addressing duty inversion. So one will obviously have to look into the details as soon as the papers are released. But I think it's a comprehensive attempt at providing impetus to growth. All of that while assuring, while sticking to a fiscal glide path, which I think is what lends credibility to this whole exercise.
So I would just add that the entire focus on demand, labor-intensive industries, and reducing the compliance burden. We see that across the tariffs, whether it's customs, income tax rates, the desire to just make the individual and company ease of doing business levels less criminalized, more compliance, and just more trust-based, I think are very important themes which have actually seen reiteration across many aspects of what this budget has brought. I would just also add that the whole area of urban infrastructure got mentioned, which cannot be ignored. There was specifically the carrying forward of the Jal Jeevan Mission, because what the government has achieved there is great. There's always a worry that they move on and forget about what has been achieved and moved on to something else. But there's continuing of the Jal Jeevan Mission, which was announced. The Urban Challenge Fund with 1 lakh crore allocation for city growth, water and sanitation initiatives, underscores the importance of sustainable urbanization. The budget's emphasis on broadband connectivity at the primary health level. These are all very significant in terms of ensuring health and welfare of our people. And that has also, I think, been very effectively underwritten. On the financial sector, I would have hoped to see a little bit more, and maybe it's there in the fine print, on supporting our debt markets. But there is mention of taking forward the centralized KYC depository, which therefore makes compliance again easier across institutional banks and, of course, individual level. The FDI on insurance, which has been awaited being increased to 100%, is again an advantage. And I think just a focus on putting more money in the hands of people always helps the capital markets. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll now individually take the panels and the interactions.
Let's move to CI now from FICCI, where I'm given to understand Naresh Trehan is currently speaking on budget. Let's listen in.
So I think this is admirable. So within this constraint of what we are seeing today in the economic activity and the worldwide recession, or it's not recession yet, but at least the economic conditions are not that good, not as healthy, that it's an admirable addition. But for health sector per se, what was announced in July is still carrying on. So those were the allocations and all that, which is still the same. So there was no addition to that. There is still, I mean, in spite of all that the government has been able to do, and which is a huge amount, still there is burden on people for healthcare. And we need to progressively try to eliminate the cost or reduce the cost wherever the government can help. Now that's the expectation. Hopefully over the years we'll see that.
Would you say, concerning this particular sector of healthcare itself, this particular budget does take a decisive step in making India a developed country from a developing country? It's a start.
Exactly. That's, like the ambition which our Prime Minister has expressed so succinctly, is that by 47 we should be a developed nation. Viksit Bharat. So I think these are steps just towards that, and most definitely because unless we have a broad-based manufacturing sector, we have the requisite skills to make it go upwards, we won't be able to accomplish it. So all these efforts that we are talking about, 10,000 new medical seats, 5 centers of excellence, and also medical tourism, which may be a very important development because there is a huge potential to get inward remittances from patients who travel to India. We do have all the ingredients for the best medical tourist site you can find. We have not been able to exploit it fully, and I think the government's attention towards that and mentioning that with the private sector we can move this forward, I think is a good recognition, and it'll help. It'll help to double, triple the sector in the next 1 or 2 years.
One last question, a miss you would say in this budget for the healthcare sector? A miss, like, one demand that's not been met.
Basically, we are spending much less of percentage of GDP on healthcare as compared to even our neighbors who are economically weaker. So the stated goal of the government is to go towards 2.5% of the budget. Now the budget also keeps increasing, so unless a giant step is taken, the catch-up may or may not happen. So that's why, yes, we always feel that if there are lacunas, so what's the purpose? That every citizen standing on the earth of India should get decent health care. To make it affordable, the taxation structures which increase the input costs should be rationalized so that saving should be guaranteed by the health sector, private or government, to be passed on to the patient. And if that happens, then the burden on the patient becomes much less, and that's the whole idea. So there are many instruments like GST, because we don't in the health sector you don't get a set off, because we pay taxes on inputs, but because there's no charge on the patient, we don't get a set off. So
that is Naresh Trehan, of course, talking about all the changes that budget brought in for the medical sector.
For the healthcare sector.
Sector. And one of the biggest, of course, Karthik, is that 36 life-saving drugs will now attract nil basic customs duty, something that a lot of people have been asking for from the medical community. Now, these would include BCD on cancer drugs and other, serious ailments.
Absolutely. I think well-timed and very well-received sort of intervention by the budget this time around. So, cancer as well as some severe diseases, critical diseases, and any imports on critical drugs that become life-saving drugs or life-enhancement drugs for these diseases, as long as they are provided to the patient free of cost, will not be subjected to any basic custom duty. So I think we will have to wait for the final print of the budget to really understand what happens to custom duties in case it is not being provided free of cost. But what the finance minister specifically mentioned was that only in cases that these drugs would be provided to the end patient free of cost, then they would be exempt from all basic and custom duties. I think a total of 36 such drugs have been listed and identified.
Right.
We also have now Sudeep Bondapadhyay also joining us. Sudeep, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on Budget Day. Talk to us. Do you think the budget has delivered all that the markets would have wanted and liked for? As far as this particular budget is concerned, because
they're reacting positively.
Yeah, exactly. They're not tanking.
Well, I think of things. One is definitely market has liked the personal income tax exemption up to 12 lakhs because it was a big ask. Consumption needed a desperate boost, and I think this measure will definitely help consumption to an extent. Also, the rationalizing the TDS on rent, so up to 6 lakhs there will be no rent, no TDS on rent. And also for senior citizens, TDS will start only after 1 lakh of interest. Self-occupied house property, second property doesn't also attract any tax. So I think these are good measures which will help consumption, and market is cheering that. If you look at the FMCG and anything which has got to do anything to do with consumption, that part is doing good. There has been a little bit of disappointment as far as defense and other capital expenditure related sectors, because there were a lot of expectations building around significant announcements in those segments, and by implication there were assumption that these stocks will also do well. That hasn't happened. In fact, the defense allocation has come down. So there is a bit of a disappointment. And I think these sectors are not really enthused at this point in time. But there are a lot of structurally good announcements. Insurance FDI being allowed up to 100%, I think is a fantastic long-term and a good announcement. And I'm sure a lot of FDI will come in. Insurance sector will become more vibrant. So, insurance companies should start getting excited at some point in time. There are a lot of interesting announcements on the agriculture and farm related areas, pharma. So I think there are bits and pieces. We have to understand the fine print. We have to look at what the specific, the issues are being highlighted. I must mention two more things before I give it back to you guys. One is the, declaration that the new income tax bill is coming, and that's about half the size. The number of clauses will be half, and the whole objective is to reduce litigation and bring in more clarity. I think this is a very, very welcome development, and this was long awaited. The last point I would mention is fiscal deficit being kept under control as per the fiscal glide path which was given. So the next year fiscal deficit at 4.4%. I think the market will like that also eventually.
All right, the markets will like it. In fact, the market is reacting positively to all that has come in by the way of direct taxes, more money in the hands of people. Also joining us on the show is Adil Shetty, CEO of Bank Bazaar. With us is Anita Rastogi, Principal, Price Waterhouse and Company. I want to come to you first, Anita. I think a lot has also come in by the way of indirect taxes and quite surprisingly so. What are your big takeaways? Apart from the removal of 7 tariff rates, only 8 tariff rates now remaining. Also, a lot of reduction there in basic customs duty, including the one that we were discussing recently, 36 life-saving drugs. What, according to you, are the big takeaways as far as indirect taxes is concerned?
I think the biggest takeaway is the theme which she has mentioned about tax reforms, and I would imagine that it is going to be applicable both for direct tax and for indirect tax, which is trust first, scrutinize later. I think this is so critical, especially for indirect tax, because we have seen enough and more of investigations and assessments which are happening where somehow it appears that the taxpayer is being scrutinized more rather than being trusted, right? So I think that is the best theme which is coming out. The second best theme which has come out is boost the Indian manufacturing. I think that itself is going to take care of so many other things with regard to the customs duty, the domestic transactions, so on and so forth. And yes, I think there are a lot of positives in this budget, which apart from the fact that the customs tariff has been rationalized, and I think this was the ask for some time. It also just not only helps in the manufacturing in India to be done at a lower customs duty rate of imported products, but also reduce the classification disputes which happen in India. Another thing which is that we were always asking for an amnesty scheme under the customs. Now they have kind of given some sort of a benefit by way of voluntary disclosures. What they're saying is that when you import the goods and later on after that, if we ourselves realize that there is a fact which would change the classification or change the duty rate, I can go voluntary to the government and tell them that hey, I have to pay more customs duty, which I will do along with interest, and there will be no penalty. So this kind of reduces a lot of litigation which happens later on, and also some sort of an amnesty scheme. They've also brought in a very good concept of time limit which they have prescribed for provisional assessments. Unfortunately, there was no time limit. Now that actually brings a little bit of certainty in the minds of the taxpayer that this is the time of 2 years by when I'm going to get, I think it's 2 years which they have announced, by which the provisional assessment will be completed, so that the taxpayer is very clear about their assessments. The other thing, which is again a good thing, is looking into the current geopolitical issues and scenarios which we have regarding import of goods in India. There are at times end-use timelines which are being given to the products which are imported in India, which they have extended from 6 months to 1 year, because today things are not very stable as they were in the past. So I think these are some of the very good steps which she has taken. But I still want to say one thing which we which she could have avoided, honestly. And this is not on customs, but on GST, because actually the 55th GST Council meeting had actually announced certain, certain things which they would be doing, and they clarified that also. This is regarding a Supreme Court decision which came in favor, so-called in favor of the taxpayer. What they did is that they proposed a retrospective amendment of the Act, which kind of washed away all the benefits which the taxpayer could have got. We were just hoping that, the amendment could be prospective, but not retrospective, which she did announce. But unfortunately, when I was looking at the fine print a bit 5 minutes back, it seems it is retrospective from 1st of July 2017, which I think is not really good at all. But yeah, overall, I think a lot of good things which has happened in this budget from an indirect tax perspective.
Okay, a lot of good things as far as indirect tax perspective. We have Adil Shetty, CEO of bankbazaar.com, also joining us in the broadcast. Adil, great to have you back with us from pre-budget to post-budget. Your first thoughts, clearly the big headline emerging out of this budget is the new income tax slabs, and more importantly, a brand new income tax bill or act that's going to come our way. From your initial readings, there seems, I want to understand what your initial reading is, because there seems to be relief for both people at the higher end of the income tax spectrum and the lower end as well.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were talking before the budget, we were talking about how there should be an inflation adjustment for the slabs. We were talking about how maybe the tax rate can be reduced. And I think the FM has put together a package which has all three of them. So the tax slabs have been increased, bringing it more in line to, the inflation we've had in the last 5 years. If you're between 16 lakhs to 24 lakhs in income, the effective rate, which used to be 30%, is now 20 and 25%. And the rebate under 87A has gone up to 60,000. Now, let's look at what this means, because that's what's important and what you were getting to. If I make 25 lakhs in income per year, this is going to save me 9,500 rupees per month. Compared to what I'm paying under the new regime this year. So effectively next year, that's 1.1 lakhs more in my pocket. It's like the government giving me a 5% increment for the year. I think it's good. It was timely because we were seeing a slowdown in the consumption. And I'm happy to see, right, that we've given this 9,500 rupees per month back in the pocket of people. So now they can decide how they want to spend it.
Increment, Karthik, is what Adil is saying, from the government. If in case wherever you're working, you haven't got a good increment in the previous appraisal cycle, here you have Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who has been a constant as far as memes on social media is concerned, in the lead up to the budget. Here she is the one providing the maximum relief.
But Krishna, unfortunately, 5% as it may be, finance minister's increment, the inflation is still eating away 4.9% from that. So yeah,
so it's a 0.1% increment technically, Adil, isn't it? With the inflation at 4.9%.
Has done what she could, right? And now it's about creating more jobs. It's about creating more innovation. I truly believe, India is an innovation economy. The RBI put out a report that in 2025, 20% of our GDP is going to be from the digital side. I liked a couple of things that she did for MSMEs and for startups. So on the MSME side, right, they have increased the credit guarantee from 5 crores to 10 crores. Now, this means a lot because keep in mind that MSMEs account for 35% of India's manufacturing. So remember in COVID how they said that, hey, bank, do an onward lending of 5 crores to MSMEs to help them through COVID. Now that number's doubled to 10 crores. And that's a big deal. And the government is doing it very smartly because they're not giving every MSME additional 5 crores, but they're telling the banks, I'll give you a credit guarantee. If things go wrong, go ahead and lend that money. I thought that was a good thing the FM has done. She spoke about investing in digital public infra like central KYC. They're going to revamp the whole system. They're going to make it faster. They're going to make it better. And that's going to help automate, right? And bring a lot more companies, a lot more individuals into a low-cost digital video KYC kind of format. So I think the other thing we need to do is, yes, she's given us a 5% increment, but now how do we get jobs growth? How do we get innovation? Because truly, right, I think with what's happening with India's youth, intellectual property, our comfort with technology, we need to build an innovation economy. The government has to make the right policy, has to give access to credit, has to help with equity multiplication. The fund of funds was good. She said the first fund of funds, she put in 10,000 crores and the private sector put in another 87,000 crores. So the total is 97,000 crores of equity deployed in India's startups. And now she's doing it for the second time by putting in another 10,000 crores, which again they hope will multiply by 10x. So let's create jobs now. Let's innovate.
Of changes in tax slab, a lot has also changed as far as TCS and TDS is concerned. Now, government saying we want to rationalize, and we can only do that by lowering the threshold and also ensuring that rates are also lowered simultaneously. Karthik,
that's right, and I think some interesting announcements there. Remember about maybe a year and a half ago, so if memory serves me right, there was this whole debate on TCS on international spends, and there was this threshold of 7 lakh rupees which was brought into place. So interestingly, the finance minister has now up that threshold from 7 lakh rupees to 10 lakh rupees, and this obviously does not include, if I understand it right, it does not include the education fees which is remitted out of India.
Yeah, but subject to that being a loan.
Subject to that being a loan, absolutely. That's a good clarification. So subject to that being a loan. So if you're not taking a loan on education, then you're still paying TCS on that. And there is also this TDS reduction for senior citizens, which has been brought down to 50,000 rupees from 1 lakh rupees earlier. So I don't know, if Anita could help us understand what this really means for senior citizens, and also the upping of limit from 7 lakh to 10 lakh on TCS for those who make spends abroad. What do these two announcements mean?
Anita, if you can hear us. Anita Rastogi, we were just asking you exactly, your thoughts on the changes in the TCS and TDS. TCS in terms of, under LRS, the exemption limit being increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakh rupees, and a reduction in TDS for senior citizens.
Maybe we can move to Adil.
Let's go to Adil.
Adil, your thoughts on it?
You're on mute, Adil.
Adil, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So let me come in on that. So this is again part of the simplification, and Anita spoke about it earlier. So essentially what happened is, when your bank gave you interest on your savings account, they were withholding TDS if the interest was more than 50,000. Now that number has been increased to 1 lakh. That's a big benefit for senior citizens, that they don't have TDS kicking in unless their interest income is over 1 lakh a year. The same thing has happened on the LRS side, right? So previously, if you spent more than 7 lakhs, you had to withhold for TCS and deposit to the government. That's been up to 10 lakhs. And if you're sending money for your child's education and you took a loan to do it, then TCS is not applicable. So on all fronts, right, I think the philosophy is, how do you simplify it, make it easier, make less and less people have to file these, right? It's a great step in simplification of this TDS and TCS, which essentially are tracking mechanisms, because you can get the money back later, but it's just cumbersome, to have to do the TDS or the TCS, then file a claim. They've also done it for rental income, for example. So, previously, if your rental income was more than 2.4 lakhs, there was TDS applicable. Now it's gone up to 6 lakh. So just simplifying the process and bringing in things in line with inflation.
I can just pose one question to you, and this is actually more to do with the economic survey. And if you remember, the economic survey is cautioning against creation of asset bubbles. Now, with more money in the hands of the people, is there a real possibility that some of this money is going to go into the stock markets, and then we could actually see PE values also rise?
Sudeep?
There was a crying need for giving boost to consumption. We had seen this getting played out. Earlier, we had a problem in the rural economy. Then we had a major problem in the urban economy, and urban consumption has dipped really badly. And pretty much every company which is in the this space was complaining about this, and the figures were coming out, which was clearly showing that urban consumption had significantly slowed down. Now, there was a desperate need to give boost to urban consumption, and pretty much that's what is being done. Now, some of that money indirectly coming back to the market and all that, that's I don't think that's the major challenge here. I think the challenge was to give urban consumption a boost, and I think they have done it effectively, either by way of reducing income tax or exempting up to 12 lakh. So basically giving a kind of a 1 lakh plus kind of a bonus or incremental income in the hands of people. So I think that will definitely help urban consumption. The other point, I think you guys were just belaboring the point on the TCS and TDS and all that. I think that's also a very good measure, because it will also ensure that the money doesn't get locked up. Your TCS or TDS, eventually based on your return, the money should come back if it is supposed to be over and above your tax slab and tax payable. But it gets locked in for a significant amount of time. It is not available for consumption or use. So now, by simplifying and bringing in line with inflation, government is trying to ensure that you don't lose the use of that kind of money. So whether it's a rent or for senior citizen interest, or for that matter TCS, simplification and raising the ceiling definitely helps people to retain money in their hands and probably facilitate consumption indirectly.
Right, stay with us. We also are in conversation with Nainalal Kidwai, my colleague Deepak Badana. Let's quickly listen into that.
जहाँ तक वो एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी जनरेट कर रही है, वो बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, और वो स्पेंड जो है हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को भी नीचे ले आती है, जहाँ तक इंडस्ट्री उसकी फ़ायदा उठा सकती है. उसी एरिया में जो अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जहाँ तक हमें पानी मिले घर में, द जल जीवन मिशन की जो प्रोग्राम थी, 80% हाउस होल्ड्स अब तक कवर किए गए हैं, तो वो भी आगे बढ़ रही है. अर्बन स्ट्रक्चर्स, अर्बन एनवायरनमेंट का भी फोकस मेंशन किया है, क्योंकि हमारी जो हेल्थ है नेशन की, जहाँ तक पानी और सैनिटेशन हमारे हर घर में नहीं पहुँचेगी, तो बीमारी तो हमारा वही लेबर को ठीक से बढ़ने को मौका नहीं देगी. थैंक यू.
In conversation with us, we are bringing to you. Let's also get in some of the political reactions coming in on the budget.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने एक बहुत ही जबरदस्त इस प्रकार का बजट पेश किया है. विशेष रूप से इसको हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए ड्रीम बजट कहा जा सकता है. ऐसा बजट उन्होंने पेश किया है, इसलिए मैं उन्हें बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं. विशेष रूप से इनकम टैक्स का एग्जम्पशन स्लैब जिस प्रकार से परिवर्तित किया गया है और 12 लाख रुपए तक कोई इनकम टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, ये जो घोषणा है ये निश्चित रूप से एक मील का पत्थर भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के इतिहास में साबित होगा.
हर एक क्षेत्र का, चाहे वो कृषि हो, चाहे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे वो सर्विसेज हो, चाहे अधोसंरचना हो, चाहे इनोवेशन हो, चाहे कृषि का क्षेत्र हो, यूरिया से लेके एक चाहे बीज की बात हो, चाहे नदियों को जोड़ने की बात हो, हर एक विषय पर पूर्ण रूप से अध्ययन करके एक नया मानचित्र तय किया गया है. और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हमारे जितने भी टैक्स पेयर्स हैं उनको इतनी बड़ी राहत दी गई है, 12 लाख रुपए तक कोई टैक्स नहीं, और हर एक ब्रैकेट में आप देखोगे तो करीब 40 से 25% की राहत हाई इनकम टैक्स पेयर के लिए तक भी दिया गया है.
मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि ये भारत सरकार का बजट है कि बिहार सरकार का बजट है. आपने बिहार के अलावा किसी और प्रदेश का नाम सुना वित्त मंत्री जी के पूरे बजट भाषण में? तो जब आप देश के बजट की बात करते हैं तो सारे देश के लिए उसमें कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए. और ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि जिन बैसाखियों पे सरकार चल रही है उन बैसाखियों को स्थिर रखने के लिए उन्होंने बाकी मुल्क की जो विकास है उसको बिल्कुल दांव पे लगा दिया है।
मैं कहूँगी ये मिडिल क्लास की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। ये 240 वोट पर आने की जीत है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पिछले 10 साल से मिडिल क्लास की यही मांग थी कि हम लोग सैलरी कमाते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा खर्चा हमारा टैक्स में चला जाता है, ना सेविंग होती है ना इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है। आज फाइनली उनकी सुनवाई हुई है, तो मैं उसका स्वागत करती हूँ।
टैक्स का बदलाव तो ठीक है, लेकिन जो हमारे किसान को एमएसपी चाहिए था वो नहीं दिया। और न्यूक्लियर की बात की, हरियाणा में हमारा गोरखपुर का न्यूक्लियर प्लांट कब से पड़ा है, उस पर कुछ हो नहीं रहा। बहुत से मुद्दे हैं, गरीबों के आवास के लिए कोई बात नहीं, मनरेगा की कोई बात नहीं। अभी आगे देखेंगे, चुनाव है बिहार दिल्ली, उसके लिए ये सब नजर आ रहा है।
Well, those are the voices coming in from outside the parliament after budget announcement this afternoon. Some are happy, some are not so much happy there.
Obviously, but unanimously in agreement in one direction. The middle class has finally been given something that they've been asking for nearly 10 years, so to speak. So in that sense, so whatever be the criticism, the fact of the matter is that there is at least this much consensus that the income tax announcements certainly took the cake as far as budget 2025 is concerned.
All right, and with that, let's also talk a little bit more about those taxes. Joining us is Punita Bhucharana, partner Deloitte, and Adil Shetty continues to be with us. Punita, your first quick reaction on the tax slab changes. A lot of calculation obviously needs to be done, but we do know that any person who's earning up to 12 lakh rupees today stands to pay no tax, nil tax, and perhaps is also saving 80,000 rupee in taxes. That's likely to bring a lot of cheer to people. How many people, such people, in your assessment today, constitute a part of tax-paying citizenry, which is about 7.5 crore rupees? So I want to understand from you, how many people, as of next financial year, will be paying zero taxes? Do you have a ballpark figure?
No, thanks. I think this is essentially right. It's a very growth-oriented budget, and I think a big cheers for the middle class. They have absolutely, after a very long wait, they finally achieved what they have been wanting to. While we are still working on the numbers, I think the overall perspective of the government is people move towards the new tax regimes, because there have been changes done within that as well, and they apply for that, and they get away with the old tax regimes where there are multiple deductions going on. So yeah, while the blueprint we're still working on in terms of getting on what are the numbers and who are the people and the populations which is getting impacted, but yes, this is a big relief, at least for the middle class to begin with, on the tax reforms.
Big relief for the middle class to begin with. What do you also make of the changes done to TCS and TDS along with income tax?
So I think the biggest struggle, and I think the larger agenda of the government right now has been more on trade facilitation and making ease of doing business in India. And I think from that perspective, the number of slabs specifically on the TDS side of things, where there are multiple rates, and there's always a confusion in terms of qualification and also classification of the services within the TDS and the TCS bid. I think this will come as a huge relief, where they've tried to circumvent that and reduce the impact of it. So I do believe this again will be a big impact, and also more from a India Inc. standpoint, beyond these tax ops which have come into play. I think there's also a larger boost in terms of make in India and domestic manufacturing, which the government through its proposal is pushing and is trying to bring reliefs on those accounts as well, and if they've done as part of their budget proposals.
All right, let's also quickly go to Adil right now. Adil, I think one thing that one will be looking at and eyeing from a macroeconomic point of view. All right, we've lost Adil there, but one thing, Barnik, I think all of us will be eyeing from a macro point of view is that whether this will result in more people falling or being brought in the tax net, because we haven't done a lot there, have we? 7.5 crore out of a total population of 145 crore. It's still very negligible.
No, I think in general, as we rationalize the rates, I think you will see more people filing taxes. Maybe the nil tax rate will go up, right? So you will have far more people filing null tax rates. But in general, if you have a far more rationalized scheme, more people will file returns. Remember, one more interesting thing is that the threshold for filing returns has also gone up from 3 lakhs to 4 lakhs. So if you look at the math again, people who are between 3 to 4 lakhs also don't need to file returns. So on net, maybe we will see more filings. Whether we'll see more people paying taxes, I think that number should come down.
Right.
Because
Absolutely.
between around 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, which I think should be around 25 to 30% of the tax base, no longer need to pay taxes, right? So again, in general, more filings likely, more taxpayers probably not.
But greater compliance, for sure.
Yeah, definitely greater
And there's merit in compliance now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is merit in compliance. And to be fair, if you look at it, over the past 3-4 years, there has been a secular trend of people filing more returns. So I think this will give a fillip, right? But will we get more people to pay taxes is a big question. I think anyone who's not filed taxes, if they are under 4 lakh rupees, they should start filing taxes. They will anyway not file taxes. If they're below 12 lakhs, they'll start filing taxes.
All right, clearly the big headline from Budget 2025 is the income tax slabs.
And we do know Mohit Garg is also joining us right now. Mohit, markets are not reacting very positively to the announcements that have been made, albeit a lot of cheers that will, Mohit gang, lot of cheers will be brought, and the budget of course will be cheered by the middle class. This is something that they were expecting, in fact, more than what they were expecting today.
But how come the fact that the markets are reacting in a very tepid way? I mean, both the Sensex and the Nifty, about 0.5% in the red.
Yeah. So look, Krishna, I think it's very clear the markets are any which ways lopsided towards capex driven industries and banks, right? That forms the bulk of the allocation of a Nifty today or the broader market today. There's very little weightage to consumption driven stocks. The budget is very clear, and I think the government's message is very clear. They've dabbled with capex. They've dabbled with government expenditure for last 2-3 times in previous budgets, and this time they want to push the consumption story forward and not so much as the capex story, and that's where I think the market is taking a beating. If you see, the sectoral rotation is clearly in the play. The consumption driven stocks, the stocks which could benefit from additional disposable income in the hands of middle class Indians, are really rallying, right? But they don't have weightages on the indices as of now, and that's where we are seeing the broader indices being down, but the consumption play in full swing.
Consumption play in full swing, and that is where the story will be going forward.
Absolutely, and the income tax revision is clearly a play at that to revive the consumption story, which is a primary driver of the Indian economy. But the fact of the matter is that economics always comes with politics, and a lot of announcements, in fact, in the budget which are state specific. Let's put it more Bihar specific. Let's talk about the political economics of the budget with our editor Kartikeya Sharma, who joins us in the broadcast. Kartikeya, great to have you with us in the studio. What do you make of that? An ally partner for the NDA, a crucial ally partner for the NDA. And the Bihar getting everything across the board.
Makhana board to a greenfield airport to a food institute, a whole host of announcements.
This was a surprise. Not many people had expected that Nirmala Sitharaman would target the budget in context of a state election. But I think the real repercussion would be felt in Delhi elections. Bihar election is still a couple of months away. Okay. So these are big bang announcements, like you have created a good ambience for the Bharatiya Janata Party and your alliance partner to talk about things which will be given to Bihar. But then even for that, Tejaswi, Rahul Gandhi and other political parties will have some political elbow room to counter that. But the real challenge is for Arvind Kejriwal, because Arvind Kejriwal yesterday had announced that their subsidy structure was giving 25,000 rupees per person to every individual living in Delhi. That's and he said that if we are voted back to power, it will increase to 35,000 per person.
The Bachat Patra.
The Bachat Patra, Krishna. So now with 35,000 of subsidy being claimed, and then Yamuna neutralizing the entire Sheesh Mahal campaign, and then spokesperson of Aam Aadmi openly saying that yes, they will give Revdi. There is nothing wrong in Revdi, because even the BJP is giving Revdi.
Everybody is giving Revdi.
Everyone is giving Revdi. So why single us out? They had leveled the field. There was no debate taking place. 14-15 days of debate on Delhi. I suddenly felt that whenever I use the word freebie or Revdi, they would say, what's wrong in a Revdi for a poor man? So suddenly these are political questions. So when you say poor, and when you say you don't want us to work for the poor, it becomes very difficult, and that's the reality of a newsroom discussion. So I realized that they have changed their strategy in setting the discourse for TV, digital, and websites that they were saying that we will give this money, unapologetic about it. Now what this has done is, this has created a fillip for Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party was not setting narrative in Delhi. Now with this, when you guys were anchoring and when this announcement was made, I would say it's very rare for a newsroom to burst into an applause. When that announcement was made, I think there was not a single person in that newsroom. There were, I think, 80-90 people. They all got up and clapped.
Well,
I don't think that even half of them are supporters of Bharatiya Janata Party, and they were clapping.
But I'm sure most of them are
and they were
earning below 12 lakh
Let me add to your point.
They were happy.
They were happy because most of them perhaps are not going to pay any taxes anymore.
So which means that this is going to have an impact in
Absolutely.
the election. And plus something which you were telling me, that the income tax bill is likely to be tabled before Friday.
Yeah.
The polling is on Wednesday and the counting is on Saturday, and you have Monday and Tuesday. So if they try to do that on Monday or Tuesday with some sort of an anonymous story about what the architecture of the bill is going to be, it's really going to have an impact on Delhi first. Bihar is still away.
Let's also add to this. Just going through some data, Delhi has the highest percentage of middle class households. Middle class defined by income from 5 to 6 lakh rupees to 30 lakh rupees. 67% plus, Kartikeya, in Delhi, under that classification, are middle class. So this budget has essentially killed two birds with one stone.
Absolutely. And secondly, if you look at the responses of the Member of Parliament which have come, Manish Tiwari, Harsimrat Kaur, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Akhilesh Yadav, either they are saying that why Bihar, or they are saying why not Punjab, why not other states. So it means that what she has done is she has given played a political googly with this budget. They will have to come up with a very firm response. And even right now, there are very few people who can be fielded from the opposite. I think barring P. Chidambaram, they don't have a credible former finance minister face. We have to understand this is the 11th year in running. And Mr. Chidambaram is not in his prime. So, in terms of sort of a credible response, that is also a challenge for the opposition. When Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, you had Arun Jaitley, you had Sushma Swaraj, you had Jaswant Singh, you had Yashwant Sinha, then you had people from the ecosystem, Arun Shourie. You had a lot of people. Count number of people who can actually sit down and talk budget.
Not many.
Talking about
that,
I'm saying,
and since we are on Chidambaram, Karti Chidambaram, among other people, have also reacted to the budget. Let's quickly listen in.
See, we have to look at the details before we can really give an intelligent comment about the budget, because the budget is always, the devil is in the details, and really can't make up our minds one way or the other merely by hearing the finance minister's speech. There has been a slew of new proposals, but one must also see what happened to the proposals announced in the previous budget, because some grand schemes were announced in the previous budget as well. So what is the status of them? And now another slew of schemes have been announced, which will all, even by their own words, will only get fulfilled well after the culmination of this parliament in 2029. So we'll have to see the efficacies of all these schemes, the previous schemes in this. And unless we look at the details, which I will in the next few hours, we'll make a much more detailed comment about the budget.
वित्तीय वर्ष 2025-26 के बजट में डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को 6,81,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले साल के बजट एलोकेशन से 9.5% अधिक है। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि डिफेंस बजट यूनियन बजट का लगभग 13.44% है। डिफेंस फोर्सेस का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हमारी सरकार की यह प्राथमिकता रही है और हम इसके लिए निरंतर कार्यरत हैं। इसके लिए 2025-26 में 1,80,000 करोड़ रुपए का कैपिटल एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो हमारी सेनाओं की कैपेबिलिटी को और अधिक बढ़ाएगा। और इस बजट में हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के रेवेन्यू बजट के अंतर्गत 3,11,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर के एलोकेशन से 10% अधिक है। और पिछले वर्ष के तरह ही डिफेंस मॉडर्नाइजेशन बजट का 75% हिस्सा डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री से प्रोक्योरमेंट में खर्च किया जाएगा। इससे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो डिफेंस में आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य रखा है उसको पूरा करने में मदद मिलेगी।
ये जो बजट है, अगर हम इसको 12वां मान लें, 11वां मान लें, 12 साल बाद कुंभ आता है। जो सरकार को आंकड़े देने चाहिए थे, हमारे लिए आज बजट के आंकड़ों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जिन लोगों की जान गई है वो आंकड़े। जो सरकार मरने वालों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो सरकार खोए लोगों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो खोया पाया केंद्र है उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग भटक रहे हैं। कुंभ में लोग अपने मोबाइल पे अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपनी मां की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने बेटे की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तस्वीर लेकर के कुंभ में लोग भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार उसकी जानकारी के लिए कोई इंतजाम नहीं किया है।
No, I think frankly the applause you heard from the BJP benches was for the middle class tax cut. We look at the details and that may be a good thing. So if you have a salary, you may be paying less tax. But the important question is, what happens if you don't have a salary? Where is the income going to come from for you to benefit from income tax relief? You actually need jobs. Unemployment was not mentioned by the finance minister in her speech. And the generation of jobs becomes vital because in our country, not only do we have record unemployment, youth unemployment is particularly grim at the moment. We have the world record in youth unemployment and in college educated unemployed. So what is the method to generate jobs for these people? Then they can get salaries and they can cheer the tax cut. But those who don't have salaries are not going to cheer the tax cut.
Well, that is the Congress leader there, Shashi Tharoor, suggesting that those who have jobs are going to get benefits. But what about those who don't have jobs? I think that's a good question there. But, you know, Brijesh Pandey also joining us in the newsroom. Here, in fact, in the studio, Brijesh, I think you can't outdo what Finance Minister did today. A tax rebate up to 12 lakh rupees is more than what we were expecting at the beginning of the budget session today.
And that is coming in how many days from the polling in
3 days.
4
days. 3 days.
3 days.
See, I'll say that, you know,
just to put that into perspective, Brijesh, before you begin, that's what we have as a graphic on the wall over here. The percentage of middle class as part of the population. Take a look at the states. West Bengal, about 25%. Gujarat, about 33%. Delhi has the highest middle class percentage, above 67%. I mean, what better election campaigning than Union Budget 2025 for the Bharatiya Janata Party?
There's a phrase which is most abused, I would say, but I think this is the apt time when you can use that phrase, which is master stroke. It's the most abused word because, you say anything which the government says, you say it's a master stroke. But right now, if you ask me, this is a master stroke before Delhi Assembly election. The Arvind Kejriwal did a one-up, and I mean, the kind of nimble-footed politician that he is, saying that, I will start with a middle-class manifesto, and he lists out a charter of demands, 7 demands, and said, when is the centre government going to do? And one of the key demand was that 10 lakh rupees tax benefit up to 10 lakh rupees should be given to the middle class. This is 2 lakh more than the 10 lakh which was asked for. So I think, this has generated a buzz in favor of BJP like anything. This will have a cascading effect on the mind of the people when they will go to vote on 5th of February. Another thing is that when you're talking about the income tax bill and all which is going to come, either the structure of the bill will be leaked or will be put out in the newspapers and TV channels before the voting takes place, or the bill will be announced before the voting takes place. But the government is not going to take any chance, and they know, and they have experienced this firsthand, that what freebies does to your political fortune.
Right.
They may criticize other political parties, which is politics for sure, but they have seen it firsthand. The Ladki Bahna scheme and what kind of impact it had on the political fortune of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right.
Same is with the similar kind of scheme in Madhya Pradesh, which made Shivraj Singh Chauhan, mama of the entire Madhya Pradesh electorate, and he was like, one of the most formidable politicians who has emerged in the last 50 years. So you can criticize what free Bijli Pani has done for Arvind Kejriwal in the last 10 years. So I think this particular scheme will have a big impact, and I think Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party would come up with a counter to that, just to counter this. Otherwise, I mean, I think it has really given an impetus. But there will be counter.
Brijesh, there's a tectonic shift that has happened. If you look at the way political issues have come up in India from 1970s onwards, they were started by middle class, but the political dividends were actually reaped by a larger regional leaders. For example, when the whole agitation started against Indira Ji in 1970s, it didn't start in rural Bihar or rural Gujarat. It started with the cities, but the rural leaders, came up. Even the campaign against Manmohan Singh in 2010-11 was a sort of a middle class thing. Right. For the first time, middle class has become an issue in Delhi election, Krishna.
Absolutely.
And that's a consequence of the Revdi politics, because in a way, Revdi politics allows political parties big wins, big consolidation. But for the first time, there were questions, editorial being written in newspapers, that what is happening to the middle class. Because in the drawing room conversation, today's middle class, what middle class to Bharatiya Janata Party today is what Muslims used to be for the Congress Party in 70s and 80s. Because you would like to vote for them, but
no benefits to them.
But no benefits. Similar,
but the devil, if I just take 30 seconds, the devil, you have to give.
You want to be the devil's advocate?
No, I'm just saying that you have to give credit to the person. I think, once the manifesto for middle class was announced by Aam Aadmi Party.
Yes.
And if you follow it very closely, there were series of articles by people who are the echo chambers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Series of editorials came all of a sudden where they started questioning the government. Why are you not doing enough for the middle class? And I think, it was post this manifesto.
And Shweta, these were the people from the Bharatiya Janata Party's ecosystem who were writing editorial in national English dailies about what happened to the middle class. And the second, which is not used much,
absolutely,
is reform. That word was part and parcel of the vocabulary of the edits which have been written. Where are the reforms? What's happening with the middle class? And it is for this reason you find this budget resonating with the word, or else the political dividend is always with the word poor, never with the middle class.
Absolutely.
It's a big tectonic shift.
It's a big shift in Indian politics.
Good point you make. Please stay with us. We have Yuvika Singhal of Quantico also joining us. Yuvika, thank you so much for taking time out before the budget and now post the budget. First up, if I were to ask you a rating on the budget, considering the big bang income tax announcement that was made, on a scale of 10, where would you rate this budget?
I think the budget ticks most of the wish list that was being discussed ahead, and I think if I have to rate it, I would give it a high single digit number, somewhere around 8 or 9, largely because it ticks the wish list on giving consumption the boost, urban consumption especially, and I think that's where the focus of this budget clearly lies.
All right, Yuvika, I also have to ask you at this point in time, given that the tax rebate is far more than what we were expecting, does it play to the galleries? Is this budget fiscally prudent to you, or have we given way to far more far more by the way of benefits and rebates than what we can accommodate right now, given that future is uncertain?
I think let's take a step back and look at it from an economics perspective. I've heard a lot of commentary as to why it makes populist sense to have announced something like this. But to be true, if you look at the state of the economy and you look at the levers of growth, which actually pulled down the growth momentum in the first half of this fiscal year, was largely urban consumption. And understand why urban consumption in the last probably 2 years prior to this 6 months of deceleration had been doing fairly well. And this was on the back of post-COVID bounce back, urban incomes doing fairly okay. There was a lot of consumption impetus that was driven by leveraged consumption. So we also thought that the buoyancy that we saw in urban consumption and the fillip to a deceleration was in large part driven by the regulatory tightening, especially on unsecured loans that the RBI announced, which also spilled over to secured loans. And now with that kind of support to urban consumption from leverage ceasing to support in the same manner that it did earlier, the urban's deceleration in consumption is a story which has played out and could have possibly remained intact over the course of the next 3 to 4 quarters. Now, juxtapose this with rural consumption, which has been doing better, though not to the extent that we would want it to. But if you look from a macroeconomics perspective, all the economic conditions are in favor of a rural rebound. Whether you look at monsoon, you look at Kharif output, you look at Rabi, you look at the kind of fiscal support that the government has offered to the rural economy, not just in the last 2 to 4 years, but specifically in the last 6 to 8 months, with a whole host of state governments announcing direct income cash transfers for a variety of individuals within their populace. So what this essentially means, looking at the multi-speed recovery that is taking shape at this point in time in the economy, where rural is recovering and is likely to do better, urban consumption was on a much weaker footing, and that is where the support was needed. Now, we can talk endlessly about whether it has been higher than expectations, below expectations, whether there is any populist motive about it. Give and take.
Is it
urban
populist?
consumption was
In your
something-
assessment, Yuvika, is it populist? Letting go of 1 lakh crore rupees by the way of direct taxes, can we afford to do it?
I think we can afford to do it largely because the government is still banking upon a healthy dividend transfer from the RBI. So if you look at the budgeted estimates for non-tax revenues, within that, what is likely to come from RBI in the form of a dividend is again budgeted to be probably looking above 2 lakh crores. And if that kind of fiscal bonanza does come in from RBI, probably they would sail through as far as the revenue receipts are concerned. So I wouldn't take it to be a big loss because they have an offsetting factor at play yet again this year. Remember, last 2 years, RBI has supported revenue receipts by transferring decent amount of dividend, and I think that's likely to play out again yet this year. But having said so, I think the point that we need to keep in mind is that the support was needed on the urban consumption side. Now, we can argue that the number of people paying income taxes in this country are very few, just about 7 to 8% of the entire population. So I would not say that it's a populist measure. I would still accrue a more rural dominant payout, and direct income cash transfers seem as being more populist in nature than something that the government has done for the middle class. I think that is where the economic pain point were, not just in terms of income, but leveraged consumption taking a hit, inflation being high, and I think the government has probably offered a very good sweetener to a certain segment of the economy which has the capacity to go out and spend. And you will probably see this in discretionary spending of, two-wheelers, FMCGs, cars. And I think that is the consumption story that needs support at this point in time, given that 60% of our GDP does come in from consumption.
All right, more than a sweetener, it's a halwa. And perhaps
it began with dahi chini, and more chini than dahi at this stage. Going by reading. Yeah, let me bring in Mr. Nalin Kumar, Managing Director of Blue Lotus, joining us. Nalin, thank you so much for taking time to be with us here on the budget. Again, I'm going to begin by asking the same question. Lots of jubilation over here, thanks to the big announcement as far as income tax is concerned. But then there were other big announcements as well in terms of promoting exports, promoting innovation, a new fund for startups. Your take on the budget? Please unmute yourself, sir.
My take on the budget is it's an excellent budget, one of the best that this government has provided. You see, what they have done is they were focused on capital and government expenditures, what were the levers in their hands for a period of time. Okay. Now what they have done is they have moved it to consumption, because consumption was struggling really badly. If you see the banking and financial stocks and the stress in the system, it was very clear. So with this, they have given support to a very large number of people. Additionally, I think the real effort is in getting tax compliance to increase. So more people will be willing to file tax returns. And this will have its benefit in the longer term. If you look 5 years from today, I think India will look quite different in the consumption side of things. Coming to some of the things which are relevant for the international investors, I think the way this has worked is that the depreciation of the rupee may get held back because there is no huge borrowing which is coming in. And, the credit continues to be there. That's very important for international investors, because when the rupee is depreciating, and if it continues to, then a lot more foreign money moves out. Further, they've given some clarities on gift city, etc., where transfer of existing jurisdiction to a new jurisdiction is not treated as a transfer and therefore not a taxable event. I think there are a lot of very interesting concepts that have been brought in this budget, and I think it's a really good one.
All right.
Okay, and quickly, if I were to ask you a rating of 10 on a scale of 10, where would you rate the budget?
Yeah, I would rate it between 8 and 9. I don't think one could have asked for too much more.
Okay, 8 to 9, high marks coming in for the budget.
Absolutely.
We have Mohit Gang also with us. Mohit Gang with us. Mohit, I didn't ask you that question. From the market's perspective, although they are trading tepid for the day. If I were to ask you, what would be your rating on a scale of 10 for this budget?
Look, I think markets should ideally realize in a day or so that this is perhaps one of the finest budgets that this government has delivered. They have tried and balanced the capex part along with the consumption part. It is a well documented story across media and across all the channels in the country that consumption was suffering big time. There was distress in the rural economy, there was distress in the middle class, inflation was eating a lot of their savings, and they were perhaps not able to increase the disposable income, right? With an increase in disposable income, I think the entire story completely changes, and this consumption story was yet to unfurl in an economy of our size and scale that could be massive, right? So my sense is this will, and plus on the fiscal part, I heard the previous discussions. Honestly, I think the government has been extremely prudent on the fiscal part. This is perhaps the only government I've seen in so many years in this country which lays extreme amount of importance on fiscal prudence. They have stuck to 4.9 by giving a number of 4.8 this year, and they are projecting a 4.4% fiscal deficit of GDP for next year, which is phenomenal. Honestly, I think sticking to fiscal discipline along with boosting disposable incomes in the hands of people, we'll just have to see whether the government capex number, to my understanding, it increases by 10% this year. If that's the number, then it is perhaps quite in line, not dramatic, but it's quite in line. So I think overall they have balanced all acts, and now it is up to the private sector to come to party, and perhaps a lot will be unveiled in the new tax plan which the government is likely to announce in next week or so, and the RBI meet on 7th. So I think all those, if they come to party, then perhaps market will have all the good reasons to cheer up. For me, it's a definite 8.5.
A definite 8.5. Mohit, before I let you go, what does it do for the markets? We've seen record FII sell-off up until the first couple of weeks of calendar year 2025. In fact, the sell-off continued up until last week as well. What are we making of what it will do for financial markets to have some faith in the India story going forward, reinstate the faith of DIIs, if not FIIs, in the near term?
I think government has one eye on the ratings also. If you see the fiscal prudence path which the government has adopted, right, they are sticking to their fiscal deficit goal, which means they are trying and eyeing for a ratings upgrade, which has been eluding India for a very long while, and for good reasons only known to the global rating agencies, right? So if you get a ratings upgrade, then you will perhaps attract that FII money, you will attract a lot of foreign money. The current situation of FIIs pulling out is more driven out of what is happening in US and less driven out of what is happening in India, honestly. Though valuations in India have been pretty high, but I think after the recent correction, we have kind of come to a fair value zone and the few pockets still remain frothy, though that's still the case. But I think on a broader level, we've come to a fair value zone, and perhaps the sectoral rotation will now come into play, and maybe you will find more takers in the consumption side and less perhaps on the other side of the axis, which always keeps happening in the market. But my sense is for the FIIs to come back, I think the US story and the Trump era will have to settle down completely for them to again start finding interest, not just in India, but across the emerging market space. So that's more driven out of foreign interests rather than our local issues out here.
Hi Mohit, Karthik here. One final question to you. We were speaking a few days back and we were really looking at some data that Nifty 50 has closed in the red 5 times out of 7 times that budget has been presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And now today being the 8th one, markets are still down, roughly about 0.5% or so. Is this going to be the 6th out of 8 times that markets will end in red? We still have about an hour and a half to go.
I think so. Look, honestly, as I said at the start of our discussion today, Karthik, that the market is extremely heavyweight on infra, capex and banking sector per se. That's the bulk of the market. So if the bulk of the market is not happy about the budget, then there's very little hope that the index at a high level will show you a positive trigger. In fact, January will end as the 4th consecutive negative month of Nifty. After almost 24 years is that we will see 4 consecutive negative Nifty months, right? We've never seen that for last 24 years in the market. So yes, my sense is markets will take some time to absorb the fiscal deficit number, the borrowing number and all those numbers, and we'll have to go through the finer print for the markets to stabilize, and maybe we'll get to know on Monday what the FIIs react to. Look, today is a Saturday, FIIs are not trading in the market, so we can't perhaps make out a lot right? And the positioning is very light in the market. On Monday, when the FI has come back and you start a fresh series, I think that's when you will have to actually figure out as to how the market is reading, and by then all the fine print will also be out. So I'm a little more hopeful on February. I think January is done and dusted, and we will end
behind us and all eyes on February. We also have Mr. Subhash Chandra Garg joining us at this point. Mr. Garg, thank you so much for being with us on this very important day. You worked in the finance ministry, sir. Help us understand how much of this budget 2025 is economic in nature and how much of it is political, given that we are just days away from Delhi elections, and as per some data I was looking from Price, it says that 67% of Delhi is actually the middle class, and this budget has indeed been a magic bullet for the middle class.
So I think budgets are largely economic. Of course, they have to address the populist, the people's sentiments as well.
Largely, I just want to hold you there. You said they are largely economic. Yes, we see the numbers, they are economic, but there is definitely a hint of politics in this budget. Delhi is going for elections, and then October, November is when we are likely to see Bihar also going for elections. And I think Bihar has been mentioned more number of times than perhaps fiscal deficit has been mentioned.
So that is true. So it's political economy. So even when you deal with the economic aspects in the budget, you have one eye on the politics side of it, which is where the things like the allies of Bihar or the middle class, the tax relief kind of things comes in. But the real import of what the budget does is need to be deciphered before we actually conclude whether that group is going to benefit or not going to benefit. Let's take this major proposal, which is the highlight of today's budget, the income tax relief to the salary earners and others, raising it to 12 lakh and up to 24 lakhs kind of thing, 12 lakhs no tax, 24 lakhs substantial reduction in taxes, that is. But remember one thing, anyone who is going to get anything extra of this benefit, whether 70,000, 80,000 or 1 lakh, 10,000 mentioned, the current exemption which they use to reduce their tax liability is not factored in. For example, anyone up to 24 lakhs of income today, if he or she has the tax rebate for housing interest or for the medical premiums or for the LTC or for other kind of reliefs, then for them actually there is no benefit. If they switch to the new regime, which now allows you higher limit, you forego the old one. So it will be interesting to watch that how many people actually shift to it. I expect about 50 odd lakh people might shift to them, but not more than that. So of the 3 crore people who pay actually the tax, it might bring some benefit to the 50 lakh people, not more than that. So it may not be viewed, it cannot be viewed by that every 1.4 billion people are benefiting, or even 10
Of
crore.
course, Mr. Garg, there are numbers and there are sentiments, and I think the fact that this is coming just days before Delhi elections, the sentiment on the middle tax is definitely high. I want to understand from you and your prior experience, is there a surety or at least a great probability that the new income tax bill will be tabled before Delhi elections?
I think she was very firm in saying...
She said next week. She said next week, and Delhi elections are also next week. So before 5th or after 5th Feb?
That would have anything to do with the elections. This would be a great simplification exercise. I don't expect any provisions to change as they are. She has been saying this last year budget also. She said very much that we are not altering the scheme of the tax. We are basically making a very large simplification arrangements. Simplifications in terms of the tax, way the tax is calculated, the TDS, TCS, filing and many other things. So I expect that to be a very large, and she said that we will reduce it by half, the size of the tax act. But so don't look at any further sort of tax reliefs or concessions for the middle class or for that matter anyone.
Karthik, there are 2 ways of looking at a subject. One, the way experts look at it, and the one the way the people look at it. For example,
that's what I'm saying. There's a number and
there's a
a
different
sentiment.
one. And second, we have to understand the subtext of the budget. The subtext of the budget has shifted from poor to the middle class right in the middle of Delhi elections. That's the second most important point. For example, in 1971, when Indira Gandhi abolished privy purses, what was the size of privy purses? I think it ranged from 70 crores to 120 crores. It was peanuts. But what was the sentiment? Raja Rajwanon se unne unki sari sahuliyatein le li. They have taken back the benefits. So this is the new India for the Garib which Indira Gandhi is building. Prime Minister, when he came, he came on an administrative, reformist, governance agenda. But what he did was he created a huge Labharti politics. And Labharti politics has actually reaped great dividends for Bharatiya Janata Party. What Brijesh was saying, Latki Behna in Maharashtra, or Larli Behna in Madhya Pradesh, or Maiya Samman by JMM in Jharkhand. These schemes have worked. But if you look at the new reality of India, 50% of the India is living in urban areas.
Yeah.
And I think the middle class will constitute now more than 40 to 45% of the population living in those urban centers. They have started to milk, organize and reorganize their politics around the middle class. You know, this sentiment of what will happen to the middle class in Delhi elections, I have not witnessed it. I have covered all the elections after 1998. I don't think there was any talk of a middle class election except when Sheila Dikshit would talk about RWAs. That's about it. Everything was about JJ cluster. Everything was about poor people. So I think the premium is shifting, and this is the first time this sentiment of middle class is being harnessed by this government, and I think it should not be taken lightly.
Yeah, correct. I hear you, but I want to actually bring in Dr. Subhash Chandra Garg, Mr. Subhash Chandra Garg back into this conversation, because I think it is about time now that we go ahead and get done with the census and we really identify with real numbers how large is the middle class, and in the same vein also redefine the poverty line. We are working with 15-year-old definitions, sir, and it's really hard to assess which scheme benefits how many people really if you are unable to define the poverty line.
Absolutely. This is very, very important, the crux of the whole thing. We don't actually know what we mean by middle class when we refer the middle class. What exactly is the middle class? If you look at from the tax point of view, to my mind, the middle class is those who file the tax returns. So that's about 10 crore people with the income of more than 2.5 lakhs of rupees. That's the middle class. If you look at the labor survey data, anyone who is in the wage earner or the salary earning class, that is the middle class. That's about 20% of the total workers, which is about 12 to 13 crore people. So we need to define very clearly what is the middle class, what is the poor class, what is the poorest of the poor or below poverty line kind of thing. That is what unfortunately, the census will not do this. It's not an economic census. We did the last economic and the caste survey in 2009. Beyond that, we are not doing it. And as for whatever announcements have been made so far, the 2026 census will also not be of that type. So you will not get the clarity what you are looking for even in the next census.
Next census. I want to quickly bring in Nalin Kumar also here. Nalin Kumar, MD Blue Lotus. You're joining us. I believe you're joining us from the UAE. You have company in Barnik who's just come back from UAE. But Mr. Nalin Kumar, I want to understand, how does the outside world, the investor world, view what has come out of Budget 2025? The Finance Minister has gone at length talking about ease of doing business and really coming out with a ranking on a state-to-state basis on which state ranks how on ease of doing business. But do you see
a lot of conversation on regulatory reforms as well.
In fact, even the economic survey talked about deregulation. So how does the outside world view Budget 2025?
Well, I think it is a little early for the outside world to give you a full view. Okay. But I can give you a perspective out here. Look, it is very critical for for India to be seen favorably as it competes with far too many markets globally for capital. We are still looking for capital from global markets. In the last 1 or 2 years, it is local capital which has supported India while global capital has been going out. Okay. In my opinion, with this budget, you're leaving more money in the hands of people who can do more SIPs. Okay. I think this will support the market locally. And as the market gets supported locally, the global investors will come back. For the moment, it is really the United States story which has pulled a lot of capital out. There was a feeling that Indian markets are overvalued. Why were they overvalued? Because your key sector, the consumption sector, had not been delivering for a period of time. Banks were struggling. So I think this budget actually does the sector rotation at a macro level, which enables investors to come back and look at the growth story. India has the largest consumer base, frankly, in the consuming population size, even greater than China at this point in time. And these people are going to be there for the next 20 years. This budget is setting the base for the taxation for them for the future. And I think it's just the building blocks are exceptional. So I think it's just a question of time before international investors start coming back to India. I think the budget has also done a lot of good work on the fiscal consolidation side, which is absolutely crucial. As India's credit rating goes up and we get into global indices in a better way, you'll see a lot more foreign capital come in. I think that's going to be a very major factor. My opinion is foreign capital will come back to India. It's just a question of time.
We'll come to foreign capital in just a bit. I have to ask you, Mr. Garg, a lot of conversation on consumption. Another very important component of the GDP is also the gross fixed capital formation or the capex cycle. Now, we do know, as per the advanced estimates which are now coming out, the capex has been utilization, at least has been tepid as opposed to what was earmarked, 11.11 lakh crore rupees. The utilization has come in at about 10.1 lakh crore rupees. No mention at all of what the capex will be for the upcoming financial year. Perhaps it will be in the fine print of the budget. We haven't really gone through, but that conversation seemed to be lost somewhere in the budget speech today.
Absolutely. This budget, I think, is very remarkable after 5 budgets, last 5 budgets, which had upped the ante on the capex all the time in a very big way. But today's budget is completely silent about the capex. The number is there in the budget. The next year's capex budget is 11.21 lakh crore, which is 10,000 crores higher than the last year's budget, which is very tepid. If you look at from the comparative point of 10.18 lakh crores, which is the revised budget for that, the growth is less than 8% or so. So the government seems to be now becoming quite wary or tired of the capex story. That is very, very clear in the numbers. And that is also reflected.
Is this a signal that we are done doing the heavy lifting?
Time for the private sector to loosen the purse strings. They've been sitting on profits. The economic survey, in fact, the chief economic advisor also mentioned yesterday that they're swimming in a pool of profits, not giving enough increments. Hence, perhaps now is the time, and there's a signal that the government will not do the heavy lifting and the onus is back on the private sector.
See, the private sector, I think this is a myth. We try to create many times that the private sector can be motivated by the government's words and advice or extortions to make investments. It will never happen. The private sector will make investment only if they see profit at the end of it, of whatever way. In the mature economy of today, textiles, food, steel and others, there is very little of private investment which is going to come. There is a global overcapacity. The capacities have been created enough. The investment which is to come in is in the new areas, which is digital, which is solar, which is infrastructure of the types. That is the new areas where, or the AI based machines or the automatic. So that is the area where the investment will come. Unfortunately for us in our country, we don't have the real technology, cutting edge technologies in this area. So we can only do it if we can make collaboration from outside, but there we unfortunately follow policies where we don't want to do business with China, which has most of these technologies and all. So I don't think the heavy lifting part, that story that the government was doing a lot of heavy lifting. Of course, the capex helped in making the first round growth story coming. But as you're seeing that the growth story is also sort of tempering down. So the expectation that if the government will not sort of make capex, somebody else will come in to do where was the capex of the government going? It was basically railways, roads, defense. In this area, the private sector investment can only come into the sort of associate kind of thing. You can build the road by building the road machinery or bringing the road machinery, etc. It's not going to be substituted. There would be slowdown in these areas for as far as the investment is concerned.
Right. I want to quickly just take your views, Mr. Garg, also on the energy transition. In fact, not too much coming out of the budget speech, at least, except for the fact that nuclear energy, 100 gigawatts by 2047 is the target. I find that a fairly small number for a very long period of time. Do you think we are on track with our energy transition?
So there are only two proposals which I could see. This one is what you mentioned about the nuclear. There is a global preference now, or at least a lot of talk about the small nuclear power reactors. Unfortunately, that also is not established technology in the world. And if we are trying to develop that technology, that's what the finance minister said, that we will try to have 5 plants based on our indigenous technology. I think it's quite far-fetched. The second one was a 0.5% kind of additional market borrowing in case you do power sector reforms. That has been there for last 3 years. It's not a new proposal. It's only been repeated. And this has not been used because the power sector reforms have actually not been pushed in the distribution segment. So on the energy front, I didn't see anything substantial as far as the energy transition is concerned.
Energy transition is concerned. Couple of announcements here and there. Not sure how many of them are feasible, especially when it comes to nuclear energy. But thank you very much, Subhash Chandra Garg, for taking time out and for joining us on our budget coverage today. We are given to understand Rajiv Jain and Shardul Shroff has also spoken to my colleague. Let's quickly listen in.
Right now with me is Mr. Shardul Shroff. Mr. Shroff, it indeed has been a budget for the middle class like we were expecting. Your first takeaways from it?
I think the raising of the tax exempt limit from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs is perhaps the most significant change that the government has made. It's almost 80% of the money which was exempt, and that change which has happened by virtue of the fact that it gets money in hand, that's going to kick off the consumption industry as also the capital goods industry. That process is going to create its own cycle, and which is a virtuous cycle. So I see this as the biggest change in the budget. The second change which I feel is a process which has happened below the carpet is the increase in the insurance from 74 to 100. Insurance is a long gestation item. The Indian industry will retain the past. They will pay for the 25% or 50%, 49%, which is retained by the foreign group. And having paid it, they will set up new ventures. So it will become 100% in the domestic sector, and the foreign sector will come in. This will also create new pension products, because that has been categorically stated that this will be a fillip to pensions. So that will also create its own cycle. Then in shipping, you have made certain exemptions both for ship manufacturing and shipbreaking.
Well, we have with us Dr. Rajesh Jain, the Managing Director of Panacea Biotech. Mr. Jain, thank you for speaking to us here at News9. Our first question to you would be with regards to, yes, our Finance Minister indeed has delivered a budget which caters to the needs of the middle class. But what about the health sector? What would you have to say were the biggest takeaways for this sector?
So I think they are continuing the path that they have taken in almost every budget to look at the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector. For example, 2 critical announcements today that they did were which impacts the common man, is 36 life-saving drugs are now not required for basic customs duty, including the raw materials, that is API, popularly called as. And then opening up almost 200 daycare centers for cancer. And then also going ahead and announcing that they will, take initiatives with private sector and commit to the investments for common man again, which I think is furthering the whole mission that they have for boosting the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector.
Right. There's a lot of conversation going around with regards to costs in this very sector. Would you say this budget has taken care, or at least it's taken a step forward to look after that very expectation?
When you say cost, what do you mean? Cost of the input materials, or you're referring to cost
for the consumers out there?
So look, medicines, the essential drugs that are needed by common man are already price controlled. So the government has a very well laid down policy to encourage and ensure that the prices are within the means, and they are controlled by the wholesale price index that increases every year. So I think in that sense, for the consumer, price is being looked after, and nothing in this budget as of now. However, from time to time, we do see price corrections happening in the market through that pharmaceutical pricing authority in place. And apart from that, I don't think so there is anything special here.
What about the allocation for this very industry? Would you say that you would be happy with the allocation for this industry?
So I have not gone through the annexures that the finance minister was mentioning, and probably we'll have to go through in detail those annexures that were being indicated. So until that is read, we may not really know what has finally come to the pharmaceutical industry.
All right, well. So yeah, we heard what industry has to say about budget 2025, but interestingly, Shweta, if you remember the conversation we were having this morning about why India is not able to make great toys, and toys is something that even Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman took up in her budget speech and really mentioned exactly, the example that we were discussing this morning. So, Bardik, I mean, great incentives for toys, and really, this ambition, this urge to make toys and create toy clusters and compete with the world. What's going to take us there?
So I think let me start with a little bit of, pessimistic view. I think
I did that in the morning. You want to stick with a pessimistic view? I thought maybe we can go with some optimism now.
Let's start with the pessimism and then I'll go to the optimism, right? See, I think the belief that by just announcing clusters and by announcing incentives that we can be globally competitive is something which is a myth and has been proven, right? If you look at a lot of sectors, food processing, toys, entertainment, right? Governments are very open to announcing clusters. There have been clusters set up for food processing, now for toys. There was this one district, one program,
that's right,
one product thing to create handicrafts and textiles. I think the good thing is at least toys have come into focus, which means India wants to do something on toys. It actually plays to India's allies because it is not fully automated, super skilled workers, but you actually need semi-skilled, trained workers who can build it at scale.
Yeah.
And I think the broader question is a lot of the materials or raw materials used for making toys are actually not cornered by any other country. Like for example, if you want to do batteries as a different thing, India can only do assembly because all the cell manufacturing happens in China.
Right.
So I think again we should see what the devil is in the detail. Historically, all schemes being announced, the incentives have been notoriously hard to get.
Okay.
Once you've got, the government has also been very tough on enforcement where people find ways to go around it. But I would welcome the fact that there was a mention of toys and the fact that we want to become toys. But let's ensure that we are manufacturing toys not for India but for the world.
Right.
If we use that aspiration, the quality will catch up. Because again, in the morning, one of the panelists was mentioning that the quality of toys made in India doesn't seem to stack up, and it's a completely fair point.
Quite surreal for toys to be mentioned in the budget. Just a couple of minutes after we spoke about toys here. But Finance Minister also talked about a lot of other things that she wants to make India a global export destination for. And she obviously also talked about spices. And then there was a conversation on GCCs. And I believe this is the first time that GCC actually featured in the budget speech, and she said, we want to make a national framework for GCCs. So, keeping up to date, and also a national framework for AI. So, allocation there for AI, also in education, money as total sum earmarked there to ensure that AI regulations and AI related developments also take place. So, a lot of contemporary issues that we talk about are featuring in that budget speech.
Yeah, so again, they are featuring, but again, we have to see what the policy announcements are. Let's go one by one. Let's start with export, right? I think the finance minister announced an export mission, right? I thought we
promotion mission, yes.
But I thought we already had several export missions before. I think the question about exports is, again, the beauty of where we are is that we can benefit largely from tariff wars going on, right? I think President Trump has clearly mentioned, and he did that over the weekend, is that if India buys more defense, right, we will get into his good books, right? So I think the political tensions between first in the Americas, between Canada, Mexico and the US, then with the Eurozone where there are a lot of leftist governments the Americans don't like, and then with China creates a unique opportunity for us to look at exports. I think we have the opportunity to identify free trading partners. I think there are some free trade agreements which are still getting negotiated. As per my understanding, the European Union free trade agreement has still not got signed. The UK free trade agreement is still getting negotiated as we speak.
That's right.
So I would sense that if we are really serious about exports, right, let's get some of these free trade agreements in place, and then we can really go category by category, industry by industry to see what is the right framework to promote some of this. So that's one. I think the second discussion we wanted on GCCs. I don't know if it's it's too little too late. I'll tell you why. And I'm in the midst of setting up a GCC for one of my investment companies.
Okay.
GCCs are going to be the first place where you'll see the large scale adoption of technology and AI.
Right.
Let's look at what GCCs do. They do low end tasks, frequently automated, which are frequently periodic tasks, rules based tasks, right, which a lot of companies of India have already set up a lot of GCCs, right? You have all these big tech majors, IT service companies who have GCCs. Now, if you're today looking at investing in GCCs, I think peak employment has been achieved in GCCs across the way. I think the emphasis she mentioned on policies was to set them up in tier 2
cities. I just want to come to that. How viable is that? Because tier 2 cities, is there enough talent to really fill up those GCCs with relevant, staffing? And number two, even if there isn't, if you're looking at migration, it's not that you're looking at migration into a cosmopolitan city or an ultra-urban district. If you're going to tier 2 cities, how many qualified people right now, with the absence of right infrastructure and the quality of life, would be willing to step into these tier 2 cities and work in GCCs?
It's a very hard sell to make. I can tell you from personal experience, trying to do a GCC in what I would call a tier 1.5 city. Don't get me wrong, it's Calcutta, right?
Okay.
So I have roots in Calcutta. Right. And I'm facing so much resistance from the management team, from the headhunters who are saying, you won't find any good talent there.
Yeah.
I said, listen, I'll pay 50%.
This is Kolkata.
This is Kolkata. I'm not even talking about tier 2 city, right? I've interviewed people, I've said, I'll pay you 50% more, just move to Calcutta because we want to do it there. And people want to stay in Delhi, they want to stay in Bombay, they want to stay in Bangalore, they want to stay in Hyderabad, because that's where economic activity is. So again, framework and all is fine. I think GCCs are well built in tier 1 cities where you have fluid talent, access to talent. And is this the right time to do the framework? Because within 5 years, a lot of the tasks will get automated.
Right.
And you will not require so much labor, right? So, and then that makes your problem, right? If you don't have high quality, all the low end jobs get automated. What's left is the middle end jobs. The middle end jobs, again, are harder to staff out of GCCs in tier 2 cities. So, again, I think this is more a political announcement than an economic announcement. I don't see anything meaningful come out of it.
Okay. We'll have to see how it's enrolled on ground, but we're given to understand Hina Kushalani, Partner Climate Change and Sustainable Services, EY, is joining us on the show. Hina, thank you very much for taking time out on the budget day today. What has come out of budget in your assessment as far as climate change is concerned? There was a lot of conversation around building climate resistance and infrastructure which is sustainable in nature, because that's the future forward. Is there enough and more in the budget as far as climate change is concerned?
Well, to be very honest, personally, thanks for having me. And see, the truth is, this is a growth in consumption budget. It's been very clear, right? The last couple of hours, ever since the budget ended, the conversation has been about the tax benefits. So the truth is, this is a budget that's oriented towards growth and consumption increase. But with that being said, what we need to make sure is that the growth is sustainable. So in a way, it was good that we heard the word sustainable and green a little more this time. I would say the manufacturing is the momentum on the manufacturing, the national manufacturing scheme that's been launched is primarily on clean tech, and the number of industries that we're looking to boost for growth within the country to reduce our dependency on exports is fantastic. I also believe that the national nuclear program is definitely a welcome move and a major boost. While we do understand the 20,000
come to that, Hina, for just a second. I mean, 100 gigawatts by 2047, is that good enough?
Well, to be honest, I think for India, that's a good target to start with.
Okay.
And I think what's more realistic and we need to look at is a shorter term of 5 plants by 2033, right? And that requires a significant amount of investment. Okay. And the 20,000 crores that's been allocated certainly falls short on that front. I mean, we're looking to, last year, there was a call for the private sector to invest 26 billion in India's nuclear economy, right? So with that being said, there is a huge gap. And I think in the short term, between now and 2033, the challenge that we face is how do we make sure that there's tech transfer, what we were discussing the other day, between different countries to ensure that we're able to make this very efficient cost-wise. We're not really putting in a lot of money in trying to solve problems that somebody else has already solved.
Right.
So that really key here. And I would say on some of on energy transition, I think, Karthik, you mentioned, a few minutes ago that there's not much as we had expected. We didn't see anything on green hydrogen other than electrolyzers being in the list of manufacturing, right?
What we
didn't see anything on CCUS.
Right. What we did see was something that the finance minister called the National Manufacturing Mission to further the cause of Make in India. And in that specifically, she mentioned clean technology, manufacturing for solar panels, for electric vehicle batteries, for wind turbines, right? So I mean,
there
something
has been
as we
a
mentioned, we'll have to
duty reduction also on many of these components.
And duty reduction on lithium ion, on cobalt. So do you think something at least has been given, or you're just not happy with how things are panning out on the climate change front?
I would say there's been a good amount given. I think, see, for the government to be able to balance growth and sustainability together is not an easy task. With that being said, I mean, kudos that they're able to balance this. They're ensuring that when we support rural schemes, that there is a lot of focus on climate resilient agriculture, on seeds as well. Similarly, on the manufacturing front, we're really looking at, if we have to invest in manufacturing, how do we make it more green? How do we make green a growth growth mechanism for India? And that's where the focus on clean technology is extremely important, because this will help us reduce our exports in the long term, and in the short term, reducing the tariffs also helps solve the short term problem. So they're definitely trying to balance it out. So that way, definitely a good budget, I would say. A few key points that we were expecting that didn't come were amiss, I would say. Most importantly, the leaving out like CCUS and green hydrogen, and maybe a little more support on the EVs and solar. We're expecting that, right? So that's definitely a miss. I think very important, and this is a focus on adaptation financing. I mean, India is the 7th country in the world that's more prone to climate risk, and we're already seeing the damages. Seeing the government focus on how do we make our growth resilient, how do we ensure that our cities and the growth that we're building is not being destroyed by climate change. I think that conversation I've still not seen happen in at least the last few budgets. Hopefully the next one we will start looking at this a bit more seriously.
Absolutely. Before we let you go, I have to ask you, putting this in perspective of what's happening globally, in the US as well, where there is more thrust towards fossil fuels, going away and shifting away from what we have been trying to get rid of, the traditional fossil fuel, moving towards green energy. How is that likely to really impact the adoption of alternative sources of energy in India? We do have a target as far as EVs is concerned, 30% by 2030. In your assessment, are we moving towards that target?
I think the truth is that the growth has not, I would say, we've set ourselves very ambitious targets, to be very honest. We are a country of more than 1 billion people, right? And we are an emerging economy. So with that being said, I think we set ourselves some really ambitious target. Are we completely on track of being able to achieve it? Not really. But with that being said, is the momentum building? Absolutely. I think it's a relief to see that in this budget we've continued the momentum despite the global turmoil and the economic winds that we've seen in the last few weeks. So that definitely is a relief that this government is not taking a step back when it comes to putting sustainability as a part of their growth plans.
Right.
So that's been able.
Well, let's leave it at that. Hina, thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. We also have now with us Mr. Anand Singhania, CEO of JK Enterprises, joining us. Mr. Singhania, Make in India, a promise that this government came to power with more than 10 years ago, and this budget conspicuously silent on Make in India. In fact, there's a new mission to further boost Make in India, but no rejig really in the PLI schemes and no industry-specific benefits coming out. What is your take on Budget 2025, sir?
I think Finance Minister has put in a couple of issues, couple of areas for capital outlay. We're talking about 11 lakh crores towards infrastructure development. We're talking, and they've already spent around 7 lakh crores in the current year. We'll close the year with about 10 lakh 20,000 crores, and you're looking at 11 lakh crores. If you look at the defense budget, 5 lakh crores, of which almost 2 lakh crores is actually capital. 7 lakh crores, out of which 2 lakh is capital and around 4 lakh 88,000 crores is towards revenue. If you look at the spending that they are doing towards upgrading the agri sector, bottom of the pyramid, the 100 bottom lower productivity areas, all of this is going to lead to productivity increase. It's a step towards going to a developed nation.
Towards a developed nation. Again, I think one of the promises that the finance minister has delivered on is by way of income tax and more money in the hands of people, but not too much coming out on job creation. In fact, in the July budget, there were still some schemes that the finance minister had rolled out. One of these being the internship scheme, the other being the government paying the first installment of PF and really subsidizing the cost of 1 month's salary for companies who employ people. This time around, no real specific employment generation policies also coming through, sir.
So they may not have spelled it out, but look at what they're doing on tourism. You're talking about 120 new ports. They're talking about 100 airports. They're talking about new destinations. So what's going to happen here? You're going to upgrade these destinations. There's going to be infra movement. There's going to be cement, steel movement. There's going to be, so it's going to lead to more consumption, more jobs related to that. If you talk about tourism sector, this will land up to 4 crore new passengers. They're going to be, if these passengers are going to go, it's going to create jobs in the rural areas. The connectivity is going to add jobs. You're talking about skilling. You're talking about adding 10,000 more seats in medical. This is going to, these people who are skilled are going to get jobs in India or abroad. You're talking
it's a very flimsy target. I have to say this, I'm a
IIT.
bit disenchanted with the budget, especially when it comes to job creation. We don't have a final number. We only know how many people have been lifted out of poverty, Karthik, but we don't really have any detail on what happened to that employee-linked scheme.
Right.
We know that internship scheme took off about November of 2024.
That's
we
right.
still don't have a number of how many interns have actually been trained or have been given that opportunity. So I'm quite disenchanted when it comes to job. There seems to be no proper framework in place. Some of these policies announced but never really rolled out.
You're right. I agree with you, Shweta. I think let's take this to Mr. Nilesh Shah, who's also joining us now. Mr. Nilesh Shah, thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and being with us on Budget 2025. We want to analyze what this tax reduction for a certain class of people mean for the stock markets, for India's consumption story, and thereafter, of course, your views on employment generation, on which Finance Minister did not really spell out anything substantive.
Essentially, market had expectation of Triveni Sangam from the budget.
Okay.
One, walk on the path of fiscal prudence, which you mentioned last time. And on both the count, this year as well as next year, it has been exceeded. Against 4.9, revised estimate is 4.8 of fiscal deficit. Against 4.5 expectation, budgeted estimate is 4.5%. More importantly, there is a roadmap for reduction in debt to GDP ratio for the government over next 6 years. The second one was to support urban consumption. urban consumption was slowing down for a variety of things. And this tax concession is essentially given to middle income groups to support urban consumption. Most people in that tax bracket has covered roti kapda makan. So the focus will be spending on entertainment, tourism, travel, education, and probably consumer durable. The idea is that there will be demand creation in the economy, which in turn will create capital spending and job creation. The third thing
Prime Minister speaking, let's quickly dip in.
हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस से भरेगा और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी, यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that's the Prime Minister there speaking on the budget, his first reaction on everything that the budget has done for the people of this country, for poor, for gig workers, for science and technology, for innovation, for states. Karthik, take us through some of those key highlights of what Prime Minister just said.
Right. I think, Prime Minister has obviously first begun by applauding the budget and saying that this is a growth-oriented, development-oriented budget. He began by saying that the consumption boost that will come by way of more money in the hands of the people, especially the middle class and first-time salary earners, is something which is going to prop up the country's GDP as well. In addition to that, Prime Minister also said that shipbuilding, in fact, this was one of the schemes that was announced in the budget by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman just a few hours ago. He said that shipbuilding is not just going to ensure that there is self-reliance when it comes to that large industry, but it is also going to aid job creation and the exercise of job creation in the country. Prime Minister also said that the tourism sector is going to bring in jobs and bring in growth for the country as a whole. In fact, he also mentioned that farmers are going to benefit from the PM Dhan Dhanya Kisan Yojana, and this is something which is unprecedented, that farmers will get credit up to 5 lakh rupees, and this is something which is going to improve their quality of life and the quality of their farm output. Focusing back on the middle class and the salary earners, I think Prime Minister reiterated that that class of people are the biggest beneficiaries, and the middle class is really going to benefit from all the changes that have come through in Budget 2025. He also focused on the 360-degree focus on manufacturing and said that MSME startups. He also mentioned the toy sector, something that we've been on all through this morning, and then the Finance Minister mentioned it, and the Prime Minister also mentioned that the toy sector is going to get a fillip along with the clean energy sector as well.
And that is where Prime Minister says we want India to be a global export hub. He further mentioned about collateral-free loans for women. So women, of course, remember, continues to be one of the castes that the country wants to focus on, this government wants to focus on. He talked about competitive environment for states to make manufacturing sector shine. Also talked about gig workers. For the very first time, we have the Finance Minister as well as the Prime Minister mentioning gig workers in their speech, and how, they will be enrolled on that e-Shram portal, which essentially means that there will be a formal recognition of their rights, of what they can enjoy by the way of being employees who are registered financially as well as legally with the government. Let's talk about a little bit about tech and innovation that Prime Minister also talked about. We have Madhav Yathigiri, partner Deloitte India, joining us on the show. Madhav, there has been a lot of focus on innovation. There has been focus on AI. In fact, about 500 crore rupees earmarked for AI in education, specifically. Your big takeaways on what kind of changes can we see happening in AI going forward, and is India prepared for it by the way of what it has earmarked and outlaid in the budget?
Thank you very much. It's a very important and valid question. Comes at a right point of time when we have seen OpenAI taking the center stage. We have seen competition from US, from the China. We have heard about the DeepSeek in the last week. So like our IT minister has been mentioning, there's been a lot of investment that India has been putting in this particular area as well. And just to second that, we have seen this morning the finance minister talking about the Center of Excellence in AI, where an outlay of 500 crores has been proposed. Not only that, we have also seen encouragement from the finance minister in the R&D sector with an outlay of about 20,000 crores. So overall, these two investments from the government side of having an center of excellence in AI as well as to encourage R&D by the private sector, we are going to see good amount of focus, good amount of output in this particular space.
You know, there was also a mention of how IITs are also going to have double the number of people they have at the moment. There'll be about 10,000 additional seats introduced in medical colleges, all of which pointing to the fact that perhaps skilling is where the focus lies. But despite that, through the year, every conversation that we have had with an expert on the mismatch between education and skilling is very, very stark. We haven't really made a lot of strides there.
Yeah, I agree. But if you look at it, there's been a continuous focus from the government on beat on the IITs. The allocations have been, going up, and not only the skilling part of it, we are also concentrating beyond the skilling in terms of having more investments. We have seen the Prime Minister themselves and the Finance Minister emphasizing the importance of the startups, be it on investing more funds on the AIF, alternate investment funds, and also going beyond the tax exemption as well, continuing for the startups beyond 2025, now extending up to 2030. So the government is kind of having a vision where they have to concentrate on the scaling part of it, where they're investing on the IITs or encouraging companies to invest on the R&D, innovation, etc. And now if you look at it, post the scaling part of it, they're encouraging startups in terms of investing in these startups, or
more realistic picture from you. I want a more realistic picture from you. You know, we had just about a couple of minutes ago, Barnik here sitting and saying he wants to open a GCC in Bengal. He doesn't have the right talent. He doesn't have the talent which can actually help him set shop, and people are not ready to migrate. So we're talking about a very developed city. We're talking about Kolkata not having the right kind of talent. Where does it leave us with tier 2, tier 3 cities? We just don't have the right manpower, the skilled manpower to take on the burden of being a developed country by 2047, if that's the vision, and we're sticking to the vision. Unfortunately, in my assessment, we haven't just done enough. There is lip service, there is mention year on year, but little to no, improvement on ground.
That's right, but we have seen the development of GCCs as we speak in the tier 1 cities, but there has to be a lot of improvement in the tier 2 cities as well. Now, for this purpose, the economic survey has spoken about, establishing these GCCs or concentrating on these GCCs in the emerging tier 2 cities. But beyond the lip service, like you mentioned, currently the government is focusing on how do we identify the right talent in the tier 2 cities? How do we kind of equip them with the required infrastructure? And coupled with the fact that why can't we identify the talent from the tier 2 cities and make them to work on a work from home basis / a virtual kind of an environment, and encourage them more and more, and it will boost investments in this particular space as well as supporting the economy.
Well, I think there is enough and more being said, Barnik, but I think we are risking our demographic dividend being a demographic burden.
Yeah, let me
burden if we don't do anything.
No, it's not a burden, it's a demographic ticking bomb. I don't know if you guys profiled the McKinsey report which came out in January, which suggests that we have a demographic dividend only for the next 33 years, right? Within 33 years, India will be an aged, developed country in terms of age, not in terms of earning. And there's a very real possibility that India will be old before it's rich, right? Yeah. Now, for me, the bigger question is, will India ever be rich, right? Because if we lose the demographic dividend, our only hope, which is the entire consumption driver, the workforce, disappears. So we need to act now. Reacting to one of the points of IIT, I did spot, again, I may be mistaken, that this 10,000 capacity creation is happening in the new IITs, which have been formed after 2014. And again, there was another Bihar reference there on IIT Patna. Again, I have a counter view. Let's look at the placement statistics of some of these new IITs, right?
Abysmal.
Abysmal, right? So,
wages are abysmal, placements are abysmal.
So what's the quality of education? We can put a brand of IIT and say people are coming out of an IIT, right? But does it guarantee them jobs? Are they employable by industry? So let's take a hard stance and be honest with ourselves that just by announcing schemes and relabeling or labeling stuff, we're not going to get there.
Absolutely.
We need to put more money and effort behind it.
More effort, more money, and perhaps a renewed interest. At least that's what budget is doing at this moment. We will continue this conversation. We're tracking all the details emerging from budget 25-26 right here on News9. We'll be back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Special partner SBI Life. अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Associate sponsor New Virtus GT Line, Style to Wander.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take it one day, give me one day.
New GT line, Tygoon and Virtus. Volkswagen.
Your promise is IGI certified. Your ambition is IGI certified. 14-step grading process. 50 years of trust. IGI Trust Certified.
I always feel the first hurdle is the biggest hurdle.
The process is the fruit and it's amazing.
When is the question, whether or not is not the question.
If that were the case, man would have never reached the moon.
India spends $75 billion on foreign cargo vessels.
$75 billion per annum. That's a lot of money.
Imagine a situation where 95% of our cargo is coming on ships which are not owned by us. If we are still not prepared, if someone were to say that we are not going to give you ships, then we'll be stuck. So the entire nation's economy is at risk.
We are very clear that shipping is also strategic, because without that you can't really be the third largest economy in the world.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. News is now content. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
I consider myself as someone who generates commerce out of creativity.
It is very important that cross-section of art and commerce happens.
You can roll the pitch and prepare a person that you're going to communicate to about what you're going to say.
I think once you want to do something, the universe conspires.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
We are at the highest airfield in India and one of the highest airfield in the world. It is the most beautiful airfield in India. There's no aircraft that cannot land on this airfield.
This will be the highest airfield in India and 5th in the world.
This particular runway will cater for most of the military aircraft, fighters and transport landing.
A strategic edge to the forces, deterrent for our neighboring countries.
Jai Hind.
Yes, 100% completion. TV9 News and your News9 Plus is the first team here.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
If it's a cancer, then what?
it's very distressing.
Anyone can have cancer.
Mentality है कि ये बीमारी मुझे नहीं हो सकती.
There's a thing called cancer is right inside me.
सबसे पहले जो होता है ना, डर जो होता है कि now it's the end of the world.
My life went upside down.
Stigma associated with it, which is very scary.
In our country, more than 14 lakh people get diagnosed with cancer every year. Out of that, more than 9 lakhs die every year because of cancer.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
You are watching the budget coverage here on News9. I am Krishna Kumar. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget 2025 in the Lok Sabha today, marking her 8th consecutive budget presentation. Now, before she began her speech, the cabinet headed by Prime Minister Modi had approved the budget and tabling the budget. Sitharaman announced some major changes to income tax slabs and rates. The big headline from this budget, with the government increasing the income tax exemption limit to 12 lakh rupees per annum under the new tax regime. This means that taxpayers with an annual income of 12 lakh rupees, up to 12 lakh rupees, will not be taxed. In fact, they will get a tax benefit of around 80,000 rupees in terms of relief.
Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukural captures this in verse 542, which reads, Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi. Meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts.
Now, this year's budget was expected to focus on some significant economic reforms, and it did not disappoint, with announcements covering everything from tax reforms to housing benefits, incentives for the automobile sector, healthcare sector, and pushing for fintech growth as well. Now, in a major move to boost the financial sector, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman proposed to raise the foreign direct investment limit, or FDI limit, in the insurance sector to a full 100%. And this change is part of a series of new generation financial sector reforms announced in the budget. Currently, the limit was at 74%, but the enhanced limit will only be available to companies that invest the entire premium in India. Sitharaman emphasized that the guardrails and conditionalities related to foreign investments would be reviewed and simplified to make the process more accessible.
The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified.
In fact, began her budget speech with a slew of measures aimed at boosting India's agricultural sector and benefiting millions of farmers. One of the key announcements includes a scheme designed to benefit 1.7 crore farmers, as well as enhancements to the Kisan credit card loan limits, which will now be increased from 3,000 to 5,000 for greater financial support. Now, the markets reacted positively, with the agriculture-related stocks in the stock markets jumping as much as 9% following the announcements. Sitharaman also introduced a 6-year-long Atmanirbharta mission focusing on self-reliance and pulses, particularly targeting tur, urad and masoor dals. The initiative aims to enhance agricultural productivity through crop diversification, sustainable farming, and improvements in post-harvest storage and irrigation facilities. In a focused move for Bihar, the finance minister announced the creation of a Makhana board to strengthen the production and processing of fox nuts. The board will assist farmers with trade-related technologies and ensure they benefit from relevant government schemes as well. Additionally, a National Institute of Food Technology is set to be established in Bihar to support entrepreneurship and boost farmers' income. These reforms are part of the Pradhan Mantri Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, aiming to support 1.7 crore farmers and drive sustainable growth in agriculture.
Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, developing agri-districts program. Motivated by the success of the aspirational district program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialized measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta.
The budget was also a big bonanza as far as energy transition and electric mobility is concerned. Import duty, basic customs duty cuts on key materials like cobalt powder and import duty cuts on essential equipment needed to make batteries over here. To talk more about it, we have Dilip Chinoy now joining us. Dilip, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on Budget Day. Talk to us quite the announcements from the budget, apart from the big headline, which is the income tax slab cut, the rationalization of income tax slabs. The big announcement as far as the electric vehicle industry is concerned and the battery making industry is concerned are the basic customs duty or BCD cuts and the import duty cuts on the equipment, battery making equipment.
Yeah, Krishna. So if you look at the announcements made in the auto sector and EVs, there are actually things contained in the speech which you are talking about, the reduction of import duty on first of all lithium, cobalt and zinc waste and recycled material, right? And the second point that you talked about is specified equipment for manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries being brought down to enable more competitive manufacturing in India. But if you look at the whole PM e-drive scheme, right? This time they have actually taken up the whole outlay for that scheme to 10,000 crores. It's really more than quadrupled as against last year. The second thing that they have actually done is also increase the outlay on the alternate chemistry, which is, looking at an alternate chemistry. There's a PLI scheme for alternate chemistry. They have actually increased the outlay for that. It has gone up from 15 crores last year, again, nearly 10 times to over 155 crores this year. There are two other announcements which are interesting in this space. One is the whole revamping of the bilateral investment treaties. As you know, a lot of the players in this are joint venture partners and they depend on the investment treaty. And also the second thing on the new manufacturing mission, which is going to focus on ease of doing business and the R&D outlay for electric vehicles. Although not mentioned in the speech, it is under the R&D space, and the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office had brought out a document there, and that is finding allocation in this budget for taking it forward. So multiple things, and just aside on, since we are talking about the auto industry, very interestingly, although marginally, import duty on motorcycles below 1600 cc and above 1600 cc have been actually reduced in terms of CBU, SKD and CKD. That point has kind of just slipped in because it is part of the rationalization of import duty on various aspects. And similarly, very marginal 4% reduction in transport vehicles and passenger vehicles that carry more than 10 people.
Right, Dilip Chinoy there getting us that perspective on the important announcements made as far as EV infrastructure is concerned in the country. Thank you, Dilip, for joining us with that perspective. Meanwhile, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also announced a major relief for patients battling cancer, rare diseases and other severe chronic illnesses. The government has decided to exempt 36 life-saving drugs from basic customs duty, including essential medicines that are crucial for treating cancer and rare diseases. The Finance Minister also revealed plans to exempt 37 additional medicines from basic customs duty or BCD, and that follows the earlier decision to cut customs duties on drugs from 10% to nil. Sitharaman said, and I quote, to provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempt from basic customs duty. Additionally, she proposed adding 6 more life-saving medicines to the list, which will attract a concessional customs duty of 5%.
To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs.
Now, the Finance Minister unveiled significant measures to enhance India's education and research infrastructure. The government is set to provide 10,000 fellowships for technology research in top institutions like IITs and IISCs over the next 5 years. Additionally, the Finance Minister announced plans to expand infrastructure in 5 IITs, especially those established post the year 2014, to accommodate 6,500 more students. The government will also expand IIT Patna, an announcement that comes just ahead of the Bihar State Assembly elections later this year. Over the past decade, the number of students in 23 IITs has doubled, increasing from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh. Now, as part of our push for educational excellence, Sitharaman also proposed the launch of the Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme, which will provide digital versions of Indian language books for schools and higher educational institutions. The government also plans to establish 5 national centers of excellence for skilling with global expertise, alongside setting up 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs in government schools in the next 5 years. In terms of improving connectivity, the Finance Minister confirmed that broadband will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary healthcare centers in rural areas. Also, a center of excellence in AI, or artificial intelligence, for education with an outlay of 500 crore rupees will be set up to transform India's educational landscape.
Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing.
And time now to get in some corporate reactions that are coming in on India's Union Budget 2025. Let's listen in.
Right now with me is Mr. Shadrul Shroff. Mr. Shroff, you know, it indeed has been a budget for the middle class like we were expecting. Your first takeaways from it?
I think the raising of the tax exempt limit from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs is perhaps the most significant change that the government has made. It's almost 80% of the money which was exempt, and that change which has happened by virtue of the fact that it gets money in hand that's going to kick off the consumption industry as also the capital goods industry. That process is going to create its own cycle, and which is a virtuous cycle. So I see this as the biggest change in the budget. The second change which I feel is a process which has happened below the carpet is the increase in the insurance from 74 to 100. Insurance is a long gestation item. The Indian industry will retain the past. They will pay for the 25% or 50%, 49%, which is retained by the foreign group, and having paid it, they will set up new ventures. So it will become 100% in the domestic sector, and the foreign sector will come in. This will also create new pension products, because that has been categorically stated that this will be a fillip to pensions. So that will also create its own cycle. Then in shipping, you have made certain exemptions both for ship manufacturing and shipbreaking.
And with that, we take a very short breather. We'll be back with lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
Special partner
SBI Life. अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए.
Associate sponsor, New Virtus GT Line, Style to Wander.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people.
Matter is now more about faith of the millions of devotees than just political slugfest. Does that mean that I can't get a job in Chennai, although I may be best suited for that particular job? They have more civic sense, they have more of civility than all these men. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take you one bit, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a fun day. You been like it when you see we are done, hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT Line, Tygoon and Virtus. Volkswagen.
अपने खुद के वेंचर के लिए ये मसल नहीं, फाइनेंशियल मसल चाहिए.
लाइफ को शेप में लाने का परफेक्ट प्लान कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सेविंग्स प्लान. कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस प्रॉमिसेस का पार्टनर.
I consider myself as someone who generates commerce out of creativity.
It is very important that cross-section of art and commerce happens.
You can roll the pitch and prepare a person that you're going to communicate to about what you're going to say.
I think once you want to do something, the universe conspires.
You're watching News9. I'm Krishna Kumar. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented Union Budget 2025, which highlighted the government's focus on strengthening the MSME sector, or the micro and small and medium enterprises sector, which plays a vital role in India's economic growth. The government has proposed a major overhaul, with the investment limit for MSMEs set to be increased by 2.5 times and the turnover limit to be doubled. This initiative aims to drive growth, innovation and employment opportunities within the MSME sector, positioning it as a key player in scaling up India's manufacturing capabilities and job creation as well. Sitharaman noted that over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and contributing 36% of India's manufacturing, have helped position India as a global manufacturing hub. The proposed enhancements in classification limits will provide these businesses with the confidence to grow, innovate and create more jobs, particularly for the youth. Finance Minister also announced an increase in credit guarantee cover for MSMEs from 5 crores to 10 crore rupees, with additional support for well-performing export-oriented MSMEs, offering term loans up to 20 crore rupees. In a bid to further support micro enterprises, the government will introduce customized credit cards With a 5 lakh rupee limit for businesses registered on the Udayam portal, the government plans to issue 10 lakh such cards in the first year, ensuring better access to capital for small-scale businesses.
To MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services, with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued.
Right, let's now get in some corporate reactions coming in. This one from Rajesh Jain of Panacea Biotech. Let's listen in.
Well, we have with us Dr. Rajesh Jain, the Managing Director of Panacea Biotech. Mr. Jain, thank you for speaking to us here at News9. You know, our first question to you would be with regards to, yes, our Finance Minister indeed has delivered a budget which caters to the needs of the middle class. But what about the health sector? What would you have to say were the biggest takeaways for this sector?
So I think they are continuing the path that they have taken in almost every budget to look at the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector. For example, 2 critical announcements today that they did were, which impacts the common man, is 36 life-saving drugs are now not required for basic customs duty, including the raw materials, that is API, popularly called as. And then opening up almost 200 daycare centers for cancer. And then also going ahead and announcing that they will, take initiatives with private sector and commit to the investments for common man again, which I think is furthering the whole mission that they have for boosting the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector.
Right. You know, there's a lot of conversation going around with regards to costs in this very sector. Would you say this budget has taken care, or at least it's taken a step forward to look after that very expectation?
When you say cost, what do you mean? Cost of the input materials, or you're referring to cost
for the consumers out there?
So look, medicines, the essential drugs that are needed by common man are already price controlled. So the government has a very well laid down policy to encourage and ensure that the prices are within the means and they are controlled by the wholesale price index that increases every year. So I think in that sense, for the consumer, price is being looked after, and nothing in this budget as of now. However, from time to time, we do see price corrections happening in the market through that pharmaceutical pricing authority in place. And apart from that, I don't think so there is anything special here.
What about the allocation for this very industry? Would you say that you would be happy with the allocation for this industry?
So I have not gone through the annexures that the finance minister was mentioning, and probably we'll have to go through in detail those annexures that were being, indicated. So until that is read, we may not really know what has finally come to the pharmaceutical industry.
Now, after Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed it as a quote-unquote people's budget. In a statement made shortly after the budget was unveiled, the Prime Minister emphasized that the budget would boost investment and accelerate India's progress towards its Viksit Bharat goal. Prime Minister Modi highlighted the focus on savings for people with key announcements that included no income tax for individuals earning up to 12 lakh rupees per year and a revision of tax slabs under the new tax regime. In a video message, the Prime Minister extended his congratulations to Finance Minister Sitharaman and her team, praising the multi-pronged approach of the budget. He noted that the measures outlined would support sectors like tourism, hospitality, shipbuilding, maritime industries and farmers, ensuring a holistic uplift for various sections of society.
भारत की विकास यात्रा का एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस से भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं। इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And with that, it's time for another short breather. We'll be back with lots more on the other side. Keep watching News 9.
Mama must be missing us now.
Let's take it one bit, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a fun day. You be like it when you see we are done, hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
Your promise is IGI certified. 14-step grading process. IGI Trust certified.
You were the chosen one to direct Mr. Bachchan for his first endorsement, for his first appearance on the small screen.
It was a life-changing moment.
Have you been a rebel with a cause?
There was a sense of responsibility, there was a sense of frustration.
Are you worried about cancel culture?
You tell a story with a fear psychosis, you're gonna spoil it anyway.
You're watching News 9. I'm Krishna Kumar. Let's now get in some big reactions coming in on India's Union Budget 2025. This one from Mr. Narendra Modi of Medanta.
Well, we have Mr. Narendra Modi from Global Healthcare Limited. And Mr. Trihan, very firstly, it is a big budget that we have seen for 2025, a middle classes budget as we were all expecting. Your first remarks on that?
So first of all, I am a doctor, so I can talk more about the health sector.
Absolutely.
So there are some very encouraging things. One is that 10,000 more medical education seats will be created. Then there is a upgradation of skills. So 5 skill centers of excellence will be created and funded in this year. Then there has been a lot of help for cancer patients. So the drugs are now fully exempt from custom duty, which will make it cheaper. The other is the introduction of those daycare cancer centers. It's a 3-year project for all districts to have it. This is about 600 plus districts, but in this year, it is proposed that 200 will be accomplished this year. That will give a huge relief to cancer patients because they have to travel long distance to get their chemotherapy, which is a big ordeal for them, and they are sick. So I think these are very good steps in the right direction for the public. Also, the fact that the gig workers will be included in PMJY, which will give relief to another a crore people, which is also a step in the right direction for helping the people. So, and then there is of course relief for the middle class on certain things. Industry may have gotten some bits and pieces here and there, I don't understand it as much, but on the medical front, the introduction of all these measures will help the public to decrease the disease burden on them and also out-of-pocket expenses. So I think this is admirable. So within this constraint of what we are seeing today in the economic activity and the worldwide recession or it's not recession yet, but at least the economic conditions are not that good, not as healthy, that it's an admirable addition. But for health sector per se, what was announced in July is still carrying on. So those were the allocations and all that, which is still the same.
Those are expectations yet to be fulfilled. Thank you so much, Mr. Trehan, for speaking to us. Well, that was Global Health Limited's Managing Director, Naresh Trehan, speaking to us at News9.
Now, while the government and many have praised Union Budget 2025 as a comprehensive, forward-looking plan for India's development, opposition leaders have criticized the budget, claiming it offers nothing substantial for the common people or the middle class. They accuse the government of framing the budget with an eye on the upcoming Bihar state elections, rather than addressing the pressing needs of the public. The opposition has argued that the budget does not bring enough relief or support for ordinary citizens, especially those struggling with economic challenges.
Economy and innovation.
We have to look at the details before we can really give an intelligent comment about the budget, because the budget is always, the devil is in the details, and really can't make up our minds one way or the other merely by hearing the finance minister's speech. There has been a slew of new proposals, but one must also see what happened to the proposals announced in the previous budget, because some grand schemes were announced in the previous budget as well. So what is the status of them? And now another slew of schemes have been announced, which will all, even by their own words, will only get fulfilled well after the culmination of this parliament in 2029. So we'll have to see the efficacies of all these schemes, the previous schemes in this. And unless we look at the details, which I will in the next few hours, we'll make a much more detailed comment about the budget.
मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि ये भारत सरकार का बजट है कि बिहार सरकार का बजट है। आपने बिहार के अलावा किसी और प्रदेश का नाम सुना वित्त मंत्री जी के पूरे बजट भाषण में? तो जब आप देश के बजट की बात करते हैं तो सारे देश के लिए उसमें कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए। और ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि जिन बैसाखियों पे सरकार चल रही है, उन बैसाखियों को स्थिर रखने के लिए उन्होंने बाकी मुल्क की जो विकास है उसको बिल्कुल दांव पे लगा दिया है।
सबसे ज्यादा तो स्टेटों के नाम देखिए, बिहार जहाँ पे चोन आ रही है, बिहार बिहार बिहार, उसके बाद असम की आ रही है तो असम, पंजाब का तो नामो निशानी है। वो किसान धरने में बैठे 4 साल से एमएसपी की लीगल गारंटी के किसान के लिए क्या मखाना बोर्ड, ये बोर्ड वो बोर्ड, सो किसानों के विरुद्ध एक बजट था और किसान जो उसके लिए लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं उनकी तो कुछ सुनी नहीं गई, तो दुख है।
ये जो बजट है, अगर हम इसको 12वां मान लें, 11वां मान लें, 12 साल बाद कुंभ आता है। जो सरकार को आंकड़े देने चाहिए थे, हमारे लिए आज बजट के आंकड़ों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि जिन लोगों की जान गई है वो आंकड़े। जो सरकार मरने वालों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो सरकार खोए लोगों का आंकड़ा न दे सके, जो खोया पाया केंद्र है उसमें बड़ी संख्या में लोग भटक रहे हैं। कुंभ में लोग अपने मोबाइल पे अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपनी मां की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने बेटे की तस्वीर लेकर के, कोई अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तस्वीर लेकर के कुंभ में लोग भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार उसकी जानकारी के लिए कोई इंतजाम नहीं किया है।
No, I think frankly the applause you heard from the BJP benches was for the middle class tax cut. We look at the details and that may be a good thing. So if you have a salary, you may be paying less tax. But the important question is, what happens if you don't have a salary? Where is the income going to come from for you to benefit from income tax relief? You actually need jobs. Unemployment was not mentioned by the finance minister in her speech. And the generation of jobs becomes vital because in our country, not only do we have record unemployment, youth unemployment is particularly grim at the moment. We have the world record in youth unemployment and in college educated unemployed. So what is the method to generate jobs for these people? Then they can get salaries and they can cheer the tax cut. But those who don't have salaries are not going to cheer the tax cut.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने एक बहुत ही जबरदस्त इस प्रकार का बजट पेश किया है। विशेष रूप से इसको हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए ड्रीम बजट कहा जा सकता है। ऐसा बजट उन्होंने पेश किया है, इसलिए मैं उन्हें बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। विशेष रूप से इनकम टैक्स का एग्जम्पशन स्लैब जिस प्रकार से परिवर्तित किया गया है और 12 लाख रुपए तक कोई इनकम टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, ये जो घोषणा है ये निश्चित रूप से एक मील का पत्थर भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के इतिहास में साबित होगा।
हर एक क्षेत्र का, चाहे वो कृषि हो, चाहे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे वो सर्विसेज हो, चाहे अधोसंरचना हो, चाहे इनोवेशन हो, चाहे कृषि का क्षेत्र हो, यूरिया से लेके एक चाहे बीज की बात हो, चाहे नदियों को जोड़ने की बात हो, हर एक विषय पर पूर्ण रूप से अध्ययन करके एक नया मानचित्र तय किया गया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हमारे जितने भी टैक्स पेयर्स हैं उनको इतनी बड़ी राहत दी गई है, 12 लाख रुपए तक कोई टैक्स नहीं, और हर एक ब्रैकेट में आप देखोगे तो करीब करीब 40 से 25% की राहत हाई इनकम टैक्स पेयर के लिए तक भी दिया गया है।
टैक्स के बदलाव तो ठीक है, लेकिन जो हमारे किसान को एमएसपी चाहिए था वो नहीं दिया। और न्यूक्लियर की बात की, हरियाणा में हमारा गोरखपुर का न्यूक्लियर प्लांट कब से पड़ा है, उस पर कुछ हो नहीं रहा। बहुत से मुद्दे हैं, गरीबों के आवास के लिए कोई बात नहीं, मनरेगा की कोई बात नहीं। अभी आगे देखेंगे, चुनाव है बिहार, दिल्ली, उसके लिए ये सब नजर आ रहा है।
वित्तीय वर्ष 2025-26 के बजट में डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को 6,81,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले साल के बजट एलोकेशन से 9.5% अधिक है। और मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि डिफेंस बजट यूनियन बजट का लगभग 13.44% है। डिफेंस फोर्सेस का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हमारी सरकार की यह प्राथमिकता रही है और हम इसके लिए निरंतर कार्यरत हैं। इसके लिए 2025-26 में 1,80,000 करोड़ रुपए का कैपिटल एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो हमारी सेनाओं की कैपेबिलिटी को और अधिक बढ़ाएगा। और इस बजट में हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के रेवेन्यू बजट के अंतर्गत 3,11,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का एलोकेशन किया गया है, जो पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर के एलोकेशन से 10% अधिक है। और पिछले वर्ष के तरह ही डिफेंस मॉडर्नाइजेशन बजट का 75% हिस्सा डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री से प्रोक्योरमेंट में खर्च किया जाएगा। इससे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो डिफेंस में आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य रखा है, उसको पूरा करने में मदद मिलेगी।
क्या बिहार में उन्होंने पहले कितनी बड़ी बड़ी स्पेशल पैकेज की बात की थी, क्या हुआ उसका? इस बजट में भी उम्मीदें थी, क्या हुआ जो बोली लगाई थी बिहार की? 50,000 करोड़ दूं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि 1 लाख करोड़ दूं, 75,000 करोड़ दूं, 1.5 लाख करोड़ दूं। क्या हो गया उसका? उसके बदले उसकी तुलना में, स्पेशल पैकेज इन बातों की तुलना में, ये बजट का ये जो लोक लुभावना बजट बिहार को देख के पेश किया गया है, वो मुझे लॉलीपॉप समान दिखता है उसकी तुलना। बहरहाल जो हुआ, समथिंग इज बेटर देन नथिंग, हम उसकी सराहना करते हैं बिहार के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में। अब रही बात सैलरीड क्लास को, अच्छा है, जानते सैलरीड क्लास को वोट ये देने का मतलब है कि आप वोटर्स पर नजर रख रहे हैं, इसलिए मैंने कहा चुनावी बजट है। ये तो बहुत पहले से हमारी मांग थी, एक्सपेक्टेशन थी कि सैलरी क्लास को बढ़ना चाहिए। वहां पे वो 5 लाख और 7 लाख और 10 लाख हम लोग तो कह ही रहे थे, 15 लाख कम से कम होना चाहिए, चलो 12 लाख हुआ।
देखिए, इससे जो छोटे व्यापारी हैं उनको क्या लाभ हो रहा है? उनके 12 लाख के आमदनी पर तो आपने कोई टैक्स की राहत दी नहीं, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, आम आदमी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय संयोजक केजरीवाल जी ने जो मांग की थी कि अगर आप ये फैसला लें कि भाई उद्योगपतियों के कर्जे आप माफ नहीं करेंगे, अपने पूंजीपति दोस्तों के कर्जे आप माफ नहीं करेंगे, और जो 16 लाख करोड़ रुपए के कर्जे आपने माफ किए हैं अब तक, उसकी वसूली करेंगे, तो देश में जीएसटी की दरें और इनकम टैक्स की दरें आधी की जा सकती हैं। बहुत बड़ी राहत इस देश के मिडिल क्लास को और इस देश के आम आदमी को मिल सकता है, लेकिन वो नहीं किया गया। आपने देखा, कोई ऐलान नहीं किया गया इस प्रकार का कि जो पूंजीपति हैं, बड़े बड़े जो प्रधानमंत्री जी के दोस्त हैं, बीजेपी के दोस्त हैं, जिनका लाखों करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा बाकी है, उनका कर्जा माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। लाखों करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा जो माफ किया गया है उसकी वसूली कैसे की जाएगी, इसके बारे में कोई स्पष्टीकरण नहीं।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो एनडीए का सहयोगी होने के नाते मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी का विशेष तौर पर धन्यवाद करूंगा कि जिस विकसित देश को बनाने की सोच के साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़ने का हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं, उसको मजबूती देने वाला ये बजट है। जहां इस बजट में अमीर और गरीब के बीच की दूरी को कम करने के प्रावधान दिए गए हैं, गांव और शहर के बीच की दूरी को कम करने का इसमें जिक्र किया गया है, युवाओं का, महिलाओं का, मिडिल क्लास का जिस तरीके से हैंड होल्डिंग का जिक्र इसमें किया गया है, युवाओं के स्किल को किस तरीके से मजबूती देने के प्रावधान इसमें बनाए गए हैं। मुझे लगता है हर क्षेत्र, हर सेक्टर को ये छूने वाला ये बजट है। खास तौर पर मेरे लिए, जिस मंत्रालय से मैं आता हूं, मेरे लिए ये एक ज्यादा खुशी की बात है कि निफ्टम का एक लंबे समय से हम लोगों की मांग रही थी। अभी सिर्फ निफ्टम के 2 ही इंस्टीट्यूट थे, हम लोग लंबे समय से चाहते थे कि निफ्टम जिस तरीके से युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित करने का, उनको बढ़ावा देने का कार्य कर रहा है, मांग थी हम लोग की लंबे समय से। बिहार में अब एक और निफ्टम खुलने जा रहा है, ये हम लोग के लिए खुशी की बात है।
And with that, it's a wrap here from my side. Thank you so much for watching. This is Krishna Kumar signing off. But stay tuned for more Budget 2025 coverage here on News 9.
Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Associate sponsor New Virtus GT Line, Style to Wander.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people. Matter is now more about faith of the millions of devotees than just political slugfest. Does that mean that I can't get a job in Chennai, although I may be best suited for that particular job? They have more civic sense. They have more of civility than all these men. My name is Sudha Sadan. Welcome to the South Indian.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's get you on bed, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a fun day. You be like it when you see we in the hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
तेरा बच्चा मेरा नाम जरूर रोशन करेगा।
बच्चों से नाम रोशन करवाने का परफेक्ट प्लान, कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस चाइल्ड प्लान। कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, प्रॉमिसेस का पार्टनर।
We are at the highest airfield in India and one of the highest airfield in the world. It is the most beautiful airfield in India. There's no aircraft that cannot land on this airfield.
This will be the highest airfield in India and 5th in the world.
This particular runway will cater for most of the military aircraft, fighters and transport landing.
A strategic edge to the forces, deterrent for our neighboring countries.
Jai Hind.
Yes, 100% completion. TV9 News and your News9 Plus is the first team here.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
If it's a cancer, then what?
It's very distressing.
Anyone can have cancer.
Mentality है कि ये बीमारी मुझे नहीं हो सकती.
There's a thing called cancer is right inside me.
सबसे पहले जो होता है ना, डर जो होता है कि now at the end of the world.
My life went upside down.
Stigma associated with it, which is very scary.
In our country, more than 14 lakh people get diagnosed with cancer every year. Out of that, more than 9 lakhs die every year because of cancer.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
We are at the highest airfield in India and one of the highest airfield in the world. It is the most beautiful airfield in India. There's no aircraft that cannot land on this airfield.
This will be the highest airfield in India and 5th in the world.
This particular runway will cater for most of the military aircraft, fighters and transport landing.
A strategic edge to the forces, deterrent for our neighboring countries.
Jai Hind.
Yes, 100% completion. TV9 News and News9 Plus is the first team here.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Hello and welcome. You're watching News 9. I'm Shweta Kothari. The Finance Minister has presented Union Budget for 2025 in Lok Sabha this Saturday, marking Nirmala Sitharaman's 8th consecutive presentation and creating history for India. Before she began her speech, the cabinet headed by Prime Minister Modi approved the budget. Now, tabling the budget, Sitharaman announced major changes to income tax slabs as well as rates, with the government increasing the income tax exemption limit up to 12 lakh rupees under the new tax regime. This essentially means that taxpayers with an income up to 12 lakh will benefit from 80,000 rupees in relief and will have to pay nil income tax returns.
Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being
Honorable Finance Minister, Thank you.
Friends, after
good evening to all of you all. I'm happy to be here talking about today's budget. The budget actually says several things about our path towards Vikasit Bharat. It has invested in agriculture. It has certainly looked at rural prosperity, focuses on urban development, particularly looking at urban workers, and continues to lay emphasis on reforms. 6 specified sectors have been identified, and I spoke about it in the budget. Sectors in which we will continue our reform agenda. All this, even as we have continuously been engaged with the stakeholders, and interest of education and health has been prioritized. When we're talking about education, from a child in a daycare center, portion for women, lactating mothers, till the level of getting skilling done, and also for artificial intelligence and digital reading material for students and in school and colleges. Every aspect of education, and bringing in that dimension which is so critical for health. Daycare, cancer centers, and making sure more medical seats are available. These are kind of things with which I'm trying to highlight. The approach in this budget has been pointed on areas which definitely need immediate intervention, outlays, and action along with the states. So Vikasit Bharat is not just being described. I've given you also what we mean by Vikasit Bharat, or what is it that we expect to achieve for Vikasit Bharat. So this budget actually has given you several things on which you can understand how this economy is being planned to take forward a route towards Vikasit Bharat. Secretaries have joined me. All of them would also come in to explain or answer and give clarity and so on. But one thing which I certainly would like to highlight is responding to the voice of the people, which is what Prime Minister Modi is known for in his administration. It's a very responsive government. And as a result, the income tax simplification, which I announced in July, is already completed in its works, and we shall bring the bill in the next week. So the income tax simplification, about which in July budget I have gone in detail to say, the work is completed within 6 months is what I said. Within 6 months we've brought the bill. It will be coming into the parliament next week. So if we are talking of reform inclusive of taxation, the work is done. This budget also speaks about rationalization in customs. Tariffs are being brought down, tariffs are being simplified, and also the basket which consisted of so many different tariffs for so many different commodities are now reduced. 8 were taken off earlier, 8 has been taken off now. So whatever remains now, 7 I think remains, and that is all about India's tariff picture. So the usual narrative which goes on, saying is India being too heavy on tariffs? No, you find that we've drastically reduced and also simplified. So this budget has so many things for all of us to talk about. The more important thing about agriculture, which performed very well during COVID and which has contributed to India's food security, the proposals which are mentioned in this budget actually talk about everything to do with beads to bazaar, literally from the stage of seeds, hybrid seeds, climate resilient seeds, seeds which can give greater output, seeds which are going to be high yielding, all this together to the final point of India becoming the world's food basket. That's the definition I put in when I was talking about Vikasit Bharat. So we are making sure that India's agriculture gets the support across the board, whether it is on seeds, whether it is for skilling the farmers, whether it is rural prosperity, whether it is going to have agriculture and allied industries being set up in rural areas, and whether it is going to be farmers getting better and more loan with interest subvention, not just farmers, fishermen, and also dairy, meaning animal husbandry. So the picture for rural development and the picture for supporting agriculture is across the board, and that has been narrated. The second thing which I would want to highlight is the continued emphasis that we are giving since vote on account budget, July budget, and now on the MSMEs. Whether it is giving them sovereign guaranteed loan, whether it is support during COVID, whether the definition being changed now for better, more inclusive growth in MSMEs, access to bank credit. So MSMEs have also been given greater emphasis. Together with this, I'd like to highlight the point that energy security has had greater attention in this budget. We've highlighted in July budget how even pump storage will have greater attention. Solar and wind and renewable energy has also been taking consistently good importance in our budgets. This time we are talking about the small modular reactors. I've also announced that there shall be 2 amendments, one to the Atomic Energy Act and the other one for the civil liability. All of this is going to help us attain energy security. Insurance sector's FDI limits have been enhanced. That is another important announcement. I'll end my opening statement with 2 things. There is no reduction in the public spending on capital expenditure. Let's put that up front. We continue to place emphasis on the multiplier effect that capital expenditure done by government has shown, has sustained us. We continue on that. And with all this, our fiscal prudence has aligned itself to the glide path that we announced in 2020-21. So we've kept ourselves in alignment. Fiscal prudence has been maintained. The next year, coming years, estimate is also been given. Well under 4.5 is what we had said earlier. We are also projecting the same. So this is just as an opening statement. There's a lot more to say, but as you all ask questions, so shall we answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 225. 225. Mic, please.
Ma'am, this is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. I just wanted to understand, ma'am, here. Ma'am, you said the new income tax bill will come next week. Will that be in the form of draft, and where you are also going to take stakeholder comments on that?
Yes, as a bill, any bill goes to the standing committee, and the standing committee will of course consult with so many stakeholders, and then it will come back to us, and if necessary, any more amendments if need to be brought in, we'll bring it in and take it forward in the House.
So do we expect implementation in this in the fiscal year in FY26?
Do you expect what?
Do we expect the implementation of?
Well, let it get passed. I hope it will get passed without much of a difficulty, but it is only after it's passing.
Sure. Thank you.
35. Front.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. As you said, this is a very responsive government, which is why government decided to give these tax rebates. But given the structure that you have announced, ma'am, up to 12 lakh is the rebate. Any reason why this rebate has been hiked from 7 to 12 lakh? Is it that the incomes or salaries were not growing up to the mark, which is why government thought that this rebate needs to be given? And also, how do you make up for this 1 lakh crore of revenue loss? Will it not impact the budget estimates? Where will you get this money from?
Well, Tipsy, I think the first question is, you said that this, when the incomes are not growing. This is an income tax. Only when there is an income, then we are talking of the tax. So income has to grow to the level to discuss about the tax. Now, why from 7 to 12 lakh? It is something like, it was earlier 2.2 lakhs. When 2014, it became 2.5 lakh, nobody is going to pay tax. Then there was a 2019 that, we said 5 lakhs, nobody is going to pay tax. Then we said it was raised to 7 lakhs. And now it's being raised to 12 lakhs. So this is a perception that the government feels that, on the average 1 lakh per month, if you have, then you need not pay tax, which means that, we are doing it in two ways. One is we are reducing the slab rates. We are expanding the slabs. If you would have noticed, the slabs are now 0 to 4, 4 to the uniform slabs, and there is a gradualism. There was a thing when we had earlier 20%, then it was jumping to 30%. Now it is 20, we have introduced 25 also. So it's a gradual thing which has been done, which has come from the slabs, gets transmitted across. So therefore everyone gets a benefit. Now the second part, FM decided that, well, some people should get a little more benefit than merely slab rate reduction could have given. And so therefore an extra rebate. So slab rate reduction for everyone, and extra rebate for 7 lakhs were already getting it, now 7 to 5 lakhs more people have been added. So this is the philosophy behind it. And as you said, why you do it, I think we expect that all that money which they gave, it comes back to the economy in either consumption, savings or investments, in whatever way they choose to do.
I just want to add to that. If you compare what we've done today with what prevailed in 2014 under the Congress government, what we are, most often the narrative is we should put money back in the hands of the people. I want to please give this comparison for your consideration. If you compare it with the 2014 tax rates under the Congress, for somebody who's earning 8 lakhs, nearly 1 lakh more money is in their pockets today because of the amendments that we've brought in. Meaning, 1 lakh income tax in 2014 is 0 income tax now. So that money is going back to the people in their hands for those who are earning 8 lakhs. For those earning 12 lakhs, 2 lakh was the income tax in 2014 versus today 0 which is proposed. Meaning nearly 2 lakh more money in the pockets of people who are earning 12 lakh. Alright, did I stop it there? As Finance Secretary rightly said, across the board everybody is getting benefit because the rates have also been brought down. Not just the rebates being given to up to 12 lakhs. Rates for everybody is being brought down. As a result, take somebody who earns 24 lakhs in a year. The income tax on them in 2014 was 5.6 lakhs. 2014. For them, now it is only 3 lakhs. The rate change has benefited somebody who earns 24 lakh as well. So 2.6 lakh rupees more in the pocket of people who are earning 24 lakh. So it is not just those who are up to 12 lakh because they are not paying any tax at all, because rebate is given to make up for the tax amount which they have to pay. It is not just up to 12 lakh. Even for others, benefit is accruing, and compared to what it was in 14, that much amount of money is going back to those respective money earners. Just compare it with 24 tax rates, which is prevailing now, and what is being proposed. I would like to draw the comparison. 8 lakh people, meaning those who are earning 8 lakhs. 30,000 rupees more is being put back into their pockets, meaning they would be paying 30,000 in the prevailing tax, 8 lakh salaried wale. Now they pay 0 in the new proposal. Similarly, 12 lakh salary or income wale would have 80,000 rupees tax to pay in the current prevailing taxation rates. They would have 80,000 rupees now go back to their pockets. They don't have to pay that tax. Go to the 24 lakh and compare with the present rates. Present prevailing rate, they have to pay 4.1 lakh rupees as tax. We are saying now they will have 1,10,000, 1.10 lakh in their pockets, which they don't have to pay as tax. So we have put good substantial amounts into the pockets of people who deserve to get that, and I would want that to be highlighted compared to what prevailed in 14 and what prevails just this year.
3 number. Ma'am, many congratulations. Something that has been quoted to you as well as the Prime Minister, and yesterday the Chief Economic Advisor hinted, in terms of disinvestment and where you should not get into, government. You yourself have been talking from 2020, 21, and subsequently, government should be in less spaces. Has it been a strategy? Because I know you're committed to it, but last budget you didn't refer to it. This budget you have not referred to it. The target still remains there. Is there any impetus that you're going to do towards what has already been announced by the budget? For example, bank privatization of banks and others. That's one. And the second, because it was unanswered, you're making it simpler, the income tax, and bringing a thing. Does this mean that you can now not necessarily all the time you can do it through a schedule or an executive order if you want to give some relief to a common man in the new income tax bill that you bring in?
No, giving relief any time will have to go to the Parliament, because if we are giving fiscal relief to people, it has to have approval from the Parliament. So but what the tax simplification really means is the complication in the language, the circuitous way in which they were explaining things, and adding too many exemptions. You will realize that when we brought in the new tax regime, we didn't want the old tax regime imitated or copied. In that, there are several exemptions given in the old regime. In the new, we didn't want to give any, because we wanted a simple, straightforward tax regime in which the rates can be brought down. That's what we've done even now. So the act itself had to be simplified. The attempt now is that.
Okay. And on the disinvestment and...
No, all that will continue. There won't be a relenting on any of this.
On disinvestment, if I can add, you see, the last time, July, also the similar questions were asked. We have actually since then, a value creation strategy, which was actually well explained at that time also. There is no disinvestment target per se. Disinvestment and dividend are both looked at together, because both are money and money is fungible. And it has got 5 elements. The first element is that we are saying CPSC's performance. The second is we say that we should have communication of performance. The third we say that the capex of the CPSC, which is important, as you know, in terms of accelerating growth. The fourth is the consistent dividend policy, and the fifth is there is a calibrated disinvestment strategy, and the disinvestment also is there. The listing is a part of disinvestment itself. So if you really look at it, both dividend and disinvestment is about 80 to 90,000 crore per annum are being raised, but in a manner which are beneficial to the minority shareholders who are there in all our listed companies.
65, backside.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Ruchi Bhatia from Bloomberg News. I have a question for the Revenue Secretary and a question for you. If the Revenue Secretary can give us details on the benefits, the number of people who will benefit from the slab, from the rebates going up from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs. And the question for you, Madam Finance Minister, a lot of people say that while the absolute number for CAPEX has gone up, the pace of spending has gone down as compared to a few years ago. Is it telling of the institutional capacity in terms of how much CAPEX push can the government really do? And secondly, as far as a lot of analysts do say that the multiplier that CAPEX has is a lot more than the multiplier in the economy than that tax cuts have. What would you, say to like some of those concerns as well?
Well, 1 crore people will not benefit between the 7 lakh and 12 lakhs.
Meaning 1 crore more people will pay no tax. On the capex, I think there are two things playing out. One, of course, this particular year has had the elections happening, and because of that, both central government and state governments were catching up with investments, public spending on investments only from the second and the third quarter, so it showed. It's equally true that when fundamental requirements are taken care of, when you're bringing in additional overhead, there is a pace at which those additions happen. So it's not as if there is no thirst for capital expenditure, but now it will be at a pace in which you can build on each one of the developments that you've done prior. So it will continue. There are some departments which will need more. There are others who would probably reach a plateau, but expenditure will have to continue even in them. So the heads where the capital expenditure will happen will vary, but expenditure will happen in building assets.
121.
No, capex is also continuing. I have not foregone capex to give for revenue expenditure or consumption expenditure. So both continue. Ajay.
Look at what the overall numbers are. Even in the coming year, the next year, effective capital expenditure, including what Government of India provides to state for their capital expenditure, is 4.3% of the GDP, one of the highest. It is not just what Government of India departments spend, it is the total money which goes for the capital expenditure. And if you look at that compared with this year's RE, there will be 20% increase. If you look B to B, still there will be a 10% increase. And it is not a capacity issue, it is a new sectors coming up. For example, if you notice, urban sector, the allocations are increasing. That is one area which requires a renewed focus.
121.
On the capex, because this point can come up later also. So one is the capex that we give directly, that is we do as central government directly. Other is that grants that we give to the state governments, for the state governments to do capex. For example, for Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, for example, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and so on and so forth. So if you also include the grants in aid for creation of capital assets, the amount, total amount has gone up to 15.48 crores in the budget estimate for the next year, which is more than 15% increase over the current year's RE. So that is a substantial increase, whereas you consider that the overall expenditure, that is revenue plus capital, has grown by around 7% in the next financial year as compared to this year's RE. So this is almost twice the aggregate growth in the expenditure.
Yes. I would like to also add that on top of this 15 lakh crore capex, which is 11.2 there, and an extra money which goes into revenue but goes in capital building at the hand of the states, the CPSE, the Central Public Sector Enterprises, add about 4 lakh crore as capex from their own resources. So that's also the capex which goes in, and that is not counted here.
Mike on. तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम मेरे दो सवाल हैं। एक, मैम आपने इंश्योरेंस की जो एफडीआई लिमिट है वो 74 से 100% करिए, तो क्या मैम जो इंश्योरेंस अमेंडमेंट बिल था उसकी जो बाकी रिकमेंडेशन है उसको रिजेक्ट किया गया है, सिर्फ इसी को एक्सेप्ट किया है 74 से 100% का? दूसरा मैम, मूडीज ने कहा है कि जो पब्लिक डेट है स्टेट और सेंट्रल का वो अभी भी 80% है, इस वजह से हम रेटिंग अपग्रेड इस बजट के अनाउंसमेंट के हिसाब से नहीं कर सकते। तो डू यू थिंक इज देयर कंसर्न फॉर द ऑन द public debt?
Insurance? Yeah. See, now, presently the insurance is 74%. Now, fundamentally, whether it's 74% or 100%, the materially doesn't matter. But what actually matters is the psychological feeling that they can actually own the company 100%. Along with this FDI, we are also going to, FM also announced that we are going to simplify certain procedures and rules that we frame, which is including the key management person who can be chairman of the company, and person who can be the CEO and board of directors, and also repatriation of dividends. All those are part of this the proposed reforms that has been announced by the FM today.
And sir, what about the other recommendation on the draft insurance amendment bill?
That's what we are actually bringing. The draft insurance bill is the one FM has announced, but the main point she has mentioned that 100% FDI, including simplification of existing rules for FDI investing.
The draft bill is also coming.
Is coming.
Yes. And then the public debt, ma'am. On the public.
Serial number 2. Finance Minister has also announced, just answer complete his question, the roadmap for fiscal consolidation by the centre, and please have a look at the FRBM statement which carries the different scenarios, and over a period of next 6 years how that will be brought down. Similar one act has to be done through the state governments as well. So it is a process which is on.
Number 2. हेलो नमस्कार मैम, मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज से। मैम मेरा सवाल है कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए काफ़ी बड़ी राहत है, 12 लाख तक जो टैक्स छूट दी गई है। इसमें आपने बजट स्पीच में कहा जो कैपिटल गेन से लोग कमाई करेंगे उसको इसमें शामिल नहीं किया गया, उस पर नॉर्मली टैक्स देना पड़ेगा जो स्लैब के रेट से है। तो ज़्यादातर लोग आजकल मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, उनको लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट होती है, उनको कैपिटल गेन्स होते हैं कई तरह से, उनको बाहर रखने का, उनको केप्ट असाइड रखने का क्या रीज़न है, क्या उसके पीछे वजह बताएं?
मिनिस्टर सेक्रेटरी उसके ऊपर ज्यादा विस्तार से बोलेंगे। बाहर रखने वाले चीज नहीं है, इनकम का कैलकुलेशन कभी भी वैसे ही होता है, उसमें कैपिटल गेन्स का जोड़ते नहीं है। मैं स्पष्टता के लिए उसको जोड़ रखा है उधर सेंटेंस पढ़ने के समय। ये नया मेरा पद्धति नहीं है कि इसको अलग रखो उसको अलग। इनकम कैलकुलेशन इन जनरल इज डन विदाउट द कैपिटल गेन्स। यू वांट टू एक्सप्लेन इट प्लीज?
कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स जो है वो हमेशा से रेट से अलग है, नॉर्मल इनकम से अलग है। यदि नॉर्मल इनकम में होता, शामिल होता, तो यदि 30% के ब्रैकेट में कोई होता तो उसके कैपिटल गेन्स में 30% टैक्स लगता, तो वो क्या मान्य होता? तो कैपिटल गेन्स को एक अलग टैक्स की व्यवस्था की गई है जो कि कम है। वो इसलिए की गई है कि रिस्क उसमें है और उसमें लोग रिटर्न करते हैं कैपिटल मार्केट को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, तो उसमें 12.5% हमने टैक्स लगाया, तो वो एक अलग रखा जाता है। उसमें एक अलग एग्जेम्पशन लिमिट भी है। यदि वो एक साल में कैपिटल गेन्स आपको इज इट 1.25 लाख 1.25 लाख यदि हो तो वो एग्जेम्प्ट भी होता है, तो और यदि शॉर्ट टर्म हो तो वो 20% होता है, तो वो एक व्यवस्था अलग है। और नॉर्मल इनकम की व्यवस्था है जो कि स्लैब रेट और उससे काउंट होती है, तो इसलिए वो अलग ही है। कंफ्यूजन ना हो इसलिए वित्त मंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट उसको कर दिया था स्पीच में, क्योंकि ये कंफ्यूजन की संभावना थी कि सब लोग ये समझेंगे, तो उसको स्पष्ट किया गया।
46 पीछे बैक साइड एक करके।
Hello ma'am, Harsh Kumar from Business Standard newspaper. Ma'am, since government has decided to move ahead with a comprehensive asset monetization plan, so what are the new changes from the previous one, and if you can give some broader aspects of it in detail?
See, as we are aware that till the last year, the first program which was launched in 2021, achievements have been of the order of about 90%, which is a good progress. Based on that success is the next leap, almost double the amount which are coming up. And there are newer asset classes will also be come up. For example, transmission assets, and not just of the Government of India. Government of India doesn't own, say, power corporation, power transmission corporation, but state government's assets are also there. So they will do the monetization, and you will hear very soon that entire plan will be out.
Sir, can we, in future, can we get a separate number of asset monetization and disinvestment?
See, this money, what the intent is, there's already an investment, or rather the assets are there, which may be owned by Government of India, which may be owned by, say, NHAI, or they may be owned by one of the PSUs. They disinvest, not disinvest, they monetize that asset and use that money to build a fresh or a new project and a new asset, plow back that money back into the economy. So these are not necessarily money coming to Consolidated Fund of India. Very rarely the money comes in. NHI doesn't invest, money remains with them, they build another road by using that money.
13 front पे
Hi ma'am, good afternoon. I am Kriti, I'm from Informist Media. So right now you just said that your fiscal prudence has finally aligned with your glide path that you had announced in FY21. This year you have given a new roadmap, so mentioned debt to GDP roadmap. You aim to bring down your debt to GDP ratio to 49 to 51% by FY31, considering the nominal GDP would be in the range of 10 to 11. So based on that, and you said that you will peg your fiscal deficit in a way that it goes on to bring down your debt to GDP ratio. So is there a rough estimation of what kind of fiscal deficit you may have by FY31? And secondly, on 31, when you aim to bring down your debt to GDP ratio. Secondly, on funding of fiscal deficit for the next fiscal year, you have brought down the borrowing from small savings from considerably low. It's 16% low from last year. Is there any reason for the limited optimism? Earlier it used to finance 25% of your deficit. Now it's going to finance 22% of your deficit. So if you could just elaborate on if there is any reason for that. Thank you.
First of all, that what is going to be the fiscal deficit in nth year from now? The path is very clear that debt to GDP ratio will be on a declining path depending upon what the growth rate in the economies are, what kind of a stimulus measure or a further consolidation measures would be needed, and the roadmap does envisages three scenarios: mild, moderate and high level of consolidation. So do your maths there, that the range is coming up. In the best case scenario, the highest growth rate and highest level consolidation can go as low as 47.5%. Very low growth rate, etc., it comes to 52. What the goal is taken is 50 plus minus 1%, and that's showing that physical response to needs of the economy. So that is the goal, but overall trend has to be declining trend. And just see the record. 2021 Finance Minister announced will come down to 4.5 next year. This year we are 4.8, next year is 4.4. This is a track record, that's what we follow. Your next question?
Small savings, borrowing from small savings.
Here the interest rate, if you notice in the last 2 to 2.5 years, are being set in a manner so that there's neither an incentive nor a disincentive to come to small savings. These are the numbers where we see the trend, and based on the trend we project it. What is being overall is being monitored and watched or set is the overall fiscal deficit, overall borrowings. If more is coming in small savings, less from the market. If less is coming from the small savings, more will be from the market. So our assessment numbers are slightly lesser than this year, and to that extent market borrowings we have indicated, which will be slightly less than the current year numbers, marginally lower are there. But if there were to be more inflow of small savings, to that extent market borrowings will go down. And as you are aware, we do set the calendar every half year.
51. Hi ma'am, this is Vikas from The Hindu. First of all, you've left us with very few questions after that announcement on the direct taxes front. And you mentioned that there is a 1 lakh crore revenue foregone from that move, which is obviously going to help boost consumption and demand and private investment in turn. I wanted to get a sense of the mathematics behind the overall fiscal math that we've worked out for next year. Because despite this tax relief, we are looking at a direct income tax as receipts as a part of gross tax receipts are likely to rise to 33.7% as per the revenue receipts plan, and which is the highest ever, and marks a significant increase over the 24-25 income tax receipts. So I wanted to understand what's what gives, how do you work this out? Because on one hand, we are giving away significant relief. Where do we expect the gains from?
I hope you're not suggesting we shouldn't have done this. Are you? I hope you're not suggesting that we shouldn't have done this income tax, giving money back to people through rebates and other ways.
No, I'm just curious where we expect the buoyancy coming from.
That's fine. All right. It was answered at that time. Anyway.
Okay, let me just see, we are talking about personal income tax, taxes on income, and we had 19.7% growth in 22-23, We have 25.4% in actual terms, and 23-24 we had 25%, and 24-25 if you take the RE figures, growth is likely to be 20%. And what we have proposed for 25-26 is a growth of 14.4%. So we have moderated. I mean, we have been growing 20% almost on this plan, and we have made it 14%. Now coming to buoyancy, our buoyancy was in for the taxes on income was 2.65 in 23-24, and 24-25 expected buoyancy is 2, and the buoyancy which has been assumed for 25-26 is 1.42. So you would see that we have assumed a moderate buoyancy, looking into the sacrifice of revenue which has been done. So we have done our math. Thank you.
9. Third row.
Good evening, ma'am. Considering the government's measure to put
Apna
more...
परिचय दे दो.
Sorry, this is Chetan from Business Today. Considering that the government's measure to put in more money into the hands of the public, are you trying to mitigate the impact of a possible Trump tariff trade wars from the US, or are you relying more on domestic production to ensure that Indians have a shield from the US trade wars if they happen to be so?
Well, I don't think we've gone that far to justify this income tax rate reduction. We've responded to the voice of the people and also made our own assessments, and therefore we've given this. And I thought there was an allegation also that we didn't respond to what may come through the US administration's tariff whatever decisions. Well, I don't think these two are connected, at least in the way in which we like to believe it. You may want to give a different dimension, but no, we have not done it with that intent.
64 at the back.
मैडम नमस्कार, मैं महावीर सिंह बोल रहा हूँ, फ्रीलांसिंग करता हूँ। आपने इनकम टैक्स में बड़ी राहत दी है, हम तो 10 लाख की उम्मीद कर रहे थे, आपने 12 लाख कर दिया एकदम। और मुझे लगता है कि क्या सरकार इनकम टैक्स रिजीम से हटकर एक्सपेंडिचर टैक्स रिजीम की तरफ जा रही है? जो आप इनकम टैक्स में आपने कहा कि इस राहत से 1 करोड़ लोग इससे बाहर हो जाएंगे और इसमें कम ग्रोथ होगी, और दूसरी तरफ आपका जो टैक्स रिसीट है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है, पूरे बजट का आकार बढ़ रहा है, तो सरकार क्या एक्सपेंडिचर टैक्स की तरफ ज़्यादा झुकाव दिख रहा है?
ये सिर्फ आने वाले साल के, मतलब अभी अप्रैल 1 से शुरू होने वाले साल के टैक्स प्रपोजल्स है। आप पिछले साल का रेवेन्यू को देख करके इससे ये कनेक्शन मत निकालिए। हम जनता के लिए, मिडिल क्लास के लिए राहत दिलाने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के आदेश के अनुसार रेट रिडक्शन किया है, उतना ही है उसमें।
47.
Just to add that to give you a data point, direct taxes are supposed to increase by 12.7% next year. Indirect tax, which is on the, say, when people buy goods and services, is expected to increase by 8%. So that should answer your question.
Yes.
हमारी सेंट्रल अमाउंट शामिल है।
एक इसी पॉइंट पे और यदि हम देखें डायरेक्ट टैक्स और इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स का रेशियो, तो वर्तमान साल में आरई में ये 1.39 है, मतलब डायरेक्ट टैक्स लगभग 139% है इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स का। अगले साल ये 145% है। तो जो आप कह रहे हैं उसका उल्टा है, डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस पे अधिक अगले साल राशि प्राप्त होगी एज कम्पेयर टू इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स।
और यदि हम देखा जाए बॉयंसी जो है वो इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में 0.82 है, क्योंकि कस्टम्स जो है वो कोई अभी हमारे लिए एक रेवेन्यू का साधन नहीं है, वो एक बॉर्डर मेजर्स है, और बहुत समय में हमने ड्यूटी रिड्यूस भी की हैं, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा हाई टैरिफ लगाने से भी उसके ठीक परिणाम नहीं, तो ये भी नहीं है। और सीजीएसटी और सेस में हमारा जो बॉयंसी है वो सिर्फ 1.08 है, तो आप देखेंगे कि वो उसमें कोई एक्स्ट्रा हमारा करने का विचार नहीं है।
Ma'am, Prakash Pedashi from ET now. Yeah. The KCC limit has been enhanced to 5 lakh. So any assessment on how this decision will boost rural consumption? Secondly, ma'am, the budget document mentions something about sharing transaction details of crypto assets. If you could elaborate.
Sharing transaction details of?
Crypto assets.
Okay. Nagaraj, you want to say on the KCC? Increase in the KCC.
Yeah.
Let me respond to the question on the KCC. This is to enable those farmers who are doing commercial cropping, they require more more crop loans are required. It will facilitate them, and government will provide the interest subvention for them up to limit of 5 lakhs. It is not first to assist the farmer. It is not a measure to boost rural consumption. That is not the intent. The intent is farmer needed more crop loans. It is to facilitate that. That is the purpose.
And 1 lakh it's been decided long time ago. High time it was changed.
The KCC loans are given at the 7% rate of interest. It's already subsidized by the government at 1.5%. Now, if the prompt repayment is there, there is another 3% to the farmer. The effective rate of interest on KCC loans is only 4%. Now, with the current announcement by the FM, there will be almost about 26 crore additional budgetary impact for these KCC loans.
Special partner SBI Life. अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Associate sponsor New Virtus GT Line Style to Wander.
We made history for a reason tonight.
Will it change the shape of American foreign policy? Violence has erupted in Manipur once again. How can we pass judgment, sir, before any inquiry that, they were volunteers or militants, sir?
Your promise is IGI certified. Your ambition is IGI certified. 14-step grading process, 50 years of trust. IGI Trust Certified.
Mama must be missing us, na? Let's take it one day, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a fun day. You be laughing when you see we are done, hey!
New GT Line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
$224.
Good evening, ma'am. Shishir from Hindu Business Line. One of the popular scheme has been sovereign gold bond scheme. We have not seen any of the issue during the current fiscal, and we are not getting any mention for the next fiscal. Does this mean that there is a curtain to this scheme?
Well, yes, Ajay. Yes, in a way, but Ajay can give you the details. Yes.
See, these are the decisions which are taken. What is the purpose is, one of course is to raise borrowings from the market for the purpose of financing the budget, and at some point of time whether this asset class is to be supported or not. But the conditions of the recent past with the experience has been that this has been rather a fairly high cost of borrowings for the government. As a result, for the last several quarters, government has not chosen to follow that path. As and when a formal decision is there, you will get to know.
Please go on.
223, left side. We'll take 2 more questions.
Hello, hi.
After this.
Ruchika Chakravanshi from Business Standard. Just 2 things. One, if you could elaborate on the BIT that you've said that it will be made investor friendly. So will it be in the line with what we have with the UAE? And one, there is an increase in the corporate tax revenues also that have been projected in the FY26 budget. So what is the reason for you to, why are you expecting like a revival in corporate tax, which has been a bit of concern?
Well, on the BIT, I think I've stated the reason why we want to revamp it, to make it more investor friendly. Yes, I can understand you quoting UAE and asking whether it is going to be in line with that. UAE was a bit more than, it was 2016 plus, it was more than the 2016 version of the BIT. But there is no particular template that I'm adhering to. We want to make it lots more robust and lots more investor friendly.
125.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Karishma from Business Today. Congratulations to you and everybody. Ma'am, Manrega has again, it's seen in stagnant allocation in the last 2 years, despite that this year's FY25's utilization has already peaked until December. Do you expect a mid-year revision? And ma'am, a quick clarification on crypto. When is the DA-led crypto paper likely to be released?
See, on Manrega, I think every year the same question is asked and every year we answer the same question. It is a demand-driven program. If as a result of increased demand, a state or another state or third state wants money because their demand has to be met, the RE shows the numbers and we increase it. But just because of that, it doesn't mean that my BE will have to be on the enhanced note. Every year the numbers, in fact every crop season, post the crop season, the numbers vary. So as a demand-driven program, we'll certainly respond to it as and when the numbers come. On the crypto, when is the DA paper likely to come? You'll get to know when it comes out.
This is last 6 at the back.
Ma'am, I'm Banikinka Patnaik from the Economic Times. In your speech, you have said that there would be a light touch regulatory framework and that a committee will be set up to review all non-financial sector rules and regulations. So ma'am, is there, any possibility that it will also include financial sector regulations?
But even as I read the speech, there were two different things. One for the non-financial and another for the financial. The financial is still being looked through the FSDC, whereas the non-financial is where we have appointed, or we are asking for an appointment of a high-level committee which will look at the regulations, particularly for compliance, for inspection, for certification. There are ever so many overlaps, friction points, pain points. So to sort that out, our approach is this: one, through the FSDC for the financial, and for the non-financial, several of them which are non-financial, the high-level committee.
Ma'am, again, in the nuclear energy space, there is an announcement that there could be more private participation sought. So, is there any particular frame in mind that how we are going to do it, or any incentives or something of that?
No, what I've announced at the moment is what stands, and the respective departments will go into the details and they'll come out after the year commences.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Your promise is IGI certified. 14-step grading process. IGI Trust certified.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take it one bit, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a one day. You been like it when you see we are done, hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
You were the chosen one to direct Mr. Bachchan for his first endorsement, for his first appearance on the small screen.
It was a life-changing moment.
Have you been a rebel with a cause?
There was a sense of responsibility, there was a sense of frustration.
Are you worried about cancel culture?
You tell a story with a fierce psychosis, you're gonna spoil it anyway.
Valuations can be frothy. Going public is almost like what some of us would like to say is the holy grail, right? IPOs are a trend, not a bubble.
Do secondary markets exist? Answer is absolutely yes, and it's been around for a very long time.
Valuations could be high or low, and valuations may correct over time, but IPOs are here to stay. It is basically a graduation ceremony of sorts. It is potentially where a startup stops being a startup and starts becoming an enterprise.
The IPO space has just started in the past 24 months. The startup ecosystem has been around for 15 years.
Fundamentally, if you have a strong business and you have predictability of cash flows, and you can actually give with a fair degree of confidence where the business is headed, the market will reward you.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
India spends $75 billion on foreign cargo vessels.
$75 billion per annum. That's a lot of money.
Imagine a situation where 95% of our cargo is coming on ships which are not owned by us. If we are still not prepared, if someone were to say that we are not going to give you ships, then we'll be stuck. So the entire nation's economy is at risk.
We are very clear that shipping is also strategic, because without that you can't really be the third largest economy in the world.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. News is now content. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
We are at the highest airfield in India and one of the highest airfield in the world. It is the most beautiful airfield in India. There's no aircraft that cannot land on this airfield.
This will be the highest airfield in India and 5th in the world.
This particular runway will cater for most of the military aircraft, fighters and transport landing.
A strategic edge to the forces, deterrent for our neighboring countries.
Jai Hind.
Yes, 100% completion. TV9 News and your News9 Plus is the first team here.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
If it's a cancer, then what?
It's very distressing.
Anyone can have cancer.
Mentality है कि ये बीमारी मुझे नहीं हो सकती.
There's a thing called cancer is right inside me.
सबसे पहले जो होता है ना, डर जो होता है कि now at the end of the world.
My life went upside down.
Stigma associated with it, which is very scary.
In our country, more than 14 lakh people get diagnosed with cancer every year. Out of that, more than 9 lakhs die every year because of cancer.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Valuations can be frothy. Going public is almost like what some of us would like to say is the holy grail, right? IPOs are a trend, not a bubble.
Do secondary markets exist? Answer is absolutely yes, and it's been around for a very long time.
valuations could be high or low, and valuations may correct over time, but IPOs are here to stay. It is basically a graduation ceremony of sorts. It is potentially where a startup stops being a startup and starts becoming an enterprise.
The IPO space has just started in the past 24 months. The startup ecosystem has been around for 15 years.
Fundamentally, if you have a strong business and you have predictability of cash flows, and you can actually give with a fair degree of confidence where the business is headed, the market will reward you.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
The middle class wanted Finance Minister to give them more money in their hands. The demand of the middle class was to exempt taxes up to 10 lakh rupees of salary. And guess what? Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has over-delivered on the middle class's wish list. And it's not 10 lakh, but 12 lakh rupees. Yes, that's right. No tax for salary up to 12 lakh rupees. And not just that, as much as 1,10,000 rupees in savings for the higher tax bracket. Well, what a fantastic budget session it's been when Finance Minister has gone out and indeed appeased the middle class. But what does this budget mean for you, the tax-paying citizen? Not just on the income tax front, but what does the budget 2025 entail for India's fiscal prudence and glide path for better economic growth in coming years ahead? And more importantly, is there enough in the budget in terms of job creation, employment and formalization of informal roles? Well, let's discuss all that and more over the next hour or so. I'm joined by a battery of experts in various fields. Let me introduce them to you. I have with me Mr. Narendra Kumar, founder and CEO, Value Research, joining in. We've also got Dr. Srinath Sridharan, policy researcher and corporate advisor. And in the studio with me, I've got Mitali Nikore, founder and chief economist, Nikore Associates. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for being here on this show with me today. Mr. Narendra Kumar, let me begin by asking you and really requesting you to break down this change in the tax structure and what it really means for the middle class.
Well, it does not require any elaborate breakdown. It's very simple. If you earn 12 lakh rupees, the minimum that you save on taxes is 78,750 rupees. And for every higher slab, it is about a lakh of rupees as you go up. So in that sense, it is pretty straightforward. Anyway, the government has been trying to drive taxpayers to the new tax regime, which does not provide any incentive or any incentive for savings, investments, or any kind of exemption, but it is very straightforward. And there, the rates that is visible on the screen itself is becoming very moderate. So investors or savers will have more money in their hand. And the remarkable thing about this announcement in this budget is that every time there has been such a reduction, it has come with all kind of excuses. It has come in a very reluctant way. This time it has come in a very lavish way. Everybody was expecting 10 lakh. It has come without any, any strings attached and without any ifs and buts, with the encouragement that it is, and it is coming with a very straight face that, the government says that it wants to drive up the consumption.
Right. So consumption is one side of the
I would like to just add one more point,
right,
which I think is very crucial, is that all these years, last 20, 30, 40 years, I have run, nearly over 30 years, I have run value research. Indian investors have been initiated to investments entirely by way of tax saving.
Right.
No longer. They will have no, that has been the, starting point. In the first quarter of the year, somebody will tell you that if you invest, then you will get this tax break. No longer. Investment and tax breaks are completely disconnected now.
Right, absolutely. So I wanted to in fact get your view on exactly that. That is this pretty much now the time to kick the old tax regime out of the window, kiss it goodbye, and these exemptions could very well not be part of the new income tax bill which the finance minister has promised to present in the coming week. So can we expect no more deductions, no more old tax regime?
But my sense is that we just have to wait for another week, and when it is expected. But things are becoming very clear that if you want a no-nonsense return without any ambiguity, without any complication, then the new tax regime is the way to go.
All right. Before I move on, one more question to you, Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, and this one comes pretty much on the social contract which government after government has had with savers and investors. Those folks who have put in, who belong to the higher income bracket, perhaps my generation, in and around my generation, those people who have made investments in these long-term deposits like the PPF, for example, any incentive for them to now stay tuned into those investments, and those have lock-ins of 15 years or so. So number one, you're perhaps, I mean, we'll get to know in a week or so, but perhaps disincentivizing the old tax regime, maybe some sort of cheating with people who have stayed invested in those tools. And then add to that, perhaps we will see these tools of saving money not being as popular and more money going into the markets. And the economic survey has warned that the markets could pretty much be on the verge of becoming asset bubbles.
I would just like to be very specific about the Public Provident Fund. It is India's most popular and sought after fixed income, guaranteed by the sovereign savings vehicle. And there are two benefits which investors derive by investing in PPF. One is the Section 80C, investment up to 1.5 lakh rupees every year.
Yeah,
is treated as a tax exempt income if you put that money in PPF. That for one is not relevant anymore if you are choosing the new tax regime. You can very well ignore that. Second thing which is only unique to Public Provident Fund is the interest income from Public Provident Fund is the only income
which is tax free
besides agriculture which is tax free. There is no other form of income which is tax free. So and that has not been touched, that has not been referred. And maybe the 80C becomes irrelevant in the new tax regime, but that particular thing still continues.
Absolutely. Well, I think one more asset class which was offering tax-free returns, but we haven't seen much on that, are the sovereign gold bonds. And I was hoping that the budget would give us some details on that, but I think the budget remained conspicuously silent on the sovereign gold bonds. But before I go to Srinath, and I know Srinath is going to have a contrarian view, he usually does, I want to bring in Mithali Nikore into this conversation. Mithali, help us understand the fiscal glide path. We have revised our fiscal deficit downwards for this year from 4.9% to 4.8%.
Yeah.
Even better fiscal prudence for FY26 at 4.4%.
Yeah.
Now, if we see more and more migration to the new tax regime, lesser direct tax collection for the government, presumably more number of nil filers, is the consumption and GST on consumption going to offset for this deficit in direct tax collection?
So first of all, thanks a lot for having me in the studio and on the show. So I think, at the end of the day, the government has played it very intelligently. Because the category on which the tax exemption has been provided is actually the category which pays the lowest amount of tax but has the highest number of taxpayers and tax filers. Because you see, if you look at the overall size of the population paying taxes, it's about 4 to 5 crore people.
That's right.
Nearly 20% of those, or even 25% of those, would be at least 20-25% of those would be in the exemption bracket.
That's
so
right.
You have, in one stroke of a pen, given this relief to at least 1.5 crore people.
Right.
On top of that, the amount of revenue loss you're making is minimal because they were already in the lowest tax bracket to begin with.
Right.
And you've revised your limits in such a way that those above 24 lakhs are now paying 30%. So you're actually offsetting, and this is what we call classic progressive taxation.
All right.
They have gone for classic progressive taxation to reduce the income inequality in the country and to create a scenario where those who can pay and who have the ability to pay can pay a little bit higher, and those who are struggling should be getting the exemption that they deserve.
Right.
And both of these categories, I mean, we don't expect the consumption of those above the 24 lakh range to get impacted too much with a higher tax.
All right.
And here we are unlocking
But
a lot
those
more
above
consumption.
24 lakhs were in any case paying that tax rate of 30% because they were above 15 lakhs. So that's a valid point. I see where you're coming from. That it's not just the up to 12 lakh rupees salary, but all the way up to anything under, let's say 20 lakh rupees is getting incentivized with a lower tax rate. Okay,
Exactly.
let's bring in Srinath Sridharan. Srinath, you and I were exchanging some messages earlier, and you didn't really think that it was as much as a big deal it is being made out to be, this tax cut. So your initial views on taxation before we move to anything else.
Yeah, Karthik, I think your program's title is Magic Bullet. I'm glad both those words don't exist. There is no magic.
There's magic and there's a bullet.
And luckily the middle class, the lowest slab also escaped the bullet. I think let's leave those two words away. I think it's, we have to one, appreciate the government. I mean, for a fiscally completely tied-in economy that we are facing, I'm glad that they did not go overboard announcing any poster boy things that would have meant large expenses which we wouldn't have been able to afford. I think what to me is the greatest fun is, I think I'll agree with Mithali. I think it is about tax justice to the lowest slab. But let's not get carried away. Let's move to, I think what is going to happen is, will we see inflationary trend in asset classes like real estate and gold as we go on, because the surplus, the surplus amount of tax savings could get driven into some of those economies. And here I want to be a little controversial. I think the middle class, the new middle class of India is what I would call the erstwhile Delhi style by conspicuous consumption. There is no, it's a show of culture, there is FOMO. I think we all have Instagram pressure of living up to their neighbors. I think that, I mean, I'm nobody to comment on how they spend their money. I was a little disappointed that there was expectations around long-term capital gains tax and all that. And for example, bringing fixed deposit taxation slab on par with anybody else didn't happen. I mean, that could have been, I think, a big move for a lot of senior citizens who depend on fixed deposits.
Okay.
I think for me, MSME is a large pivotal role of middle class and lower middle class as well, because you have a lot of single owner entities as well. And I don't think the budget addressed any of those, but for some minor tweaks here and there. Okay. Financially prudent budget overall, but I think middle class, I shudder to think if they're hungry, give them cake too, is what we did for one slab. But what about the rest?
All right, what about the rest? Well, at least there is something, if not enough, if not too much. And see, I think as citizens, as taxpayers, we are never satisfied with what we get, and Srinath pretty much exemplifying that for us today. But before we move on, let's quickly listen into that portion of the budget speech of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and the kind of thumping it received in the Parliament when she announced, and she really played it to the gallery, didn't she? I mean, she said, I'm introducing it, I'm coming to it, and then she just went round, and bang came the last part of the budget, which really resulted in this change in the tax slab. Let's quickly listen in to what the Finance Minister said on the floor of Parliament.
Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers, I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Well, that's the kind of appreciation that this magic figure of 12 lakh rupees brought in the parliament and all over. I think, our newsroom was buzzing, and I'm sure anybody watching the budget speech would have really celebrated today. But let's move on now. And Srinath, I want to just bring you back into this conversation. Let's move on to something that I, as a journalist, and I think a lot of us as working class in the country were expecting, and that was the expectation on job creation. I didn't find too many schemes or, too many announcements on creating fresh jobs. Do you think we've done enough already, or I'm sure we haven't done enough already, because there are enough and more people who are unable to find jobs, or jobs that don't pay as well as they expect their jobs to pay. But I didn't find too much focus on employment. I didn't find too much focus this time around even on manufacturing, barring perhaps one or two sectors like shipbuilding, perhaps clean energy, windmills, solar components, etc. And of course toys happen to be one focus, but apart from that, not much on employment this time around.
Yeah, Karthik, I think, in fact, in the morning show, we were how we don't have economies of scale and size that a Chinese toy maker would have. I think the reality is that I think it's a political hotbed to speak about anything that will concern employment and manufacturing. I think that would have taken the limelight out of this middle class announcement. I think very clearly the narrative is that we are a slowing economy and we have not pulled.
Right. So I think what Srinath is saying is that the showstopper was the tax for the middle class, but nothing really to take that fizz away from the middle class and go ahead with the, well, let's just quickly dip into what former Finance Minister Mr. P. Chidambaram has to say. He's organizing a press conference.
6 minutes to read. And after that, my good friend Mr. Gaurav Gogoi will speak in Hindi, and then we'll take a few questions. The takeaway from budget 2025-26 is that the BJP is wooing the tax-paying middle class and the Bihar electorate. These announcements will be welcomed by the 3.2 crore tax-paying middle class and the 7.65 crore voters of Bihar. For the rest of India, the Honorable Finance Minister had no more than soothing words, punctuated by the applause of BJP members led by the Honorable Prime Minister. Let me first look at the financial performance in the current year, 24-25. Revised receipts are lower by 41,240 crore. Revised net tax receipts are lower by 26,439 crore rupees. On the expenditure side, total expenditure has been cut by rupees 1,04,025 crore, and capital expenditure has been cut by rupees 92,682 crore. Of this cut, the sectors that have suffered most and the amounts of cuts are health, 1,255 crore rupees. Education, 11,584 crore rupees. Social welfare, 10,019 crore rupees. Agriculture, 10,992 crore rupees. Rural development, 75,133 crore rupees. Urban development, 18,907 crore rupees, and the development of the Northeast, 1,894 crore rupees. The cruelest cuts were in allocations for the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, OBC and minorities. Here are a few examples. PM Anisuchit Jati Abhyuday Yojana, budget allocation was 2,040 crore. The actual expenditure is only 800 crore rupees. PM Young Achievers Scholarship for OBC, EBC and denotified tribes. Allocation was 1,836 crore rupees. Actual expenditure will be 1,381 crore rupees. Post-metric scholarship for scheduled castes. Allocation was 6,360 crore rupees. Actual expenditure will be 5,500 crore rupees.
Well, former Finance Minister and Congress leader P. Chidambaram there making a case on where the Finance Minister has been able to cut budgets and cut budgets substantially to allocate in other places and prioritize issues for states like Bihar, and of course giving sops to the middle class. And the middle class, as per a Price report, 67% of Delhi comprises of the middle class. So valid arguments being made there, but Mithali, budgets are about adjustments, adjusting one part of or one allocation, one sectoral allocation with another.
Yeah.
I think given that consumption was taking a beating, India's growth was taking a beating, do you think the Finance Minister has been justified in taking the actions that she's taken to put more money in the hands of the people who were grappling with high inflation as well?
No, absolutely. I think there's a global thinking which is emerging right now, which is to say governments overall should be smaller. And there should be more and more money in the hands of people. We've seen even the US president talk about a scenario where the US would have no income taxes.
Yeah.
So, you know, there is a movement towards that, and this is one of the ways in which the government can think about giving more and more liquidity to people to spend where they need to spend and what are the essentials for them. I also want to reflect a little bit on the jobs question, because I think, you know, there was a moment where she talked about employment-led development, and she also spoke about 4 pillars of the economy, really. You know, we talked about MSMEs, agriculture, export promotion and investment. Now, it was in the investment pillar where I found it very interesting that she was talking about employability, because on jobs there are 2 sides. One is creating the jobs and industries, ease of doing business, export promotion, all of those schemes which she was announcing in newer sectors should ideally create the jobs. But on the other side, and one of the issues I'm sure many of the entrepreneurs face is hiring, right? You are going to hire, but you don't find a sufficiently skilled person.
That's right.
And there, I think on employability, she spoke a little bit when when she was talking about human capital investment, but I feel like that's where the focus should have been a little more, and focusing on the digital economy. I didn't hear enough of a focus on the digital economy today. And we were expecting that. The Deep Tech Fund was announced, but we're not entirely sure how many people will be able to benefit from that fund, and will that be a broad-based benefit. So I think there we really need to see much more work. I loved what she said on agriculture, and I think that is a major job creator for the future. We always think that manufacturing will create jobs, but it's not necessary. We can see jobs in rural areas, we can see jobs in climate resilient agriculture, food processing. And there I think the new thinking which she displayed today about crop diversification, about new seed varieties, this is the kind of thinking we need to advance further.
All right. Well, let's bring in Dhirendra Kumar again into this conversation. Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, agriculture, employment in agriculture, I understand the rural economy upliftment, but agriculture again continues to be a sector where It wasn't expected, but as expected, the government did not obviously introduce any taxes. So the question I want to actually bring to you is from this perspective of widening the tax net and the burden of economic growth and the tax that is collected by the government, the personal income tax that the government collects, that burden not being restricted to very few people, but being shared by a larger mass of people. Do you think Budget 2025 delivered on that widening of tax net and sharing of burden?
No, undoubtedly not. In fact, in the previous budget has always been, very reluctantly trying to make, give any kind of relaxation. In fact, it has always been that, you get a concession or you get a relaxation, and it will come with a lot of, as if, the government is embarrassed to do it. In fact, for the first time, it has come with a fairly open and clear without any catch that we are getting this clarity that new tax regime, 12 lakh rupees if you earn 70,000. It is very direct and straightforward. Always in the past, and I think this is the right move forward, because broad basing it and the cost of administration, the cost of bureaucracy, the cost of the way the taxpayer is ill treated by the for trivial violation, the way it lingers. I don't think we really, as a country, estimate the worth of the overhead. In that sense, I think it's a great way to move forward. Not to say that broad basing. If the government has worked towards making GST scalable, applicable, everybody is a taxpayer and is a very liberal taxpayer in this country.
Right, absolutely. And I want to take one more question to you before we move on. This also sort of is in the realm of personal finance, and this is by way of certain changes made in TDS and TCS. In fact, on TCS, the exemption on TCS being collected on international spends has been raised from 7 lakh rupees to 10 lakh rupees, and even the exemption has come in by way of education loans. So from a personal finance point of view, the simplification of tax rates on TDS and enhancing the limit on TCS for international travel. Just explain to us what seems to be the rationale behind this, and how does this help the wallet of the taxpayer?
No, it is more than the wallet. It is actually the headache, because the moment you have this TCS and the way you go about recovering it, the cumbersome process and the way you go about retrieving it back, even if it is not, because this was made a law not very long ago, that the moment you remit the money, you have to, that this gets applicable, and then it has to be recovered in your tax filing. But not to mention what Sridhar said earlier, I would like to point to three things which I think have been little beneficial. I think a lot more can be done about them, but have been beneficial for the senior citizen. One is this TDS applicable on the interest that has been increased from 50,000 to 1 lakh rupee. Second is, if you had a rental income of 2.5 lakh rupees, that has been increased to 66 lakh rupees. That I think is quite reasonable. Otherwise, for most people in their senior citizens, they are otherwise not a tax, they are not filing return, but just to get your get your refund, you will have to file it. So, and TDS effectively becomes, it enforces you to do that. That is the second one. Third is that, third important thing that has happened is that, the definition of long-term, fixed deposit, if held for 3 years, the interest income will be taxed almost like your long-term capital gains, 12.5%, which I think is very beneficial for all the retirees who are long-term fixed income investors.
Right. Okay. Srinath, final word to you. I want to understand from you and help the viewers understand from you that how much of this budget was really about the economy and how much of it was about political management, especially for Delhi's middle class, and the number of times that Bihar was mentioned in the budget speech.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Delhi part of it here. I think definitely Bihar. It certainly looks like the newest political capital of India. But having said that, I think one fair statement Narendra made about trusting citizens. Every budget we hear that we're going to be more transparent in trusting citizens, but the tax regime still seems to doubt its very citizens. I think that has to change. But more important context, one positive takeaway, we still have to look at the detail, is that we are going to bring gig economy workers in the safety net, some kind of social security safety net. I think that's a very, very good one. But to me, the missed opportunity politically, and I'm hoping that this year ahead, we will have what I call the LAL reforms, land, agri, and labor. I mean, if you're very serious about geopolitical viability, we're going to find Trump becoming stronger, China, a lot of those conditions. I mean, to me, we have not done anything about climate change. We spoke about climate taxonomy last budget. Nothing has come out so far. AI, it's a minuscule spends. We are nowhere near the global AI scenario. So lots to catch up. But again, the positive I want to close with, for the first time, we are going to move ahead with nuclear energy. I mean, to me, that's a very, very big move.
100 gigawatts by 2047, of course, some action there. Well, let's leave it at that, gentlemen. And Mithali, thank you so much for taking time out and being with us here and decoding, deconstructing Budget 2025 and what it means for you, the middle class taxpayer. Time for a short break now, but coming up on the other side, an exclusive conversation with Dr. Arvind Virmani and his take on Budget 2025. Stay tuned to News9 Live.
Special partner SBI Live, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Associate sponsor New Virtus GT Line, style to wander.
Your promise is IGI certified. 14-step grading process. IGI Trust certified.
एक्सरसाइज करा करा के मेरी जान निकाल देगा तो तेरा और हमारे बिजनेस का ध्यान कौन रखेगा?
अपने साथ अपनों की लाइफ फिट रखने का परफेक्ट प्लान कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस टर्म प्लान. कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस promises का पार्टनर.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take it one day, give me one day. Feel the itch on my skin, it's a fun day. You will like it when you see we are done. Hey, it doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
You were the chosen one to direct Mr. Bachchan for his first endorsement, for his first appearance on the small screen.
It was a life-changing moment.
Have you been a rebel with a cause?
There was a sense of responsibility, there was a sense of frustration.
Are you worried about cancel culture?
You tell a story with a fierce psychosis, you're gonna spoil it anyway.
History for a reason tonight.
Will it change the shape of American foreign policy? Violence has erupted in Manipur once again. How can we pass judgment, sir, before any inquiry that, they were volunteers or militants, sir?
You're watching our special coverage of Budget 2025. Magic bullet for middle class. Well, that is what our question was in the run-up to Budget 2025. And yeah, no longer a question mark. I think it's fairly clear that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has delivered indeed a magic bullet for the middle class by way of the change in tax slabs and no taxes for salary up to 12 lakh rupees. But that's not all. The budget is not just about income taxes. The budget is also about growth and GDP projections, manufacturing, job creation, agriculture, and a lot more. So let's deconstruct all of this to begin with. Of course, the tax story and thereafter a lot more with none other than Dr. Arvind Virmani, member Niti Aayog, joining us on News9 Live. Dr. Virmani, it's a pleasure having you back right here on News9. And let me begin first by asking you the most obvious question, which is top of mind for everybody, is that the Finance Minister has indeed delivered a bonanza for the middle class by way of exempting taxes up to 12 lakh rupees and an incremental advantage in saving taxes even for the higher income bracket by up to 1.1 lakh crore, 1.1 lakh rupees per annum. My first question to you, and a fairly direct, simple one, Dr. Virmani, the tax cut will eventually lead to a consumption boost. I want you to help explain to me and our viewers, how much is that multiplier on consumption boost and how would that indeed lead to GDP growth, sir?
So let me start briefly with the background and then the impact.
Okay.
The background, there's two things. One is that as we saw last year, the latest HECS survey, that poverty as has been measured for 50 years is virtually gone. So what we are left with is pockets of poverty, plus everybody else is in a sense in the lower middle class. There is of course 20% of those people who are still vulnerable, but they can kind of be considered lower middle class. So that is one part of the background, that as the Prime Minister said, we have to start thinking of both the poor and the middle class, which is really the lower and middle if you call it. So that is one thing. The second is that in a way the formal labor force, which is part which pays the income tax, the inflation rate that they have faced has been the increase in nominal wages is not as high as the inflation, and therefore in some sense their real wages have been getting taxed at higher wages, even though the real wage may not have increased as much. So this could be seen partly as a inflation adjustment, so that the real taxes paid on these wages are nominal, so are the same, so
right.
Same as what they were earlier.
Sure.
So given these two things, the effect will be on the consumption of this lower segment of population which pays income tax, and undoubtedly what that will mean is a higher consumption. But what has the let's tie it to the macro first to get the growth effect. So as we we had El Nino 2 years or so ago, and one had predicted at the beginning of the current year that rural consumption would recover, but what was a little surprise in a sense to because I do my own forecasting, was the slowing down of the urban, and partly due to uncertainties all over the world. But let's leave that aside. The consumption did recover, but it hasn't overall
Sure.
taken together has been recovering from the pandemic, but it has not really gone back to the levels which prevailed before the pandemic. So
Okay.
that is kind of where the effect of this tax reduction will be felt. I expect that this will help consumption go back to that level, and given that the actual implementation of the capital allocation may not have changed, but there was, for various reasons, elections, etc., whatever, a kind of slowing down on the expenditures actually made, that will also recover, and these two things taken together will certainly result in taking growth back to levels
Sure.
which we anticipated before this little downturn in the third quarter.
Right. Dr. Virmani, I want to take you back to something you were just mentioning some time back, that we are using an old definition of defining the poverty line, and then there are statements coming every fortnight or so that so many have been lifted out of poverty. I want to understand from you, sir, what are the matrices that you use, and how does one define who exactly comprises the middle class and what exactly is the poverty line?
No, I don't think, I mean, you have to be very careful with the words we use. There are standard international definitions, because there's so much controversy about anything we define. I stick to just for discussion, I stick to the use of international poverty line. Those are well known, the methods are well known, the translation into from dollars to rupees are well known. They used to be 50 years ago, they were invented. There was the $1, $2, $4 poverty line, which was defined by the World Bank. They have been adjusted for inflation Now I think the latest version of $1 is 215, etc. But just for fixing in your mind, there is no updating as such. The updating always happens as adjustment for inflation happens.
Okay.
So when we say poverty has virtually been eliminated, we are talking about what is now sometimes called absolute poverty, which is the old $1 line translated into current rupees, so to say. The $2 line shows us that the poverty has also gone down dramatically. $2 poverty line. These are standard lines. There is no outdating about it. But we have to be clear which one we are talking about. So in that context, the poverty has gone down over 11 years from roughly 55% to 20%. Okay? So now we can either call it the new poverty line, or we could call it the vulnerable population. So because there is so much confusion in India about what is poverty, what is not, I prefer to call it the vulnerable middle class population. That is why okay? So that also has to be looked after now. We have to shift the focus. That's the main point I'm making. Yeah.
Okay.
Let us not keep thinking of the poor in the way we have been doing for 50 years. That poverty is virtually over. Over doesn't mean there's nobody. You know,
the definition has changed.
4 billion people, you'll find 1 million people somewhere in the hills or somewhere. I'm not saying, but there you have to go and find them and do something about it. General policies will not help.
Right, you're right, Dr. Virmani. And there's one more very old definition that we've been using, and a very old structure we've been using, and that is the Income Tax Act. We heard Finance Minister mention today that she would be introducing a new income tax bill as early as next week. So as an economist, you think it's about time to retire the old tax regime altogether?
Very, very important question. Okay, so I retired as CA in 2009. The last meeting I took was on the direct tax code, which as CA I approved from the economic angle before I left. It has been years. There was subsequent committees appointed by Finance Minister Jaitley, etc. It's taken a long time, partly because there are so many different parts in an income tax bill. You have to satisfy, many constituencies. You have to look at the economics. You look at the foreign impact, etc. So this bill is very, very, very important. I cannot understress it. And what the Finance Minister has given us a hint is that firstly, it will be laid in the House in next week. Secondly, it will reduce the size of the bill by 50%.
Right,
but
make
it's
it
not
simpler.
just the size, it's the simplification.
Exactly.
And I don't know how else to convey, but I do have a copy of my old, that bill which I mentioned, direct tax code, and it means simplification in everything. Okay, beyond that, I mean, I don't want to get into details of what is in this bill, but in that old code, the old code had references to section, subsection, clarifications, etc. Hopefully, this new bill is going to get rid of all that cross-referencing, etc., and simplify the definitions, simplify the impact, and in my view, it will have a huge long-term impact on growth.
I'm sure, sir. And another long-term impact that we must consider is by way of the formalization of the gig economy, and as many as 1 crore gig workers likely to benefit with their inclusion in the e-Shram portal. I want to understand from you, Dr. Virmani, this again is a lower income section of society, perhaps is going to not be part of the tax bracket where there is going to be a sizable contribution from them towards contributing to the government's tax kitty. But are there other ways in which you see the gig economy contributing to the larger Indian economy, especially by way of startups that employ them? So,
as you know, this government has from the start put a lot of emphasis on startups. And one of the most egregious tax impositions, which was imposed, if I remember, around 2010, when I had just left the finance ministry the last time, and one has been trying to get it removed. Finally, the government removed this, I think in the July, the last budget. So the startup economy is the key. It is the new MSME. Remember, much of the MSME sector is in that 85% informal economy.
Sure.
The future is the formal economy. Every country in the world has much higher, even countries at our per capita level, income level, have higher formal sector. So the startups are the things which are going to drive that. They are also going to drive innovation in every sector, including, for example, fintech, etc. You heard of, insurance. So the gig economy is intimately linked to that and to innovations in service tech, so to say. So the challenge is how to do something to make the lives of gig workers more secure and safe in the sense of financially safe, without killing the innovation which is happening. So this balance has to be struck. So that is what these things announced in the budget are trying to do, to provide whatever social insurance that the government is trying to provide to other workers, to provide these to gig workers, so that this innovation system keeps moving, and the gig workers also have a social security net under their feet.
You did mention the insurance part, but I'll come to that in just a bit, not for the gig workers, but the FDI on insurance separately. But before that, I want a quick view from you, Dr. Virmani, on GCCs and the focus on Tier 2 cities to become the hub for GCCs, global capability centers. Is Tier 2 in your mind a viable option for GCCs? And I'm a little skeptical as a journalist, Dr. Virmani, because I believe we perhaps don't have the right skill sets and the right education to map with the requirements of GCCs. In fact, it's hard enough to find skilled labor in the key metros. Tier 2 cities, don't you think that's going to be one of the bigger challenges? And how viable really do you think that's going to be?
So, what we understand and hear is that the GCC are already reaching down into the Tier 2 educational systems, the Tier 2 cities, to recruit workers. We also know that the cost of a worker in general is less, because there's a nominal wage and there's a cost. So the cost of living in Tier 2 cities will be much lower. So effectively you can give the same real wage, but much less out of your pocket in terms of nominal wages. So to some extent the GCCs are already doing this by picking people out of the second. So your question is very valid. So what is the intent of the budget? The intent of the budget is to get the states from which they are drawing these recruits, and the cities from which they are drawing it, to improve the quality of life in these cities, so that these workers don't leave, but the GCCs find it profitable to set up sub-centers in these cities.
But the skills?
So that is the concept behind it, and this is feasible. So what we are trying to do is to remove restrictions, complications, etc., which will keep them from doing it. So it's kind of like a win-win, I mean the classic win-win situation for the state, for its citizens, and for the GCC centers. Now it's not easy, you are absolutely right, it is not easy. So your question is definitely valid, but I think we must try to get all the states, all the cities to participate in this new service economy, and also I should mention the export part, to facilitate exports, but not just exports, but integration into global supply chains, whether it's at first tier cities or second tier. Eventually they'll have to go down, because I have visited some of these places, they're getting very crowded, not just for service GCCs, but even for industrial plants.
Right. I want to now come to what I said. I'll come to Dr. Virmani, and this is about FDI in insurance. FDI in insurance has been hiked from 74% to 100%. Why was this sector not 100% open for FDI earlier, Dr. Virmani, and what has changed now for us to go up from 74% to 100%, and how will this actually impact the insurance industry?
So there's one there's basically been one fear, which is that, and which is addressed in this opening, which is the insurance premiums will be collected from Indian public.
Right.
And what this puts is some kind of a conditionality that the investment from that should be back into the Indian economy. So that's really the fear which this opening actually opens up and gives a signal that it's not because we somehow are fearing that you will have 100% of the equity. We have no fear of that. But we do want the money which is collected, the long-term funds which are collected, to be invested back into long-term investment, which includes infrastructure, etc. But it's up to them where to invest it. But there are lots of opportunities. We are trying to attract sovereign wealth funds, etc. So actually there should be enough opportunities for these insurance companies to invest in India. They just have to get more involved, to think more clearly about the economy, and then they don't have any foreign exchange risk also, which they would have if they have to move back and forth between India and outside investment.
Sure. I want to shift focus now, Dr. Nirmala, briefly to manufacturing, and I felt personally that this budget 2025 was a little subdued on the Make in India story, on the manufacturing story. Yes, there were mentions of, let's say, creating toys, clusters and clean technology, but I found that the budget did not really offer a roadmap for India to become competitive, and I really don't understand, do we have a competitive advantage on cost or quality or neither? And is it really the job of the budget in the first place to give a roadmap like that, sir?
See, I think roadmaps in the sense of plans, of course, there's no planning, planning commission was abolished, there's no plans here. I think I've talked to you about this earlier.
Yes, sir.
The plans now are made by the departments, the ministries, and by the states. Okay, so plan for MSMEs have to come from the MSME department and the heavy industry department. So the budget is not supposed to give you a plan. You may still have complaints, but I'm just trying to put in perspective. So what the budget is trying to do is to identify certain key elements of things which the budget can do to remove obstacles in the way of MSMEs. So there are a lot of regulatory measures, there are support measures about how the export mission, there is a regulatory review commission, there is a Direct Tax Act which is going to have a big impact on reducing the compliance cost as far as business taxation is concerned. So there's a whole bunch of things. Skilling is absolutely key for driving the growth of MSMEs into the future. So there are all these elements which I think from my perspective actually are the ones which are going to produce results. But perhaps you have something which may still be missing. I'm not,
All right. Well, I'm running out of time, Dr. Nirmala, but before I let you go, I can't help but ask you that that there was so much mention of Bihar in budget 2025. I want to understand from you, has the budget done justice to the economics of India, or has it done justice to the politics of the party? Your view, sir.
Look, let me answer it in the same spirit. I have watched like 20, 30 budgets in my life, actually sitting in front of the TV and watching. Of course, few of them I was present in Parliament when I was CA. Believe me, in all these budgets, there's always some emphasis on some states for reasons you know very well, I know very well, everybody. So this is not a new occurrence. That's all I would say. The previous budget may have put some perhaps long neglected emphasis on Andhra Pradesh. Perhaps this budget puts a long neglected emphasis on Bihar, but this is something which happens over the years. Some other time there may be an emphasis on another state and so on.
Right, well, let's leave it at that. Dr. Virmani, always a pleasure having you right here on News9, and thank you so much for making time and being here with us today. And before we end, a quick look at some of the corporate reactions coming in from CII and industry leaders Sanjeev Puri and others really chiming in on what they felt about Budget 2025. We leave you with some of those interactions.
This whole spirit of collaboration, public-private partnerships and collaboration with society, I think trust is a very fundamental aspect to it. And we have seen that actually in action, for example, through the faceless income tax processes and so on and so forth. So much has been, done in this area over a period of time. Now, the reference you're giving, I think specifically is to the income tax relief to the middle class. Yeah. So I think it's very welcome. It's very welcome because the household budgets were under stress. Because stuff like food inflation has been sticky, interest rates are high, so EMI has also been taking a larger share of the wallet. So I believe that this will translate and provide some impetus to consumption and therefore really feed into this whole virtuous cycle of consumption, investment, employment and growth.
So the budget clearly has been well thought through because it addresses multiple issues across the board, things like agriculture, education, healthcare, technology, deep tech, export facilitation. So it is broadly, I would say, 3 or 4 pillars. One is building individual personal capabilities, focusing on nutrition, focusing on lactating mothers. So it's actually interestingly done. Then for the poor, there are multiple initiatives. For the middle class and the poor, massive tax break, which is certainly much higher than was expected. People were expecting a tax break, but not straight away to go from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs without paying tax. Now, the positive fallout of that is this money will go in people's hands, and this will eventually go into either savings or investments or into consumption, thereby leading to higher capacity utilization and therefore investments.
One single takeaway will be that the highlight of the budget. Of course, there are many other important elements. From the consumer durables and electronics industry point of view, the manufacturing investments had kick-started thanks to the PLI schemes. Now, there was a concern about the consumption growth. There have been many categories that had slowed down. Only air conditioners was doing well. Now, and more than 65% of the sale happens through middle class. And this particular initiative or the announcement gives the consumption growth. There is going to be a possibility that the growth will revive for many categories, and that is important for the manufacturing investments to fructify.
Special partner
SBI Life, अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए. Associate sponsor, New Virtus GT Line, Style to Wander.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people. Matter is now more about faith of the millions of devotees than just political slugfest. Does that mean that I can't get a job in Chennai, although I may be best suited for that particular job? They have more civic sense. They have more of civility than all these men. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take you for a spin, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a fun day. You been like it when you see we are done, hey. But it doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT Line, Tygoon and Virtus. Volkswagen.
We made history for a reason tonight.
Will it change the shape of American foreign policy? Violence has erupted in Manipur once again. How can we pass judgment, sir, before any inquiry that they were volunteers or militants.
If it's a cancer, then what?
It's very distressing.
Anyone can have cancer.
Mentality है कि ये बीमारी मुझे नहीं हो सकती.
There's a thing called cancer is right inside me.
सबसे पहले जो होता है ना, डर जो होता है कि now at the end of the world.
My life went upside down.
Stigma associated with it, which is very scary.
In our country, more than 14 lakh people get diagnosed with cancer every year. Out of that, more than 9 lakhs die every year because of cancer.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
I consider myself as someone who generates commerce out of creativity.
It is very important that cross-section of art and commerce happens.
You can roll the pitch and prepare a person that you're going to communicate to about what you're going to say.
I think once you want to do something, the universe conspires.
India spends $75 billion on foreign cargo vessels.
$75 billion per annum. That's a lot of money.
Imagine a situation where 95% of our cargo is coming on ships which are not owned by us. If we are still not prepared, if someone were to say that we are not going to give you ships, then we'll be stuck. So the entire nation's economy is at risk.
We are very clear that shipping is also strategic, because without that you can't really be the third largest economy in the world.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. News is now content. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Well, hello there. Thanks for tuning in to your favorite news destination, and welcome to our special budget 2025 breakdown, because the union budget was tabled today, and with elections right around the horizon, the stakes couldn't be any higher. From tax reliefs to targeted state allocations, this budget, Union Budget 2025, is as much about economics as it is about electoral strategy as well. Before we start breaking this down, let's first listen into what the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman had to say, her key announcements, the broader strokes of the budget, and of course the messaging coming to the electorate right from the centre.
Present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments, and E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive healthcare, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world.
Well, now one of the biggest takeaways, major relief for the middle class. The government has announced zero tax up to 12 lakh income, a huge breather for about millions across the length and breadth of the country. And this comes even as Delhi's former chief minister and Aam Aadmi Party's national convener Arvind Kejriwal, he's been slamming the centre for quote-unquote tax terrorism, accusing it of treating the middle class like their ATM. But what does the Prime Minister say about this budget and its vision for a Viksit Bharat in India? Take a listen.
आज भारत की विकास यात्रा का एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए
Well, at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, before we break down what this means for poll-bound national capital and of course Bihar, that's also awaiting elections, assembly elections in November this year itself, let's listen in to what former finance minister and Congress leader P. Chidambaram had to say.
The takeaway from budget 2025-26 is that the BJP is wooing the tax-paying middle class and the Bihar electorate. These announcements will be welcomed by the 3.2 crore tax-paying middle class and the 7.65 crore voters of Bihar. For the rest of India, the Honorable Finance Minister had no more than soothing words, punctuated by the applause of BJP members led by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Wooing the imagination of the middle class. This is why, let's start breaking this down. First and foremost, the national capital, where another major electoral battle is brewing, the fight for the middle class vote that seems to be heating up. Now, the middle class, often overlooked, is now at the center of this budget discussion. The big announcement was, of course, the zero tax up to 12 lakh rupees income, and this is being seen as a direct counter to Kejriwal's accusation that the centre is accusing the middle class and using the middle class as an ATM. But is this a genuine economic reform or a strategic move ahead of the Delhi elections? After all, the middle class makes up 45% or more of Delhi's population, far higher than the national average, and has historically been a decisive force when it comes to elections. Let's take a look at the major voices on this particular front. The main reactions coming from the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party, when we're talking about Delhi and the Union Budget 2025.
Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Viksit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
देखिए, इससे जो छोटे व्यापारी हैं उनको क्या लाभ हो रहा है? उनके 12 लाख के आमदनी पर तो आपने कोई टैक्स की राहत दी नहीं, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, आम आदमी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय संयोजक केजरीवाल जी ने जो मांग की थी कि अगर आप ये फैसला लें कि भाई उद्योगपतियों के कर्जे आप माफ नहीं करेंगे, अपने पूंजीपति दोस्तों के कर्जे आप माफ नहीं करेंगे, और जो 16 लाख करोड़ रुपए के कर्जे आपने माफ किए हैं अब तक, उसकी वसूली करेंगे, तो देश में जीएसटी की दरें और इनकम टैक्स की दरें आधी की जा सकती हैं। बहुत बड़ी राहत इस देश के मिडिल क्लास को और इस देश के आम आदमी को मिल सकता है, लेकिन वो नहीं किया गया। आपने देखा, कोई ऐलान नहीं किया गया इस प्रकार का कि जो पूंजीपति हैं, बड़े बड़े जो प्रधानमंत्री जी के दोस्त हैं, बीजेपी के दोस्त हैं, जिनका लाखों करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा बाकी है, उनका कर्जा माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। लाखों करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा जो माफ किया गया है, उसकी वसूली कैसे की जाएगी, इसके बारे में कोई स्पष्टीकरण नहीं।
Yeah, I think frankly the applause you heard from the BJP benches was for the middle class tax cut. We look at the details and that may be a good thing. So if you have a salary, you may be paying less tax. But the important question is, what happens if you don't have a salary? Where is the income going to come from for you to benefit from income tax relief? You actually need jobs. Unemployment was not mentioned by the finance minister in her speech. And the generation of jobs becomes vital because in our country, not only do we have record unemployment, youth unemployment is particularly grim at the moment. We have the world record in youth unemployment and in college educated unemployed. So what is the method to generate jobs for these people? Then they can get salaries and they can cheer the tax cut. But those who don't have salaries are not going to cheer the tax cut.
So is this tax relief a counter to Kejriwal's tax terrorism charge? And will it shape Delhi's election narrative? Let's get the snowball rolling. Joining me here on the broadcast is Preeti Menon, spokesperson for the Aam Aadmi Party. A very warm welcome to you. Neoma Gupta, spokesperson for the BJP. Always a pleasure to have you with us. And KV Prasad, senior journalist. A very warm welcome to you, sir, as well. Neoma, I'm going to quickly come to you. The latest tax relief, is this the game changer for the BJP just days before Delhi finally goes to vote?
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me, as always. This debate, I'm actually going to put across what I feel are the really important takeaways. And, the budget is always around this time, so it's not like it's been put at a deliberate time for the Delhi elections. And the key takeaways today are the 3 M's, which is the middle class, the manufacturing and the MSMEs. The middle class has got the most, it's got a well-deserved and desired relief for the middle class. The tax slabs have been tweaked to ease financial burden. Now there will be no income tax payable up to 12 lakhs and the salaried class, that means no income tax payable till 12.7 lakhs due to the available standard deduction of up to 75,000. Also, the limit of the tax deduction on interest for senior citizens, which is a very key point, is being doubled from the present 50,000 to a lakh. Please understand, when it comes to this budget, it has a local as well as global context within which it's been presented, and the performance we've delivered despite challenges to many other countries which are smaller than us. You look at the Russian-Ukraine war, you look at the Israel-Hamas crisis, post-COVID economic slowdown. Despite this, the Modi government is managing a fiscal deficit of 4.4% along with a now superb tax cut with zero tax up to 2 lakhs. The manufacturing is booming, the MSME will boom. So to come and say that, these guys have done it, especially to hit the electorate, is a very inane claim being made only by one party, which is the Aam Aadmi Party. I actually want to ask, what has their party ever done for the middle class? The garbage is in the West, there's no water, there's no roads, there's no work, work on sewage. Go to any constituency and see the anger the middle class has towards them for wasting their tax money and giving them zero in return. But yes, I'm sure they will claim that, they are claiming actually that we have brought up this point. Let me just put a brief history. over the past decade, more than 25 crore Indians have transitioned out of poverty and become the new middle class. And who do you think is taking center stage in this India's phenomenal recent progress of sports, startups, space exploration, technology? It's this very middle class. In fact, India has made a massive jump in the Global Innovations Index from 81 in 2015 and 14 in 2023. And this is all enhanced with like more than 50,000 of Atal tinkering labs. So this coming and saying this is a timely thing before the election, it's wrong. It was thought of. And just to tell you, an economic survey is done well in advance before any of these points are put forward. So there is a big history to this. The economic survey, in fact, takes a long time, much before Kejriwal ji even came and made a desperate attempt to placate the middle class after neglecting them.
All right, Neoma, we'll let Preeti Menon respond to your particular queries and questions. Preeti Menon, over to you. Of course, people do also want to understand that Arvind Kejriwal has time and again come out and said, put that tax terrorism charge. Does that sort of disarm that particular angle? Does that disarm that particular charge by the Aam Aadmi Party? And of course, respond to what Neoma put forth.
Personally, I don't know why the BJP spokesperson is so much on the defensive. She obviously realizes there's a lot lacking in the budget. So that's why she's begun by clarifying things. Let me first answer her first charge, that what has Aam Aadmi Party done for the middle class? The middle class is a huge segment in which what we also call, there are people who are low middle class, they avail of government welfare schemes. Arvind Kejriwal ensures that every household in Delhi saves 25,000 rupees. If they have 2 students in a Delhi government school, they save 10,000 rupees. They save 5,000 on electricity, they save 2,000 on water, they save 2,500 on women's travel. We ensure that people save money in every household. That's what we've done for the middle class. Now, we welcome the move of raising the limit to 12 lakhs. But I'd just like to put in a statistic over here, which we all need to think about. Not just the BJP, us, all political parties, all economic experts. 3 crore people pay income tax in this country. Okay, that is it. Only 3 crore. These are the people who suffer the maximum hardships because they're paying income tax. So suppose I have, say, a 30 lakh income and I pay, tax on it. And let's say 6.5 lakh goes in tax. Now, if the remaining, whatever I have, 23, 24 lakh, if I choose to buy a car out of that, another 11.5 lakh will go in tax. So if I use my income to buy just one car, that's all I'll get. I'll buy a car and I'll pay 17 lakhs as tax. So we are the hardest hit. We are the middle class, all of us, you, me, I'm sure the BJP spokesperson too. What I'd like to point out over here, most important is that in this budget, there is no provision for enhancing the economy and giving jobs, which is what the middle class needs. She talked about international influences. Modi ji's dear friend, whom he closely calls Doland, Mr. Donald Trump, he's going to deport thousands of Indians back. Where are the jobs for those people? Okay, there's reduction in capex. There's reduction in the education budget. There's reduction in the transport budget. There's reduction in the rural development budget. There's reduction in the IT and telecom budget. Our education budget is less than 2% of the budget, the country's education budget. The country's health budget is less than 2% of the budget. We had requested that do something for the health of the people from the middle class. Health insurance pe to GST maaf kar do. That also they have not done. We made many requests. We requested that, there should be subsidy on education. Private school fees should be controlled. Nothing was done over that. We had also requested that GST on essential commodities be reduced. There is no mention of reducing GST, and I know why. Because we are suffering. She mentioned that the fiscal deficit is low. Do you know it was 55 lakh crores of debt that we had when Modi ji took power. And in the last 10 years, he's taken it to 205 lakh crores. Today, the country is indebted as 205 lakh crores. They have not been able to manage the budget. And what is the reason for that? 16 lakh crores worth of...
can I just come in for a second?
16 lakh worth of loans have been just given off, waived off to Modi ji's friends. Modi ji's rich, high net worth individuals, the richest people, the VVHNIs of the country, 16 lakh crores has just been maafed off their loans. We had requested that common man ka, bike loan, car loan, usse maaf kar do. That has not been reduced. Farmer loans have not been waived off, but 16 lakh crores have been waived off from NPAs
All right,
205
but
lakh crore is a
you know what, Preeti? I'm going to bring in.
facing.
I'm going to bring in Mr. Prasad here. I'm going to bring in Mr. Prasad here to help put this in perspective for the neutral viewer out there. Because Mr. Prasad, see, you've got both these parties. They're both trying to woo the imagination of the middle class. We were talking about freebie war. We were talking about corruption. We were talking about a toxic Yamuna that was sort of like capturing the imagination of the voters here. Those were certainly the main issues. But it seems like middle class is turning out to be that key constituency that everybody wants to grab onto at this point in time. KV Prasad, help the viewers understand. We're talking about freebies, corruption, Yamuna, and now maybe middle class trumping all the other poll planks and issues.
Well, Kabir, let us get this straight. Middle class is an important component in the city politics. You cannot ignore that. Delhi has a huge component of middle class, and as I think did mention in your show a couple of times ago before too, a large section of the middle class which supported the Congress party, which allowed Sheila Dikshit to have 3 consecutive terms, shifted to the Aam Aadmi Party in 2013-2015, but then gradually drifted away. That's my political observation. Okay. So as a result, now you have a situation where the middle classes are a section of the middle classes. I am not going into class here, whether the lower or middle or higher classes. So I take it as a broad generic point. They are drifting. They are in a state where they are probably not, they are disenchanted with the Aam Aadmi Party and its politics. There is a sense of that. Now, where do they go? Obviously, it's a very good catchment area for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the political party, to try and woo a certain section of the society. Now, I do take a point, the BJP spokesperson did mention that all these are planned, the economic survey comes up, everything is done well and good. But the perception of the fact that today you have tax breaks announcements in the budget and linking it to the upcoming elections is a perception. Now, how people view it, whether it's going to turn in their favor or not, is a secondary issue. 4 days from now, people of Delhi will actually cast their ballots. So it's a perceptional issue. I mean, everybody is well within rights to put their viewpoint. So I think, yes, there will be a very serious contestation, severe contestation to get the middle class onto their side. So I think that's where in the electoral battle it's there. That's where I look at it.
Over to you for your rejoinder, and whilst you're at it, do help the viewers also understand that nationally Delhi has been BJP's stronghold. We know that locally and in the assembly polls it goes the Aam Aadmi Party's way, but will this new move now be able to consolidate that stronghold even more, even further?
So just to start with my rejoinder, as Sir mentioned on the platform, that the economic survey, which is done over a long period of time, the feedback is taken from everybody. The middle class had asked for this for a while and it has been put in the budget. So if Aam Aadmi Party, they think deserve credit for it, it's okay. Let them live in their own happy world. One understands, imagination is always better than reality. Just to give you a brief, India had 350 startups before 2014, but it has 1 lakh now. Many of them have been led by women. And the best part about these are they're coming from tier 2 and smaller cities like Surat, Indore, etc. And around 70 of these are unicorns. So can you imagine the transition? Okay, when it comes to higher education, universities increased from 760 to about 1200 approximately, and from 38,500 to about 45,000 with large number of MBBS. Point being that the higher education enrollment increased from 3.42 crores to 4.33 crores. And when it comes to income tax relief, we have consistently been increasing the exemption limits through the years. It increased from 2 lakhs in 2013-14 to 7.7 lakhs to 2024. So the transition has been there throughout. When it comes to AAP, I'm sorry, ma'am, you cannot... just because somebody could have mispronounced somebody's name, whether it's a leader or a common man, it's not very correct to call it out. It's just a matter of opinion. Please take it in the right way. The middle class today has got relief and a step up to grow. So there should be a good celebration in the right accord by anybody, irrespective of political ideology, to celebrate that there's going to be a transition and a jump with a certain level. Now, when it comes to elections, we are here to serve everybody in Delhi, irrespective of their class. Every Delhiite is important for us, and that has been BJP's perspective and the way forward from the word go, and that will be the perspective in the future.
All right. Preeti Menon,
can I
yes, of course you may. And I have my own question for you at this point in time as well, because I know the upmanship between the spokespersons there, that is certainly going to continue. But for all the viewers that are watching this as well, yesterday people were only talking about Arvind Kejriwal's Bachat Patra, 25,000, maybe 35,000 if voted to power again. And everybody is very gleefully and they're glued to their television screens listening in to what the Aam Aadmi Party's national convener has to say. When you compare this new tax relief and the 25,000 rupee Bachat Patra that Arvind Kejriwal is talking about, how does one compare these two budgets? And of course, over to you.
See, basically, these are two very different issues. Arvind Kejriwal made some demands for the middle class. Only one of them has been heard, that the rate has been moved to 12 lakhs. The rest have not been heard. But people have heard that Arvind Kejriwal is batting for the middle class because we all come from that milieu. We are all from that group. As far how the budget is being viewed, the stock exchange already showed its reaction to the budget initially. There is a C-Voter survey which says 3 out of 4 Indians feel that GST charges and toll charges are usurious in India. They are too expensive, they are too high. There is also 60% people who believe that Modi ji has always, his government, been unfair to the middle class. It does not do anything for the middle class. So that perception is not going to change overnight, which is with one move. There's a lot of consistent work that has been done. And Delhi government does consistent work. We did work in electricity, we did work in water, we did work in education, we did work in healthcare, we did work in transport, we did work in senior citizens welfare. So we've been consistently delivering. We are in a very comfortable position in Delhi. If BJP was so sure that this masterstroke of presenting the budget now and giving relief to the middle class is going to win its elections, what is happening on the streets of Delhi today wouldn't be happening. Every minute, BJP goons are attacking Aam Aadmi Party workers. They've attacked an Aam Aadmi Party MLA as well. So every moment there are physical attacks being going on in order to intimidate Aam Aadmi Party workers as well as voters. But we know how Delhi behaves. Delhi is a very educated, very sabhya society. And they do not like the violence that is going on in the streets of Delhi. And this verdict of the people of Delhi will be for all of us to see very shortly. They will support Arvind Kejriwal wholeheartedly. He's a pacifist. He's a man who thinks for the poor. He thinks for the middle class. He stands with them, not for people who give 16 lakh crore waivers to just a few close cronies.
All eyes on the 5th of February.
It's very surprising that 8
we let
people
the
quit yesterday
Janta of
from
Delhi,
there.
of course, decide for that. Mr. Prasad, giving you the final say on this particular segment of the debate. What explains the growing political importance of the middle class? Is it purely arithmetic? I mean, take a look at the rising, costs of essential commodities, inflation. Is this tax relief enough? Is this going to trump all the other issues? Help the viewers here.
Well, certainly, if you get a tax relief, probably in April or May, when you actually start building up your returns, there'll be more money in the pocket to spend. That's a fair assessment. But then the cost of living is certainly on the higher side. People do feel the pinch. Whether the government will take steps to further bring it down or bring it down to a manageable limit, that's something else. That requires a different kind of fiscal management. Steps may have been initiated. It will take a longer time to move, if it moves in that direction, number one. Certainly, extra money in the pocket, nobody is going to grudge. It also will, in turn, allow the government to, increase spending and boost up economy in a different manner, because you have more money in your pocket. You're obviously going to spend it on some things, some essentials, some comforts, and some luxuries, some of which the middle class may have put off because that extra money was no longer available. If it comes, that also is going to revive the economy and drive the economy further. That's the way it is.
All right then. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, and of course my esteemed panelists as well, my limited opinion, of course, and my limited takeaway over here is that our Indian politics it's increasingly being driven by election year economics, and be it Bihar, which we're going to talk about on the other side of this quick commercial breather, or the national capital, every budget allocation, every tax relief and every welfare push is also becoming a political statement. So does Budget 2025 strike the right balance? Is it going to be performance over promise? And most importantly, how will voters react? Well, all eyes on the 5th of February, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, Neoma Gupta, Preeti Menon and Mr. Prasad, many thanks for joining us here on News 9. We're going to slip into a quick commercial breather here. But after Delhi-nomics, what does Bihar-nomics have in store for the people of Bihar, which is again going to polls in November? Well, do stay tuned.
special partner.
SBI Live. अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए. Associate sponsor, New Virtus GT Line, Style to Wander.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take it one day, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a fun day. You been laughing when you see we ain't done, hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT Line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
ये बड़ा होके मम्मी का, पापा का, दादू का सबका ध्यान रखेगा।
रिटायरमेंट के बाद किसी पे बोझ ना बनने का परफेक्ट प्लान। कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस रिटायरमेंट प्लान। कैनरा HSBC लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, प्रॉमिसेस का पार्टनर।
You were the chosen one to direct Mr. Bachchan for his first endorsement, for his first appearance on the small screen.
It was a life-changing moment.
Have you been a rebel with a cause?
There was a sense of responsibility, there was a sense of frustration.
Are you worried about cancel culture?
You tell a story with a fierce psychosis, you're gonna spoil it anyway.
Welcome back. The magic bullet for the middle class turning into that key constituency, and we've already broken down what that means for poll-bound national capital Delhi, the Delhi-nomics. But the Bihar bonanza was also one of the major highlights in the budget that was presented by the finance minister today, shifting our focus to that other major political battleground, Bihar. And the fight for the middle class vote is also heating up here as well. Now, the finance minister's budget, it has a special focus on the state of Bihar. We're talking about an airport revamp. We're looking at an IIT expansion. We're also looking at a Foxnet factory, a Makhana board that is going to be set up. And Bihar has received these significant allocations this time around. But why is Bihar turning out to be so important for the NDA? Well, for the BJP, Bihar is a high-stakes battlefield, needless to say, with elections looming November this year. This budget signals a clear intent to woo the voters, but the opposition is not convinced. They're calling it a state-specific budget. Manish Tiwari asking whether this is a budget for the state of Bihar, the government of Bihar, or was it a national one? And here's what the key voices are saying, both for and against. Listen in to what the major stakeholders here have to say.
Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta.
तो देखिए, ना बिहार को कुछ मिला है, ना ये देना चाहते हैं। ये केवल जुमलेबाजी है और बिहार का चुनाव आएगा तो मीठी मीठी बातें होंगी, लेकिन काम की बात नहीं होगी। बजट का मतलब क्या होता है कि भाई पैसा कहां से आया, खर्च कहां से करेंगे। 59,000 करोड़ तो पुराने 10 सालों का जो काम गिनाया हुआ उसी को रिपैकेजिंग करके केवल घोषणा इन लोगों ने करने का काम किया, कोई हिसाब किताब नहीं। अब कोई भी चीज बनाना है, करना है तो उसका बजट तय होता है कि नहीं होता। यहाँ तो कोई बजट तय नहीं है एयरपोर्ट का, ग्रीनफील्ड का। लैंड एक्वायर करना पड़ेगा ग्रीनफील्ड के लिए, उसका समझिए कि कितना दाम होगा, किसानों को कितने मूल्य में वो दाम दिया जाएगा, कुछ तय नहीं है। तो ये पूरा बजट जो है सौतेला व्यवहार बिहार के साथ।
मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि ये भारत सरकार का बजट है कि बिहार सरकार का बजट है। आपने बिहार के अलावा किसी और प्रदेश का नाम सुना वित्त मंत्री जी के पूरे बजट भाषण में? तो जब आप देश के बजट की बात करते हैं तो सारे देश के लिए उसमें कुछ ना कुछ होना चाहिए। और ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि जिन बैसाखियों पे सरकार चल रही है, उन बैसाखियों को स्थिर रखने के लिए उन्होंने बाकी मुल्क की जो विकास है उसको बिल्कुल दांव पे लगा दिया है।
So, a budget with Bihar in mind, from airport upgrades to IIT expansion and even a Foxnut factory. Why is Bihar getting so much attention? And is this an economic vision or just an election pitch? We'll take all of those questions to the esteemed set of panelists. Now joining me here on the broadcast, we've got GM Shaheen, leader of the JDU. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Jayant Jigyasu, beg your pardon, spokesperson for the RJD, and Bhanu Chandra Nagarajan, political analyst. Always a pleasure to have you with us on News 9. Mr. Shaheen, I'm going to quickly come to you first. You know, people are asking this question. I'm going to put this to you just to make things interesting for the viewers as well. Bihar was clearly a major focus in the Union Budget 2025. Now, help the viewers understand what makes Bihar so important for the NDA. We know they're a key ally, but what else?
A state which we had limited sources, and until we have to focus this place, because this is Bihar is a majority of the people residing here, and the country we all must worry about this. And today we accept that this was a gift for the people of Bihar. And why not to the people, other party, why not they are taking the question of that 12 lakh, up to 12 lakh is tax free. What about that? Is that only for Bihar? Bihar is the one state, and we have need of these airports, that the Madhubani and this is the one of the culture of our Bihar, which was gifted to our finance minister. And the Makhani farmers, which they are getting the benefits. I don't know what is the problem in opposition. Why they are so serious about that Bihar is this, Bihar is that. Bihar needs. We want this country must come forward, come behind this poverty. And for that purpose, the Prime Minister has decided, Finance Minister has decided something. So what's wrong? This is really ashamed if they are thinking that this is only for their,
Sir, the opposition says that this is more of an election manifesto. We couldn't hear any other state's name. I mean, when they are mounting these kind of charges, do they have a point? Are these credible arguments or, well, I mean, just hearsay?
See, we had a need of these greenfield airports as a part of civil aviation force. And see, as they are thinking, because country is aware of everywhere, we are worried about whole India. But there is something important need for Bihar. So what's wrong in it? In what capacity? If we are going to, expand our IIT in Patna, our agriculture system, our education system. So what?
Okay.
Why? I don't know. What is their problem?
Well, let's ask them. Mr. Jigyasu, spokesperson for the RJD, with us also on the broadcast. Tell the viewers, can a state like Bihar, an important, crucial state when it comes to local and assembly polls, when it comes to the national elections as well, can a state like Bihar be won over with these kind of SOPs? Many are calling it a game changer by the BJP and the centre.
This is completely eyewash, and this is very disappointing budget. Bihar has not got its due, and Bihar and the leaders who come from Bihar have been demanding for the special status, and this demand has been completely denied. And whenever the common people of the country look at the budget, the very first question comes to their mind, whether this budget is going to bring any kind of comfort, or is this budget going to help them fight with poverty? The answer is simply no. And Mr. Modi has not been a person of commitment and a leader who keeps his promises. In 2016, he promised the farmers of the country that by the end of 2022, their income will be doubled. What is the current status? Everybody knows. So this is not going to help the common people, farmers, students, and the lower middle class or the lower class. I want to reiterate that 16 lakh crore loan of the industrialist friends of Modi have been written off, whereas the farmers commit suicide. Who will be responsible for this? And the monthly income of 70% of the farmers of this country is between 11,000 and 13,500. 55% of farmers of the country are under debt of 91,000 to 130.
Mr. Shaheen, I'm going to give you your due time for the rejoinder as well.
At all.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jigyasu. I'm going to bring in Bhanuchandar Nagarajan here. Bhanuchandar, you've heard both the leader and the spokesperson here. Does this Bihar-centric focus in the Union Budget 2025 indicates that the NDA might be feeling the pressure? They want a more direct BJP inroad in Bihar. Could that be something that could be looked at?
Kabir, we can attribute motives to that. We can attribute, pressure from allies, or like what you mentioned, like BJP wanting to expand itself politically in Bihar, so on and so forth. But let's look at the macro picture, right? So Bihar's per capita income is 1/3 of what India is, and 1.3% of the poor people around the world. If you take the world poverty rate, 1.3% of poor people live in Bihar. Okay, so all the thrust on development in Bihar should be made possible, and I don't think taxpayers anywhere in India will grudge if the money is well spent on Bihar. Even if you look at Bihar, like what they have done is they have focused on the poorest region within Bihar. If you look at that's the Mithilanchal region, okay, right? The Araria, Kishanganj, Madhubani, etc. Right? And the you know about Kosi River, changes course every year. Okay, and this canal project will not only help in disaster risk management but also focus on agriculture, give water to the agriculture projects there. And it's great that the Prime Minister and his team, Finance Ministers, focused on agriculture. They're going to set up a National Institute of Food Technology and so on. Because when you have an agri-based economy, it's better to focus on improving it. See, with neighboring UP already on its way, I think it's important that Bihar also get its thrust. And also, like, if you look at it, like, there are other slew of development initiatives, not just focused on agriculture, like the Makhana board was mentioned. There are also modernizing initiatives like the airport, IITs and so on. So I think it's a whole all-round package. But I think the challenge starts from now on, where you have to contract and you have to execute all of this. So that, like what the opposition spokesperson mentioned, should not actually become a reality. I think the focus is on execution. We can also say that a lot of immigrants from Bihar are in Delhi, our own fellow citizens. So it might also be focused with an eye on that. So it's a multi-dimensional way of thinking about it. And I think as fellow citizens of India, we should not grudge the dollar or the rupee spent on Bihar.
All right. I'm going to give Mr. Shaheen his time for the rejoinder as well. But, Mr. Shaheen, whilst you're at it, tell the viewers also that the Prime Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, everybody is calling this vision for Bihar's future. Not just a force multiplier with the middle class in prime focus, but a vision for Bihar's future. But the opposition is calling it a desperate political stunt. What kind of weightage does that argument have at this point in time? Of course, the timing is going to be suspect, and we are looking at November elections in Bihar, and the centre is going to look after their ally. What does the NDA fold have to say on that, and your rejoinder to what Mr. Jigyasu was talking about?
Unfortunately, that the RJD front was just raised the question that special status was not given to Bihar, but my answer is that there is a very technical things in special status which is not possible in this time of look. Then we have to give, the Prime Minister had to think about other states, then other states may demand again also special status first. Second, what is then my question is, what is first Kisan credit card loan limit which has been increased up to 5 lakh from 3 lakh? Isn't it for the whole country? Why they are targeting Bihar only? And these cases schemes was made in 2008, and the farmers access credit card as of 31st March 2024. So to making these allegations because they don't have anything to say about the recent budget, so they are making their questions, so they can go ahead. We have no problem, but we have to think the future of our Bihar, future of our country. If today something is given to the people of Bihar, I don't think that anyone have any problem. And what the opposition is doing right now, I don't know what is in their mind.
Okay, all right. What's in the mind of the opposition, Mr. Jigyasu? Help the viewers, help the JDU leader on the panel with us as well. And, just to refresh the memory of the viewers, let's take a look at the previous Vidhan Sabha numbers. Let's take a look at the Lok Sabha numbers of what's happened in Bihar as well. What does that gap tell us? Because the leher, the wave of Tejashwi Yadav last time around in 2020 was pretty massive. We remember all those helicopter chopper rides and the massive number of people who would come out just to catch a glimpse of the RJD leader. So what's in the mind of the opposition? Is this going to translate into actual votes? Is the RJD now on the back foot with this new tax relief at the hands of the centre?
No, not at all. The people of Bihar made us almost victorious, and it was the state machinery, which worked in favor of Nitish Kumarji. Meanwhile, we had 24 MPs in 2004, and 9 got the chance to be included in the Council of Ministers, and all those ministers worked tirelessly in the interest of the country and Bihar. And Lalu Prasad ji gave railway factories, and Raghuvansh Prasad ji made the roads of Bihar illustrious, and everyone acknowledges the contribution of Laluji, Raghuvansh Babu, and Bihar got 3 central universities in Gaya, in Motihari, and International Nalanda University. And the campus of AMU was also granted in Kishanganj. So this was the strength of the people of Bihar, and this was the power of Lalu Prasad ji. So in 2014, NDA got 31 seats in Bihar. In 2019, 39 MPs won from that side, and in 2024, 30 Lok Sabha MPs are in the NDA fold. So what they are doing there is completely mysterious. So 12 lakh the slab for income tax relaxation. This is also a kind of fraud. And I am putting here the figures. When it was 7 lakh for the relaxation, in the assessment year 2023 and 24, only 2 crore 82 lakh people paid taxes. And out of that, only 2.5 crore people paid taxes, and that was less than 1.5 lakh. So out of 142 crore population of India, less than 1 crore population pay tax much. So where is the emerging middle class here? There is no middle class left, and this is the magic of Narendra Modi. So everyone's backbone has been broken, and this can't help India reach the top when we talk about economy and other things which are the key factors in the nation building. So this is the state of Indian economy, and everyone is disappointed the way Nirmala Sitharaman has been presenting budget since last 8-9 times.
All right.
We can only say that this has nothing to do with electoral
consecutive budget by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman that in itself, speaks volumes about that particular leader. But Bhanuchandra, I'm going to give you the last say.
Mr. Nitish Kumar ji has requested the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, many a times with folded hands that give the status of Central University to our oldest Patna University. Leave the new university. He has not agreed. So what kind of relationship both the leaders enjoy? I think this is very, very unfortunate for Bihar.
What kind of relationship both the leaders enjoy? Where is the middle class?
Where is the federal structure?
Mr. Jigasu, we heard you. The RJD also asking, where is this middle class that is being so highly spoken about? Bhanuchandra, are we right in saying that middle class is turning out to be that key constituency that everybody wants to target now? And whilst you're at it, when we're talking about a state like Bihar, a crucial state, we've mentioned those points before as well, can targeted budget SOPs and these taxation reliefs actually sway voters in a state like Bihar? Since 2020, so many flip-flops. RJD was, the single largest party, but couldn't manage to make the government, form the government. Then with Nitish Kumar, now RJD completely out of the picture. We're seeing latest slew of PSC and, those examination, the nexus that came out, be it NEET, be it the Public Service Commission. Will this tax relief and the middle class, because RJD is saying, where is this middle class? Will they be able to sway the voters in the upcoming assembly elections? I know it's a far way long, but November also seems just right around the corner.
Kabir, I'm surprised that Mr. Shaheen is being very gentlemanly on not owning up to the fact that he can actually claim that as an ally he had extracted these concessions from the BJP, but I don't know why he's being very gentlemanly. On the other hand, you saw Manish Tiwari initially saying that it's a Bihar-oriented budget and all. So these are advertisements for the BJP itself for the Bihar elections. I don't know why they are doing it. But nevertheless, see, when you ask whether these tax incentives or Bihar-related stops alone can win elections, we know that the answer is no. But it is one of the many arrows in the quiver that has to be used while fighting elections. And Bihar is a very caste-conscious society, so there will be a lot of social engineering, alliance building, and ground games, and the election-related stuff that will happen later. But these will be talking points then. I think the BJP media machinery will keep repeating it again and again. See, one of the things about BJP is that it has learned from its mistakes. Many were wondering, why were these middle class stops, these income tax rebates not given last year, right? When they were actually facing the general elections. Even at that time, there was talk of K-shaped recovery and how we should put more money in the hands of the middle class, etc. But the finance ministry mandarins ignored it. So, and they perhaps thought that Ram Mandir way could carry it. But I think now people are realizing that not only will one aspect of campaigning work, there will be multiple angles in which it has to be worked out. I think people have realized it, and many months remain till we go to the elections, but it's going to be a lot of talking points.
Pertinent points. Yes, Mr. Jigyasu, we have some time for your rebuttal.
During UPA 1, in 5 years period, Lalu Prasad ji faced 1,44 crore rupees for Bihar, for the development of Bihar. And I remember a very remarkable statement from George Bernard Shaw, the renowned playwright, in The Arms and the Man, that when you strike that noble attitude and start speaking in that thrilling voice, I admire, but I find it difficult to trust a single word you utter. So that I can say for the Prime Minister Modi. This is simply merely a rhetorical commitment, nothing else. We can't see anything concrete, whatever has been presented in the union budget. And the railway budget, glorious railway budget, has been destroyed and totally ruined.
One budget at a time, Mr. Jigyasu, one budget at a time. I think we're going to leave it there. Still, a couple of months left for the Bihar elections, but like we know and like we play it with elections here in the country, it's pretty much right around the corner. Budget 2025, needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, has put Bihar at the center of its economic roadmap. But is this a genuine push for development or just a smart election strategy? Bhanu Chandar of the opinion that Manish Tiwari and all the other opposition leaders are also advertising what the BJP has done or is going to do for the state of Bihar, a key NDA ally with Nitish Kumar's JDU over there. Now, whilst the NDA hopes that these allocations will translate into votes, the opposition questions whether this is a budget for Bihar or for India. Ultimately, the real verdict will be given by the people of Bihar at the ballot box. And will these promises hold, or will they fade as just another pre-election pitch? Well, only time will tell. And with that, we've run out of time. This is the end of the show here. But before we wrap up, here's Deputy Managing Editor of News9, Karthik Sharma, with his take on the budget politics given Delhinomics and Biharonomics. Take a listen. Many thanks for watching.
Principally, Nirmala Sitharaman's budget is different on one count, and that is middle class. Earlier, depending on where your finance minister would come from and how the political dispensation was poised at that point of time in terms of coalition, the budget would actually calibrate the regional and the state sentiments. But this is a government which is in power, and 2 terms it enjoyed with simple majority, and even without a simple majority, it has the say in the government. So I would say that this is a clean budget, but it is also indicating that the politics is shifting in this country. The budget has focused on the middle class. One, right in the middle of the Delhi election, so it has the capacity to impact the voting pattern. Second, I would say that the middle class, though playing a very important role in past 30 to 40 years after a national middle class has emerged in this country, no budget made specific references to them. This budget makes a political capital out of the middle class. This budget focuses on middle class as a political constituency, and that is where the difference is. Earlier budgets were primarily poor focused. Even the reforms were in the name of the poor. But this budget focuses on the middle class, which is also telling us that the demography is changing in this country. The new reality of the country, which is also urban expansion, urban population, and urban population also determining far larger number of Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha constituency, has become a reality which political parties are taking into account. So this budget reflects that sentiment. When it comes to Bihar, I would say, well, yes, the Bihar was mentioned 5 times. Bihar election is still a couple of months away. So Bihar politicians will have some sort of a political elbow room from the opposition if they want to oppose it. But in context of the middle class, I think that's the paradigm shift. And it is here I would like to locate the budget, that even in future, even if the priority in that particular time is not the middle class, but it will not be ignored. It will find itself mentioned alongside the poor, because I think middle class has emerged as a political constituency, and this political constituency is being acknowledged in this budget.
special partner.
SBI Life. अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए. Associate sponsor, New Virtus GT Line, Style to Wander.
We are at the highest airfield in India and one of the highest airfield in the world. It is the most beautiful airfield in India. There's no aircraft that cannot land on this airfield.
This will be the highest airfield in India and 5th in the world.
This particular runway will cater for